we never did.
Sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick got to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know.
Let's take our time right now. It's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like earth to the fine. Will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My bread ain't neck while I slowly curse. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we go closer? Should this be over?
Dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by. Wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on
ESL 1 Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GG Bet.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello, welcome back to ESL 1 Cologne, and welcome back to the Australian studio. We were here for Europe and North America about a week ago, and we've been waiting patiently for our turn once again. Now it's time for that as we head into Asia and ANZ for about a week-long competition, and once again, a very, very nice time for Australian and Asian Counter-Strike, as we do get to catch up with what's been going on. Of course, I do want to let you know exactly what you're going to be catching up with today as well. So let's go ahead and show you what's on the stream today. We do have, of course, Renegades starting off against the Chiefs, and then obviously following on from that, Order and Avant in the upper bracket of Oceania. Very interesting stuff for ANZ, and we're going to see how that one all pans out, going all the way through that bracket. Double elim, that's how this all works out. And of course, moving down onto the Asian side of the bracket as well, you'll have to think about TYLOO, you'll have to think about Vici. These are the kinds of teams that we're going to be thinking about, of course, when we do get to Asia. Of course, though, we are focusing on Oceania first. So, I'll bring my fellows on the analyst desk back into the discussion. They shouldn't be too much of a surprise to you. Karath is back, Pilski is back, and how are we feeling, ladies?
Yeah, thanks. Not a way to just throw me under the bus, but I'm feeling all right until I was feeling great, and then I just got called a lady. I mean, you're not wrong, but still, I'd like to come in pretty hyped to this show because it's another chance really just to settle the dust to see where all the teams are kind of sitting in Oceania at the moment.
Yeah. All right. What about you, Pilski?
As well, not really a fan of the ladies comment. We're bringing some big masculine energy in.
Absolutely.
This is a competitive competition where people shoot each other for money, okay, on a video game. That's the most masculine thing you can possibly want.
You guys are, in fact, actually the most masculine commentators I've ever seen as well.
Totally.
Anyway, obviously need to talk about how things are going here in Oceania. We've gone back a little bit. We've taken a look at DreamHack Spring. We've taken a look at DreamHack Summer. Now another tournament rolls around. It's another 4-team tournament. This time, a bit of a change-up with Chiefs coming in. So that's something that's interesting to take a look at, obviously, after having seen what happened in ANZ Champs Finals this weekend. Kev, Rooster was that 4th team outside of the top 3 that competed, and they did reasonably well, though there obviously was some caveats in that discussion. But what do you reckon about this Chiefs roster? Because they're the interesting one, I think, is they're going to be like the dark horse, I suppose, the one that can change everything up.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, with that roster change where Offnu's kind of left Avant and joined Chiefs as a result, it's kind of that case of, yeah, let's see what Offnu can really bring to the roster. They do, as far as I know, have to be using a sub today as well. I think it's important to note still that the young gun is... there's so many young guns that start with a V now. Valiant, Versa, Vexite. I think it's Vexite, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Vexite.
Yep.
Always get tripped up between Vexite and Versa. Vexite still can't play because he's not as of age just yet. I think it's September where he's going to be celebrating his birthday. So, yeah.
Indeed, indeed. And one thing we do need to catch up with, of course, as the same as every region, is the Pro Tour points for Oceania. Now, it's a bit shorter than it is for many of the other regions. You go and look at Europe, and there's about 40 teams on this list. Here in ANZ, just the 6 for now. No surprises really to see Renegades up the top there quite substantially. And to be honest, based on the amount of points that they have, it almost looks like they're going to be uncatchable. Pilski, Order and Avant sort of sticking around. Chiefs down there in 4th. Overall, I mean, I guess it's not a huge surprise. The fact that we don't see someone like maybe Rooster in there is a little bit unfortunate, but that's just because they haven't been playing in these competitions.
Yeah, I mean, the 6th place team is not even a team anymore. The 5th place team has made significant roster changes. As for Chiefs, haven't really been able to play with their full lineup in a lot of these competitions. And like we said, next month, hopefully that won't be an issue anymore, and they will actually be able to bring their full lineup in and show us what they've got. But again, here's another opportunity similar to the last time we saw this Chiefs roster in a competition where in some difficult circumstances they can try to show us that they're a pretty decent team, and they're going to show some promise heading into being able to play with that full lineup and actually make a mark upon the scene.
Any chances for any teams to catch Renegades at this point, Kev? I think we all know the answer to this one. But
yeah, I won't even bother entertaining it too far. No, a couple of reasons why is that, over the last couple of tournaments, you could have said maybe Renegades has a chance of dropping a few series coming out the player break, maybe not as much to play for, but they still came to ANZ Champs and just completely blew away the opposition, right? I mean, they didn't really get to face off against Order at the end of the day. They did take on Avant, but they made Avant look pretty easy. Let's be real, 16-8, 16-4 is not really a good indication of where Avant's... Like, it's a poor indication for Avant at this stage because they couldn't, I guess, mount up a good resistance against Renegades, but also very scary because that means that Renegades is playing, and we did see that a lot of the players are actually back in a bit more of a peak form, and that always spells trouble for the rest of the teams inside Oceania. I say a little bit more. I don't think it's like the full force that you get from the Renegades, but the fact is that they can still put their opponents in the dirt and playing like this, I don't think any team can catch up.
Yeah, definitely. You know, obviously that's quite a overarching sort of a discussion about the Oceanic region, but we do also have the Asian region later on tonight. Now we'll probably talk a little bit more about that when we do get into those matches. I think it's TYLOO and beyond to start things off. Again, obviously starting after this first ANZ matchup, but some of the storylines coming from Asia are pretty interesting as well. Pilski seems to be the same one sort of cropping up, but at least there's a bit of a discussion to be had around TYLOO and Vici. That grand final that we saw in DreamHack Summer did present us a pretty good one. We thought Vici might actually finally get over the line. So again, hopefully another opportunity for them to do it here in Cologne.
Yeah, Vici should have won that last grand final. Invictus was a team that has been looking pretty good the last couple of months, but in that last tournament really did sort of fall flat on their face. So hopefully they can pick themselves up, and then even over towards beyond. That's a team that's been steadily improving after a very, very rough period, and I'm hoping they put the pieces back together to be able to have a decent performance here in Cologne.
Yeah, me too. That's something that we're looking forward to later on today. We're also looking forward to catching up with this ANZ match, and the players are currently warming up for that. We're going to have a look and see how they go about warming up for it.
Oh, okay. First of all, 10 minutes of CZ maps, like jumping. Then 10 minutes on this Ubrak Arena, like targets on stuff like this. And after this, 30 minutes deathmatch, and we are ready.
Warm-up routine. Nothing at the moment, because I like it to be natural. So if I want a deathmatch, I will, but if I'm not gonna force myself to do it, otherwise I play worse.
Warm-up routines is just playing aimbots and deathmatch.
So basically for warm-up routine, I usually do this aim map for about 5 minutes. It's almost like aimbots, but the bots are moving all around me. And then I'll go into deathmatch and do 125 with the rifle and 75 with the AWP.
Warm-up routines, aimbots.
Warm-up routines, deathmatch.
Warm-up routine, aimbots.
Warm-up routines, aimbots, deathmatch, and that's pretty much about it. A lot of aimbots. Yep.
Warm-up routine, aim map, online, and 500 kills at least.
Deathmatching. Hitting headshots.
Well, my warm-up routine consists of getting some green tea and then staring at like my monitor screen while I think about what we're going to do for the game.
I don't really have a personal warm-up routine. I kind of do what I feel on the day. I maybe play 5 minutes of deathmatch or KC, which is my most common routine if I have any.
Warm-up routines are good, but they're all personal preference.
Warm-up routines. I don't have one, actually. I just play till I feel like I'm ready.
Warm-up routines. For me, drink a coffee, a few push-ups. For Zeppa, minimum 1.5 hours of deathmatch.
Warm-up routines. I never was a believer. I've been a believer in the last year or so. I think it helps a lot. I do about 500 kills in aimbots before a game. That gets me going.
Warm-up routines, definitely the 1 Grim warm-up routine. 1,000 kills in deathmatch every day will keep the IGL from yelling at you.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we won't wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
ESL 1 Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GGBet.
Day one of ESL 1 Cologne, at least for Oceania and Asia, as we get underway with our first matchup. It's Renegades and Chiefs, the first seed and the best team in the region, of course, in Renegades. And then there is the team that is probably pretty happy to be here. The Chiefs, obviously, having made a lot of roster changes lately. Lots of discussion as to, obviously, given the fact that they haven't played a lot of Counter-Strike. We'll see how they go in this tournament. I think a lot to prove for this Chiefs roster. It's a new roster. We haven't seen too much from them at all, Kev. So why don't we talk about Chiefs first? Because I think they're the more interesting prospect in this matchup. We all know Renegades. We've all seen them before, and we're quite bored of them at this point, I think it's fair to say. But Chiefs is something new, something exciting, and maybe they can show us something interesting today.
Yeah, pretty much like a huge mixture, because this is kind of like that roster that have been together for so long, developing as a core, and all of a sudden there's only really one man left from like the original core when you think about it, which is Apocdud. I mean, you look at all the other members that have joined on. It's such a mix, like it's a mix of all this young talent as well as experience. Like you look at the players like Zeph, for example, who's been playing at the top tier for a very long time. Very talented player, but he's still so young and already considered as one of the top talents inside the region. Then you've also obviously got Offner that's joined the roster recently as well, moving off from Avant. So he can bring a lot of experience. I think Apocdud is still IGLing as far as I'm concerned at this stage.
Yep.
And obviously kind of like the young gun, which they can't use, which is going to be Vexite at this stage. Looks pretty good in a lot of the, like some of the matches. I think he wasn't popping off, so to speak, but we're treating him more like the Valence kind of thing, right? You know, Valence, when he first joined Order, wasn't really dropping huge bombs. He was just doing well enough where it's like, hey, he's looking pretty good so far. And then all of a sudden, within 6 to 9 months, he was just playing out of his mind. So maybe Vexite can do the same here.
What do you think about this Chiefs roster, Pilski? Are you quietly hopeful that they'll be one of the top teams in the region, or do you think they'll sit around maybe fifth, sixth, fourth?
Yeah, I think they're well below the top 4 at the moment. I do really actually like the roster, to be honest. I remember the old Chiefs roster. I was like the only player that can really... I remember talking about it on the podcast with Jordan a little bit, and like the only player that's really like a must-keep is Apocdud in my mind. The rest of them, even including Hugh, could probably be replaced. That was back before Hugh had some massive high performances, and I like that they built the roster around him, so we'll see how it goes.
Indeed. Well, speaking of the man, we have him on the line. Unfortunately, not in the studio today, Tom, but it's good to catch up with you. So feels like really only yesterday since we saw you. How's things going in the Chiefs camp?
Yeah, not too bad. I was going to say, I feel like I was there with you a minute ago.
The studio's looking much better without you, if I do say so myself.
Of course, yeah.
But tell us a little bit about this Chiefs roster. I don't know how much you really heard of that pre-show. We've obviously got our questions about how you guys are coming into this, obviously having, not really seen much of the Chiefs in the last 3 to 6 months or so. So how are you guys feeling about Cologne? I know you're playing with a sub today and for at least the rest of the tournament, I imagine. So what's going on for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, the situation sucks a bit for us, to be honest, obviously just because of the decision we had to make with Vexite and just being, like 5 days off his birthday or something. So it's just really unfortunate timing. So obviously, yeah, using a sub, we haven't really prepared that much for the tournament, to be honest with you. But, hoping to come in and see what we can do at least against Renegades and, maybe we can upset them with some good performances. And yeah, we'll see how we go.
I had 2 questions. So first being that Offnu's come into the roster, and I know that juggling, AWPing, and in-game leading can be a bit of a task, and he's someone with a bit of leadership experience. Is he someone that's going to take a bit of a weight off your shoulders, or is he just focusing on his individual game?
Honestly, everyone has good input. I mean, especially Zeph and Offnu both have a lot of input. Well, not a lot, but reasonable amount of input. Towards mid-round and start-round calls. I still obviously do the brunt of the IGLing, but they both have, good input. And then Vexite and Soju both, add calls here and there as well. So it kind of is one of those rosters where everyone has a say as to what we do, and I'm not, just taking all of the control. So yeah.
Cool. And also, I had my second question is, all right, we're in the future now. Chiefs beats Renegades today. What happens? How does that happen? What's the ideal scenario?
How does that happen?
Yeah, how does that happen?
I mean, we're going to be playing pretty loose, I think. Like I said, we hadn't practiced with Noisia except for just like scrimming once or twice. So it's going to be, I think, if people just show up and pop off, like, you know, if I somehow magically have a good performance for the first time in a while. Yeah, take a
What
bit
do you mean?
like
See,
a lot
did
of
you
bloody
not see
magic.
this? Do you not see the stats, Mitch, where it was like Renegades 2, Chiefs 1, and you go, I remember that one victory from Chiefs. It was when APOC Dud just decided to just delete all of Renegades on Dust 2. Do you not remember? Because I remember.
That's true. I
See,
remember.
Tom, this is how you separate from your real friends and your fake friends.
Thanks for reminding me, Kev. I've been aiming to, you know, repeat that 1v3 for my whole life now. Well, my gaming life. I wish I could do it again. It's just been all downhill from there.
I'm not sure I believe, to be honest, Kev. Sorry, Tom.
Okay.
Fake friends, real friend. It's 2-1 at this point.
I'm not coming back to this studio. This is hurtful.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll keep you on the online interviews for now. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up. Obviously, you guys got to get ready for your game, and we've got a bunch more interesting stuff to talk about. So we'll leave it with you, and best of luck.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
All right, see ya. Very interesting. Obviously, some realistic expectations, I think, there from APOC Dud, from the Chiefs, which is fair enough coming into this game. Look, to be honest, in my mind, if they can get a map off Renegades, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, and I think he's pretty aligned with what I would think from this this match. You know, it's got to be big individual performances. I don't even really care if Chiefs wins, to be honest. I just want to see them like put up some impressive numbers, show some good individual form that shows that when they do have that full 5-core roster and Vexide is able to play, that maybe they're actually going to make a bit of an impact on the scene and start taking out some of the big boys.
Yeah, 100%. Like, that's what I'm looking forward to today, just to see exactly how they spent the time. Obviously, you can't really play with your fifth, but you can still see how the individuals are tracking along as well. So
yeah, indeed. Well, speaking of the big boys, of course, Renegades is a team that we're going to have to discuss. And as I said in the introduction, they are the best team in the region. There's no real question about that anymore. Not that there really ever was, although there was a period at one point where we were wondering, is Renegades going to sort of falter a little bit now that they've been back in ANZ, taking things a little bit lax? They haven't got that international experience quite so much in 2020. That was heading into the player break and just coming out of it, but the results that we've seen post-player break have really just reinforced that Renegades is far and away the best team in the region, and it's by actually quite a significant margin still.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think they've been pretty solidly just kind of playing their B game for the most of the time they've been back in Australia, not really hitting that top gear or that top level. And contrary to what a lot of other people are saying, I actually think ANZ Champs was pretty disappointing. I think basically all three of the teams didn't play well. Renegades just played kind of okay and walked away with the victory. But that's the story of Renegades in Oceania, really. They don't even have to play their top level of CS to just win everything.
yeah, and I think it's just a fair assessment. When you're the champion, at the end of the day, you don't... Like, you can say, why didn't Renegades play better? But sometimes you can only play to the level of your opponents as well. And that's, I think, what we saw at ANZ Champs, where Renegades just pretty much took comprehensive victories. They deleted Avant. Let's be realistic. 16-8, 16-4 is the deletion. That's not a series that Avant would be very proud of. You can have an off series, but for me now, obviously we'll touch that on a later basis. That's a worrying sign for me for Avant, the fact they're having more problematic series. And it's a good sign for Renegades because the individuals were starting to step up. Like Hats, we were saying, was in some rough form beforehand. After the player break, looked really good recently in ANZ Champs. If he's able to continue this form, it just makes Renegade's job that much easier of like completing an easy sweep pretty much of all the other opponents inside Oz for now.
Yeah, dangerous signs for a lot of the competition that's going to face Renegades based on what we saw on the weekend. In particular, Dexter, I thought, was the standout at ANZ Champs Finals. He was probably the MVP for the tournament for me. Although for the tournament as a whole, you have to make the argument that INS perhaps was up there. So maybe there's a bit of a discrepancy between the grand finals or the playoffs and the regular season. Speaking of INS, I don't know if he's managed to get that new PC. I did hear that he was looking to grab himself a new PC because he was having some frames issues or whatever it was. And sort of slowed down a little bit in the ANZ Champs Finals compared to what we saw from him in the regular season. But I think it's going to be nigh impossible for anyone to beat Renegades if you've got both Dexter and INS performing at the same time. Not to mention the fact that Hats and Sicko are generally pretty good, you know, sometimes having a bit more of an off game here and there. So I think for me, yeah, I mean, again, it's that same old tired storyline of really anyone in this Renegades roster. I know we've sort of neglected to mention Malta, and he's even someone that deserves to have his time in the sun because he's able to bring up these big maps as well. So it's just a case where really it's you've got 5 of the individual best players in the region. I think if you were to make a top 10 from ANZ, probably all 5 of those Renegades players would be in that top 10, or at least very close to being in that top 10. So it's quite hard to deal with that.
Yeah, it depends on the criteria, but end of the day, look, you are totally right, and also it's quite hard to play against Renegades when you have a bunch of different people who can go off. It's quite hard to read them.
It's like you have to not only beat the experience, but also the ability of all the players. Like, even when we make so many jokes about Malta, he's still a lethal player by all means and rights. Not only is he really good in terms of utility usage, but we saw in the game where he's just able to bully an opponent into submission. It's not as if he's looking lost. I think it was just kind of the case of maybe in the same position as Hats, getting a little bit frustrated with the situation, maybe just like figuring out something inside their gameplay. Something also clicked for him in ANZ Champs. That was like some of the best performances we've seen from him for quite a while. And I think maybe just that player break, maybe just a little bit more practice for these guys have kind of just reinvigorated something for them, for all of them. So
yeah, I think so.
And it's just good to see that, you know, Malta also, because we've been talking about Hats, but Malta definitely looked very good last weekend, and hopefully he's able to continue that up because, yeah. As much as we love memeing him, he is honestly a really solid player. So.
Definitely. And I like the point that you make about that player break as well, because I do think that Renegades were looking a little bit, you know, a bit lax maybe heading into the player break, but they have come out of it and they've looked a little bit reinvigorated. So that is good to see. And obviously one more thing that we do need to chat about before we do go into this first match is the map Veto. And look, I guess this is one that is a little bit harder to predict, right? Because Chiefs, we don't really know what we're going to get from them. So that could throw a few spanners in the works.
I think they want to try and get Dust 2 here, to be honest. But yeah, like you said, completely new roster. It's going to be impossible to sort of predict the map all.
I mean, even if they go Dust 2, it's kind of like the case of, well, who's going to be holding default, who's going to be lurking, how are you going to execute in? I mean, they're still using a sub at the end of the day. I don't know about this. I would feel like maybe, and it sounds a bit weird, but maybe even just going back to Mirage and Inferno, just because it's a bit easier to default on. Whereas Dust 2, on your T side, if you have a weak default, there's no way that you're going to breach the defenses of Renegades. Let's be real.
I'm actually interested to see what Renegades is going to ban here, because they generally tend to get rid of Overpass. Maybe Train's an option here because Chiefs doesn't tend to pick too much Overpass either. We've even spoken to Apoc Dud in the past about that, and he said he just doesn't like the map. So
yeah,
don't know.
Even though they used to play it, I think if I'm Renegades, I would ban Dust 2 here, but who knows?
Okay, well,
they might even prac each other and have more info than we have. So
maybe, but it seems that the info there is at least Renegades should get a bit of an interesting decision here in terms of the veto.
That said, I do remember the conversation that we had, and probably an appropriate time to say it now as we're going into the veto, was Apoc Dud, when we were talking to him on the weekend, he was very adamant that he felt like he could actually defeat Renegades on Nuke. And he was saying because of scrimmage or whatnot. I feel like, you know, didn't want to bring it up too early on, but now on the vetoes, I think that is an interesting point. So these teams obviously do scrim each other, and that may come into a bit of contention right now where we might see some of these stronger and weaker maps being picked because these teams do actively scrim against each other, and we confirmed it just this weekend.
All right, well, I guess let's find out what the vetoes are going to be first. That'll give us a better indication. Overpass is the ban from Chiefs, which leaves open the option for Renegades, and they've decided to go for Train. So, no Dust 2 ban, which does leave it open for Chiefs, but you've also mentioned Nuke. So both of those seem like the likely picks from Chiefs. What are we looking at here for Renegades?
I think they want to probably play something like Vertigo, but they also might just go towards the middle of the map pool and say we're better. I think if Chiefs get Nuke and Dust 2 in this map pool, they're cheering.
Do you think, though, that what we saw from Renegades on the weekend on Nuke puts a bit of a stop to that plan? Like,
no.
If you're Chiefs, you pick Nuke after seeing that?
Yeah. No, it wasn't necessarily a good performance. Like, if you remember that game, Avant just never really got rolling. And I think there was more of that. And I think, in general, the results for Champs were more of the other teams sort of not really showing up.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well, let's have a look and see what the picks are going to be then. And it is indeed Nuke from Chiefs, so that's a good one from you, Kev, and Vertigo from Renegade. So there's a plus in your book as well, Pilski. Both of you guys get a gold star for the veto prediction so far.
So
excellent.
Chiefs get to ban second phase first, and they get to leave it down to 2. What do you? If there's one map you don't want to play, what are you getting rid of?
Oh wow, jeez. No, Inferno.
Inferno?
That's the thing.
I actually, maybe.
You say there's one map, but I feel like there isn't one map, to be honest.
For Mirage, it's like the kind of thing where individuals can actually pop off in Mirage, whereas individuals popping off Inferno so much more difficult to actually carry forward. Sure, like...
But it's... Hang on. Have you forgotten about Inferno?
Yeah, look, they're both bad options, to be honest, and I would be very surprised if, you want Dust 2 in the pool there, but I'd be very surprised if we don't just end up on Mirage Inferno. I almost don't think it even matters.
It depends on what Renegades want to play at the end of the day between, I guess, Dust 2 or if it's going to be Mirage Inferno that's going to be banned out. It's kind of your pick your poison right now for Chiefs. I mean, I think both are unpalatable for different reasons, but you got to pick, I guess, what is a little bit better, and I think Mirage is a better map to angle for versus Inferno. Inferno is so difficult to take the defaults, and as you said, taking out Nana, you can have an individual popping off, but you have to defeat both Ins and Malta. That is not an easy thing to do. Mirage, a little bit easier to get control and kind of roll forward as a team as opposed to individuals. So.
Yeah, but we're all agreeing that Dust 2 is the ideal pick. They're unlikely to get that, though. That should be the veto from Renegades.
Yes, that's correct.
Let's have a look and see what it's going to be then, and waiting to see if it's going to be the Dust 2, which, of course, it's not.
Yeah.
So we do go to Inferno in the end.
Yeah.
Look, I think, really, I wouldn't have minded seeing the Inferno or the Mirage veto there from Chiefs, but they were sort of backed into a corner just by virtue of the fact that Renegades has such a strong map pool domestically that it's very difficult, nigh impossible, really, to ever win a veto against them.
It is, and I'm kind of worried for Chiefs in this veto, not because I think the maps are that bad for them, but mostly because these are very structure-heavy maps, where you do have to have a strong default and have strong protocols, and they're playing with the standard.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I kind of get where APOC is coming from with the whole nuke discussion. I think that's reasonable, and I think that's a reasonable choice from them, but I'm still not sold that it's going to be a win for them. You know, I think it's going to be tough regardless of, quote-unquote, how bad Renegades looks on nuke to even get over the line.
And the whole thing that I also did want to say is one, and I was talking with Tom about this one, is just like, yeah, well, Renegades may look bad in a scrim, or they may play against each other, and maybe Tom's identified a weakness or something. But when it comes to actual official, it's a completely different story, because I feel like the way that Renegades would play in a scrim is just like, we're going to play stock standard. We're maybe going to try something out. They're playing to actually improve. Whereas in an official, they're playing to win. Dexter will literally play around what he is going to think that you're going to do, going to condition you and bully you out of the server from there. And that's why it's like, I'm not going to take too much stock into scrim results, as unfair as to say to APOC, because scrims and officials, completely two separate beasts.
How do you think they integrate Noisier into these first couple of maps? Because as you said, Pilski, they're pretty structured, kind of heavy maps. You look at Nuke in particular, that seems like one where most of the players kind of need to be on the same page. I mean, Vertigo is a totally different story as well, so I don't know how easy this is going to be really for Chiefs.
I think Noisy is the kind of player that he's been like a more supportive sort of fill player. As long as he's on top of his individual game here, you just put him somewhere where he's not going to be a liability, where he can do a job like he's done on some of his other teams, and he won't be someone that's going to let the team down too much. Really, it's got to be like off Nuke, having some really good performance here, and probably Zeph and APOC Dud really carrying this team through.
And here's the whole thing as well. It's like, I think there was an entire list of subs they were trying to use or whatnot. But Noise is honestly, as you're saying, not the worst pick, because from when I remember that all like ages ago when he was playing in some of these top lineups when they were really looking to do some damage, he was a player that was actually doing a lot of demo reviews, a lot of actually a lot of practice in terms of the theory and understanding. And he definitely would have picked up a lot when playing with Moe as well as Ferg as well. So it's not the case of, I think mechanically he's going to be outshone a little bit here.
Yes.
He was never the strongest aimer, but what he tried to make up for that at the very least was actually understanding of the game as well as what utility and passage of play. So
didn't you coach Noisier at one point, Kev?
A little bit.
So
that's where it's kind of, that was the work ethic that he actually had towards the game. So I felt like he was more limited by the fact of his mechanical ability. I felt like he wouldn't be able to take a lot of these aim deals against some of these young stars. But what he would make up for is very much trying to understand the game, understand the passage of play, and kind of like trying to win the game from there. So
hopefully you've imparted some of that wisdom.
Well, yeah,
Don't think so.
That's what I'm saying is basically just, he needs to not be a liability. He needs to, take on some of those, more annoying jobs or just fill whatever the Chiefs needs. And he needs to get the kills that he should be getting. But that's the thing I'm worried about. I think Noisy as a player, like you said, a little bit more on the average side in terms of the mechanics, not a high fragging player, but he needs to get the kills that he should get. And if he's not in practice, Renegades is going to realize that and punish him for it.
I guess that's something that we'll keep an eye on as we go through this series. First, of course, we do want to talk a bit about Nuke. It is map 1 in the pool and a fairly important one, it seems like, for Chiefs. We don't really know how well they're going to go on Vertigo. It's not a map that they play a whole lot. But at the very least, Nuke was one that APOC Dud was reasonably confident about on the weekend. And we have seen some susceptibility from Renegades on this map of late, although more so in more past history than more recent history, if you get my meaning. So I mean, I still think this is going to be a tough one for Chiefs, but I think it's actually a pretty important one. If they don't pick this up, I'm calling it 2-0.
I don't think they're going to pick it up. I don't think they're going to be winning a map here. But scrim results completely out the window in my mind. You want to angle towards Nuclear Dust 2 in this veto, and that's the main thing, because I think those are the maps that Renegades have shown the most susceptibility on up against Avant and up against some other teams in recent history.
But that said, though, that was when Renegades individually, some of them were shocking in form as well. When you're looking at Hats, who was just, you're going, hang on a moment, this is one of the sharpest guys in Oz. What's going on in terms of the small side plays? He looks so uncertain. What's going on with Malta? They were relying so much on Ins and Dexter popping off. We didn't see that on the weekend, though. That's the whole thing. And it wasn't against, say, easy opposition. They just played better. And all individual players and Renegades played better. As much as I want to say that Chiefs do have a chance, even if the individuals do step up, I think Renegades just right now, the way that they played, the way that they should play, just a class above.
Okay. It'd be interesting to see what would happen. I know this is like a ludicrous thing to say, but what if Renegades drops down into that lower bracket, right? We've seen it before. It's happened in ANZ champs. It's not impossible. Stranger things.
It's got to be some individual performances. Like at the end of the day, I was asking Apoc Data about it for a reason. It's that I want to try and put together an argument for Chiefs to be able to win here. And end of the day, I think it's really going to be Apoc Dad, Zeph, and Ofnu in particular have some massive games where they get really aggressive on those rifles and sort of shine through, so that Soju and Noisia, who if they're just doing their job, they're throwing some good utility, they can go decently here.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's something then that Order and Avant certainly won't be too eager on seeing, because it'll mean one of those two will have to face Renegades. But hey, that's
I don't think it's going to happen.
They're going to have to do that anyway, right? Going through the upper bracket, going through the lower bracket, going into the grand final.
There's no easy games in a 4-team tournament. There's usually no easy games in a 4-team tournament.
Okay, but what about the ones against Chiefs? Are those the easy games?
Those are the easy games this time around.
And even then, it's not too easy, because they're still like a top-notch opponent. Like, you don't want to underestimate Ofnu. You don't want to underestimate players like Zeph. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, if you're like a team like Avant at the moment, or Order, like say for example Order, sure, they played with the sub over the weekend. Avant didn't even show up to the series. You do that again as Avant, Chiefs are going to blow you out the water if Chiefs are playing well. Let's be real. They've got the individual talent to win against teams like Avant as well as Order, even if the team structure, even if they're using a sub. We saw that over on the weekend, right? Rooster were playing very well, and they only barely managed to get a victory against Order that was using Tux as a sub. Now, no offense to Tux in terms of everything, because Tux is a great player, and he has played, obviously, at a high level before, but that's not the ideal situation. You'd rather be playing with Yeah, of course he played really, really well. But you'd rather, as Order, have a Stillo playing seriously in a tournament like this.
Well, especially considering the form that Stillo was in during the regular season. I think there's an argument to be made there. Look, Chiefs, they're going to have to all sort of step up here and almost overperform. I think Renegades is going to have to underperform if we do, for any world, really see Chiefs getting over the line with a victory today. We've set the pass score, though, for Chiefs.
Double digits.
Double digits?
Double digits on 2 maps, I'm happy.
Yeah. What about you, Kev?
Yeah, double digits. I think it's also the case of how they get there, because if Renegades are just playing in phenomenal form and we're just looking at that and going, yeah, it doesn't matter what you do here as Chiefs, you're just getting individually outclassed, but they're still doing the right things. Like, that doesn't matter about the score then, because it could be, they could get to 16-11. It's because Renegades are just individually just pushing in and dying. And yeah, sure, Chiefs are able to capitalize on that, but that's not really an achievement. So I look less at the scoreline and more on how they actually got the rounds, as opposed to the scoreline at the end of the day.
All right, what are you looking at then from Chiefs out of this matchup? No, I'm not talking about the scoreline or anything like that, but are we just looking to see them starting to mesh as a roster? Are we at that point? Like, it's still kind of the building phase, or have they been together long enough? Does have subs, so there's that caveat, of course.
I think it is looking at how the individuals perform. I think, because ultimately when you come into these tournaments, when you're using a sub, you do take it a little bit looser. But I think it's also a good indication to see where the individuals are sitting at. Even if you're using a sub, individuals don't become bad or good for any particular reason. It is very much a case of if they're playing well together and they actually have some great cohesion, that will still show even though there's being a sub used, right? If they are playing poorly as a team, I think that will still show even with the sub, because the executes where you go, okay, maybe, Noisia was third person and it went off like that. Why is the core of the team still doing this? Because there's still mistakes there. So,
all right, well, I suppose it shouldn't be really all that interesting, but we are going to do our predictions, fellas. We're about to get into the game, about a minute or so. Look, this really does seem like a bit of a foregone conclusion, but Pilsky, what's your prediction?
Renegades 2-0. Yeah.
What about you, Kevin?
What do you think?
Well, to be honest, I don't really know what to think when it comes to your predictions.
What does that mean? Come on. That's not. That's...
Well, it does say on the screen there that you've gone for Renegades. And Mac, I know he is in the chat at the moment. You're welcome. We predicted Renegades for you.
We should have picked. We honestly should have picked Chase for him, eh?
Yeah. So I don't want to do him. I don't want to really do him too much of a dirty there, to be honest. But look, I feel like his prediction is quite safe in our hands with that one, to be honest.
We're either all right or all wrong together. Let's put it that way. So we're all in the same boat.
One for all for one. Or how does that go? All for one.
One in, all in.
Yeah, that seems
pretty
good.
much it.
We're all in on Renegades, which really shouldn't be too much of a surprise. We're going to head into map number 1, though. It's game 1 of day 1 of ESL 1 Cologne for North America, Asia, not so much. But Oceania is here, where we are. Renegades and Chiefs, and we're going to kick things off on Nuke. It's going to be a big one, an important one for the Chiefs as we do get underway with our very first map of Cologne for Oceania.
Very excited, Jordan. CT side here for Renegades to start off with on their opponent's map pick. And let's see what Chiefs have got for us. Already you're seeing 4 armors across the board, just the 1 set of utility. So pretty simplistic strat, just a rush straight into upper on the house.
Yeah, they're going to try and overwhelm Renegades that way. Might not be too easy. Dexter up on top of Hut is doing a bit of an aim crack at the moment. Knife kill. No, that's so BM, Dexter. You can't do that in round 1 of Cologne. But he's gone for it. He's been punished for it at least. He didn't get away with it. But I think that really sets the tempo. That sets the expectation for this series right from the outset.
It does. Yep. That's the kind of mentality. Renegades just no respect. Chiefs now have to decide what they're going to be doing in this second round here. Whether they'll just take the single save and go for those AKs and armor in the next round. And we're already off to a great start here. Couple of, little clicks in the chat. Nice pause. Yeah. All that death segment, 20-minute death segment, hype music, 1 round, pause.
Oh, it was a good round. I liked that round. It was fun.
Okay.
Dexter 2 kills, 200 ADR. Looked for the knife. I mean, it had everything, really. Yeah. Malta just sitting on ramp going, guys, can I have some fun? Nope.
Stay in the corner.
Having a look at the odds, I don't think those should be too much of a surprise either. 1.07 for Renegades. And look, I tell you what, if you put a bet on Chiefs and they win today, then sing me a couple of bucks because you're probably going to have some to play with. But I'm not liking your chances in this instance.
Wouldn't be the most advisable bet.
This is not betting advice, though.
Never. I've never placed a bet.
Haven't you?
No, not on sports, not on esports. Doesn't really have any appeal to me, to be honest. I don't really get the appeal of it.
It's quite strange because I would have thought, you being someone that likes to analyze and break down games would probably be into that sort of thing,
Yeah, but I don't, I don't do it for that reason. I just do it because I enjoy it. Because it gets my brain going.
All right, well,
gets the cogs turning.
Round 2 is going to get your brain going.
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because they're just taking a save. You got 3 MP9s. Renegade's just going to make a whole lot of cash.
God, if only they were MP7s.
No.
That's what I reckon.
No thanks. I'm good. Thanks, but no thanks.
Thanks, but no thanks. Okay, well, this time it'll be Ins on top of Hut, Dexter into Annex. Good solid setup on the A bomb site. Malta's over here toward ramp. That's why he didn't get to do anything last round. But here's where he might be able to farm up a fair bit of damage. He spotted the feet of a couple, drops the smoke, but Chiefs are going to go forward anyway. The flash comes through. Malta decides to duck away. Good stuff here from Malta so far, and that's really nice. Look, I swear, you'll take it, right? You'll take... I didn't do any damage in round 1 on the pistol, but that seems to make up for it.
That's
250 ADR.
That's a lot of money, Jordan. That is so much money. Siko's just walked over next to Malta. He's like, hey, man.
I don't think that's a good sign, though, for Chiefs. Yeah, it's on an eco. Yeah, it's on a pistol.
I don't think they could have really done anything about that, to be honest.
You just don't want to let those kinds of confidence frags go over to any of the Renegades players. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, well. First gun round. Door gets blown open for Chiefs. They're set up very much in lobby, just taking their time. Looks like Renegades posturing aggressively. They do have the MP9s to play with, so they want to try to take some of those more close quarters duels.
Yep.
Ins in particular. You've got Dexter, who's a little bit more aggressive on ramp as well. A couple of forward positions here for Renegades.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's, again, the 2-man setup in ramp from Renegades. They do like to do this on their sort of eco buys.
I want to see if the wall of smokes comes out here for Chiefs and whether Renegades instantly just goes for that push. It's actually going to be a smoke to windows, I think, from APOC Dart, and they're just going to go and take outside like that. There you go. Flash over the top, smoke on windows, and Chiefs just going to try to take a duel towards warehouse. They're going to smoke off Annex. And the lobby push does come in from Renegades. You've got Soju in the back of lobby there, who's doing a good job just holding on to control. Tag comes out from Sicko, who's getting chased down by Noisia.
Captain of the awesome scout squad, popping off right now. Noisia doesn't manage to get too much done. Soju, though, is going to find his second for the round. In the meanwhile, though, Sicko has gotten himself all the way back into hell. That was a push from Inns, and I think he's that Dexter. That was Malta, actually, that's in lobby right now. Hats has a double with a FAMAS, and already Sicko's rotated up to hell. Up from hell, even. Oh, what is going on? It's just a mess. It's all over the map, Pilski, and that is not what Chiefs were expecting. They weren't expecting Sicko in heaven. They weren't expecting Malta from lobby. Hats with the double kill really was the difference maker, but just swept aside so easily in the end by Renegades. Yeah, it goes down to 2 kills, but they were never going to lose that round.
Yeah, I mean, Renegades did everything that you wanted them to do with a low buy like that. They're a little bit more aggressive, and in general, just pushing forward, catching the Chiefs off guard, and playing a little bit more disruptive, and they got a lot of value out of that MP9 buy. Basically won their bonus round. Now Chiefs going to take a single save. Throwing a lot of utility towards Annex, outdoor.
Yeah, well, this is where Dexter really farmed from, and almost does it again. Zeph copping a couple of shots through the smoke. This is not the start that Chiefs would have wanted, but maybe Malta's under pressure now, and with the AK, can't repeat the success he had with the MP9. Dexter gets one, but it's also traded down with the P250 of Zeph. This is really the first round that Chiefs seem to be having any reasonable success, but Inns could put a quick stop to that, and he does. Bomb plant won't go down now. 1 on 3 for Zeph, and it's not even going to be that dangerous of a round, really, for the economy of Renegades. Inns is looking sharp today. 4-0. All of Renegades is looking sharp, and Chiefs have gone for a swim.
Yep. Try to cool off a little bit after the blistering pace of these first couple of rounds. Going to take a proper buy now, at least Chiefs. Built up quite a bit of loss bonus. I think they've done a little bit of damage to Renegade's economy, but for the most part, healthy enough to sustain at least one loss. Now it's up to Chiefs to try to get themselves rolling. Really haven't got very many kills at the moment. It's a worrying prospect. Need to actually start connecting some of these shots to get a little bit more confidence going. Bogdard misses that first opportunity. Trying to pick one of the players crossing on outside. Chiefs very much with a big focus on outside. Very lucky to get away with that one. That's 2 opportunities that have gone amiss with the AWP so far in this round.
Nice cheeky nade, though, from Sicko, so he doesn't go out of it completely empty-handed. No push this time from Renegades. Malta just happy to lock down ramp. Hats is chilling on top of hut. No one's walking their way into lobby. No one's pushing on outer just yet. And Chiefs consequently also have slowed things down a little bit.
It's interesting to see how they're playing so far, because it either shows A, that they're disorganized, or B, that they're really expecting aggression. And I'm not sure which one it is.
I don't think it's unreasonable to be expecting aggression at the moment. There's a pop flash, which actually does catch Dexter in the face.
44 seconds. Chiefs need to do something, man.
Yeah.
They're still just sitting here, and they're going to smoke off Secret and Warehouse and try to split Annex, I guess.
Well, Dexter's ready for it. He's going to hold down the spray and catches Zeph quite a bit of damage before the trade comes through. Inns has a double, and Sicko's also there to help things out. Now it's just Inns on the bomb side, but he'll be getting the backup fairly shortly from Malta, who creeps in through a ramp. And it's going to be required. Soju has to retrieve the bomb. Malta's aware of his position, and that's too easy in the end for Malta. But it is a costly round for Renegades, the closest that Chiefs have gotten. But again, Pilski, I will say, it didn't feel close. Like, it was close. 1 player left alive, but it was always Renegades' round to lose.
Yeah, and I haven't really got the feeling that Chiefs is going to get anything that special on this T side so far. Very much just is them sitting around waiting for aggression and then just kind of wolf packing it into a certain part of the map and hoping that they hit some shots and trade out.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, not what you would want to be seeing, even with the stand-in playing. I wish there was a little bit more nuance to their play. But I guess we'll have to be kept waiting a little bit longer. Very quick split into Annex this time from Chiefs. Going well for them as they're just getting mopped up by Hats and Ins.
Yeah, well, I guess that's what's liable to happen sometimes when you walk into the A box side of Renegades. Nice to see Hats also sort of getting involved in the mix. And here comes Malta hunting for some frags. He's going to probably double peat this one. Gets the flash through for Ins, in fact. And that'll be that. Renegades 6-0.
Yeah, very quick start to the game. And unfortunately, I think the assumption of what was going to happen this game is starting to come to fruition a little bit. Chiefs really struggling to even get kills on the board, let alone put rounds together. They're able to get some trades back and forth, but they're not really creating very many opportunities, and they're not working the map at all. They're just kind of wolf packing it, trying to trade out, trying to play together in a tightly knit group. But it's not a confident kind of, you know, looking Chiefs. It's just basically, oh, look, let's try to get in there together, try to get the trades and do the best we can. And, you know, it's not working for them.
No. I do just wonder, at what point does Renegades get a little bit bored, you know? When do they start to try and push a little bit, get a bit overconfident? You know, when does Malta start walking into radio? When does In start walking into Hut or out Tweaky? That might be where Chiefs, you know, get a bit more success. But I think as long as Renegades are really just taking this seriously and giving Chiefs the respect that they deserve, Renegades probably get over the line with really not too many problems.
Really a whole lot to say about this round. It's 5 alive for Renegades. That's a great build-up to the economy. And they are absolutely destroying on this CT side of Nuke. I'm just waiting for that round for Chiefs where I say, that was a good T-side round of Nuke, but I haven't seen it yet.
7-0. 7 rounds in, it's their own map pick. Chiefs on T-side definitely not showing up at the moment. But, given the circumstances, I don't think it's fair to really be too harsh on them.
Well, they tried to throw Wall of Smokes this time, but a Molotov means that it doesn't land correctly. But nicely done from Noisier to just throw the Molly Smoke combo, which allows him and Zeph to get across the secret. And it looks like the rest of Chiefs going to try and get in towards ramp here. Different look to see Sicko on the line, and he does connect the leg. So now you start to see Chiefs. They've taken some control of ramp. They've got 2 players in secret, and they're setting up for this unders split.
This feels like the first time that Chiefs have actually been able to take map control. Noisier does drop pretty quickly afterward, though, so it's a bit of good news, it's a bit of bad news for Renegades at this point. And Inns continues to put in the good work. Sicko, quick flick. It's the end of Soju, but off new trades. Still not looking too crash hot for Chiefs, but at least they've made it into the bomb site. Maybe Apoc Dart and Offnu can pull off something pretty special. Bomb plant still yet to go down, though.
They've got no decon control. And you see 3 players in windows for Chiefs. For Renegades, rather. So I don't think there's going to be any chances here for Chiefs.
So you might be right. Hats gets the trade for Dexter. You
can't put the bomb down on lower when you don't have any control of decon or windows. Like, I feel like you just have to make a push somewhere. Like, there's no way you're going to be planting there when you're surrounded. It's what I say all the time when teams just rush ramp to Megaton and then try to plant. It's like, dude, you don't have any control of vent or decon or windows. You're just going to get crossfired from decon and windows unless you just burn some of your utility. But even then, like, you're trying to complete a post plant only from Megaton. It's not going to work for you. And I think this was the biggest issue in this round was that I didn't even see that Inns just ran at Zeph, but you're not able to trade 2 for 1. Like, I feel like every Renegades is trading 1 for 2 at the moment.
Yep. Dexter looks like he wants to start doing a little bit of the sneaky beaky on outer. This is what I've been waiting for, you know. I want to see something from Renegades where they just start to force the issue a little bit.
Oh, Soju made it down the vent, actually. So that's a bit of a different look here for Chiefs. And they've gotten rid of Dexter. This is the first round where I've said, okay, this is a good round for Chiefs. But they need to actually navigate their way through it and win it. So you've got Soju down in lower. There's been no rotation for Renegades. I don't think they're aware that he's there. So all Chiefs need to do is safely get as many of these players down to lower as they can, and they should be able to close this round.
Easier said than done. They have enough util to put up wall of smokes on outer if they do want to, or pressure ramp with a bunch of mollies.
I think ramp is a safe bet, but we'll see what they go for.
Malta is waiting for the moment. If it's going to be a contact play, that'd be pretty rough. Flash goes through, doesn't connect onto Malta, and he does well, getting the first.
He should just die here, though.
Running back down to ramp. He doesn't overcommit into the B bomb side, although, as you mentioned, Renegades weren't aware that Soju had gone down the vent. And now the onus is on Hats, who has gotten the timing right. And Zeph, Inns is down in B already. Doesn't pop flash himself through the smoke. Soju, you can't whiff that. Not against Inns. And now it's back to Renegade's favor for the round. They've all got kits. There's a couple of incendiaries, a couple of flashes. They've got time to work with here as well. First flash is going to be given over to Hats. Walking straight in. Offnu doesn't even see them on his screen. And Inns finishes APOC dud. A round that could have gone the way of Chiefs once again is picked up by Renegades and Pilski. Is it too early to start talking about 16-0?
Yeah, like that's a round that you should be closing every day of the week as Chiefs. You've got Soju down in lower before any of those players were even really spotted. I mean, before Soju was even spotted, he was able to get a freebie on that rotating ramp player. I didn't really like that they left Zeph up on top of Silo. Although it could have worked if they're able to actually put pressure on ramp a little bit more and actually trade out that frag with the 3 players, which they weren't, it might have worked better. It was a decent approach from the Chiefs. It was a nice looking round, but they didn't connect any of their shots. They're just not out-shooting Renegades man for man.
Well, Noisia gets an opener onto Sicko. Full out of control this time for Chiefs. They're starting to at least get some parts of the map early in the round, which gives them options. But Hats is well aware that Soju could have crept into Hut. He's also aware that outer is dirty, and in that instance, so too Heaven can be. So we're into Hut here, or into Annex. It's going to be interesting because Inns is tucked in the corner. And Offnu and Zeph are not expecting to double stack into Annex. Now APOC dud, a 1-on-2. And stuck on the ladder. He's got nothing really that he can do about that one. Malta throwing a bit of fire at APOC dud. They do go back and forth a little bit on Twitter.
I wish there was a bit more back and forth in this game.
Indeed, indeed. Noisia's first frag, that one.
Okay.
Rave party mode. Love that one. Everyone's excited about it.
What was that? Oh, it's a half five from the Chiefs.
That was rave party frag mode.
Okay.
I don't know what more you want. Quicker play from Chiefs. They're going to try and make something happen, but it's not going to work. There's no way that works against Chiefs, against Renegades. Look, I think Chiefs are out of ideas now.
I don't think they came into this game with any ideas, Jordan. You know? Like, well, we were expecting, like, Nuke would be their map pick. But I've seen one T-side round where they did something that convinced me out of 11.
Yeah.
And they didn't even close that round. So it's like, I don't know what else to say to you, man. They're just getting outshot individually, and they don't really have a great looking T-side here. And look, I don't know how much Chiefs have been practicing recently, but having one player come in as a substitute is not an excuse to have like what doesn't really look like any kind of strategy on the T side of Nuke, you know?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, from my understanding, they haven't actually been pracking with Noisia. You know, they're still pracking with Vexite. It's a weird sort of a situation,
But it's one
isn't
player.
it?
It's one player, you know?
Yeah.
You should still be able to, you know, do some strats.
All right, well.
It's just blocks the molly down the vet. Don't know if that was intentional or not, but entertaining nonetheless.
Okay, you know, when we were speaking about this in the pre-show, we were saying, okay, pass score for Chiefs is maybe double digits here. If they get double digits on both maps, we'll be pretty happy. I think now the goal kind of changes for Chiefs from double digits to let's just not get 16-0'd.
Well, they've done outside wall of smokes here. and pulled that rotation down from ramp room. So Dexter's down Megaton in towards lower. But Chiefs hasn't gone across to lower, so which probably indicates that they want to go for a bit of an annex split, or they're trying to get that AWP duel for Apoc Dud towards Sicko, who's made his way up to heaven now. But with 45 seconds and no like options really being given to Chiefs so far, I don't know what they're going to be doing here. They smoke off, they Molotov off Secret. I think there's going to be a smoke toward windows, I think is what Apoc Dud was lining up. And I guess they're going to just split annex into upper. But that's where Hats and Ins have been shutting them down pretty much every time.
Malta's also already started to rotate around to outer, so this goes on the bomb site. Malta will be already up in heaven by now. Not that it's really going to matter too much. He actually does get into heaven, only to die to Apoc Dud, but that was the only kill in the round. And I don't know really what to say about this Pilsky. It's just looking way too clean for Renegades. You know, like there's just nowhere that you can say that Chiefs are going to have made any inroad.
They did walled smokes across outer, but they didn't put any pressure on lower. Not a single player committed down there. So Dexter's just rotated from ramp down into lower. He's gone, well, I haven't seen a single soul. Haven't even heard a flashbang or a Molotov onto the stairs.
Ins is 19-3, man.
Haven't seen anything. So what's the point of rotating off upper when there literally hasn't been a peep? You know, Renegades just basically called their bluff. They're like, we're up 11-0. We're not going to rotate unless we actually see, you know, 2 or 3 players down here.
21 frags so far in this half from Chiefs, 19 from Ins.
Yeah. How do you warm up?
I do 500 rifle shots in the DM server and then 500 AWP shots.
That's pretty good. I think Ins just plays Chiefs.
Wow. I've been trying not to be very mean in this game, you know? But you've just decided to go over the board. Over the board. I'm not even, like...
I'm literally, like, actually big fan of this Chiefs roster. Like, I love Zeph. I love Apoc Dud. I think that they've made a lot of good moves. But this just ain't it, Chief.
No, it definitely ain't it, Chief. Excellent work from Malta. Slapping the boys around. Can they get around Pilsy? Maybe this is the one. Malta's caught with a grenade in hand. Apoc Dud has decided, screw it. I have an AWP. I need to do something. I'm going to play fast. And he does catch Malta off guard, but Dexter's very quick down into the B site, so not necessarily too easy. Dexter whiffs a bit of a spray, but Ins will not. There's always one more, isn't there? So we're back to a 3-on-2. Smoke is down for Ins. If he creeps through this, it's actually cyberbullying. He's going to wait for Apoc Dud.
Here's a nose there.
He's heard him now.
Now he does.
Apoc Dud's making some scopy scopes. And so Ins will just wait inside of the smoke. This will probably be 3 round. He thought he killed Apoc Dud a little quicker than he did, and actually Offnu wins the 1-on-2. So maybe the most anticlimactic win, but at least Chiefs avoid the 16-0.
Big impact. Doubles his kills and gets 100% more rounds on the board for Chiefs.
I mean, technically it's not 100% though, right? Because you can't have 100% more than 0. Because that's still 0. So it's
never claimed to be good
more.
at math. Infinity times more.
But even then, that's infinity times 0, which is still 0.
I didn't realize that you were a math nerd.
I'm a math genius, actually. So Sicko spotted quite a few crossing down into Secret. He's also caught Offnu, and Dexter's ready and waiting. He's got the rotation coming in from his buddy Malta. They're having a little bit of a party down on the B bomb site.
What does Malta bring to the party? Like, does he bring a bag of chips or?
This is an interesting question. What does Malta bring to a party? I reckon Malta's a rum kind of guy.
A rum kind of guy? I reckon Dexter brings the $600 cologne.
Well, that's going to be 14-1, and we'll continue this conversation, Pilly, when we do come back from the break. I'm sure you guys don't want to miss it, so don't go too far. We'll be back with the second half.
Yeah, I see no signal, no signs. Can't be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by, doing all the ways. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you back, you change a bit. That's easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ESL 1 Cologne. It is Oceania, and Renegades are currently dominating Chiefs. 14-1 is the scoreline on Nuke, which was also Chiefs' map pick. Pilsky, what are the chances? Should the chat spam PogChamp if they think Chiefs can win?
They can if they want. 1 to 15 odds, according to GGBet. So I'm not going to say anything, but that's what GGBet thinks.
All right, but are you PogChamping in the chat right now? Look, after seeing this pistol round, maybe you are. Maybe you're not. We'll have to see. The trades come in. Sicko gets a kill through the smoke. Apok Dud is dead. Bomb plant's going to go down. It looked good for a moment for Chiefs, but this is very un-Pog, if I do say so myself. Soju's going to try and salvage something here. Cops a lot of damage, jumping on down. Sicko very low, trying to survive. And Inns, well, Inns is really just baiting him. And if Sicko's actually able to get a kill here, which he is, that makes life so much easier for Renegade. So for all of you idiots in the chat that spam PogChamp, I know there's some of you, I think you're going to be wrong.
Feels bad, man. And now Chiefs, they have the force to avoid getting 16-1 on their own map pick. Really just not much to say. Didn't show up individually, didn't show up in terms of the teamwork. And they're versing the best team in the region.
Yep.
And Dexter is 6-10 when they're up 15-1. Cool.
Cool. He doesn't need to do anything though. Hats is 17-6, Inns was something like 19-3.
Well, I saw Dexter rotating into ramp a couple of, down to lower a couple of times. So half this time he's been in lower, and then Chiefs run into the upper bomb site, and Inns and Malta kills everyone.
Yes, indeed. Well, he's going to be the entry fragger this round as well, with the MAC-10 in hand. Gets straight into ramp.
Couple of players looking at lower at the moment for Chiefs. Soju's down there. You've got Zeph moving over towards Secret. Split up very individually. Don't think it's going to be doing them any favors. Smoke comes onto window, and Renegades, they know they're not in a rush. They're just chilling. Smoke off decon. Take their time. Little leisurely stroll.
Kev's just sitting right next to us, molding right now because this is his break map. And it's over. It's already over, Phil.
Very short break.
He's at like a 5-minute break.
Oh. Soju gets taken out, so does Apoc. That'll be Renegades to win at 16-1 in the first game of ESL 1 Cologne. Not much to break down, but we'll do our best to do it after this short break.
Feels like light years in the making. Oh, yeah, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
Rising of the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. see me shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it go. I am the Messiah, gonna let it go. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it go. I am the Messiah, and I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it go. I am the Messiah.
Don't really know what to say about that one. Renegades a 16-1 victory against Chiefs, and it's been quite a while since I saw such a one-sided map. I don't really have too many words for it. I guess for Chiefs, they do have a lot of work to do to sort of come back into this series. Kev's back. You didn't get a very long break. Kev, what did you get up to during your time off?
Just fixed my hair, talked with some of the admins for a little bit, had a bit of sip of water, went to go for a lie down, you know, thinking I was going to have maybe about 10-15 minutes, get to watch a great Counter-Strike match. All I just saw really was just Renegades just demolishing Chiefs at the end of the day. I don't know what else much to break beyond that. 16-1, didn't even feel like I was out there for that long. I have a word to say to Apocdud. I know he doesn't watch these, but Tom, can you at least give me a bit more of a break by at least making it closer? Thanks, mate.
Yeah, that's pretty BM from the old Apocdud.
Yeah.
Could have realistically ended up actually as a 16-0. Renegades did lose a 2-on-1 against Offnu, so it's not a great story. What do you think the chances are going into map 2 here, Pilsky, that we get a bit of a closer one?
No.
No?
I mean, the only way,
Not
I
gonna
think
happen.
it's
No
not
way.
going to happen, but I think the only thing that Chiefs can realistically do is just chuck a game plan out the window and actually just try to start playing a little better individually. Because they just didn't show up to that game individually at all.
The problem is, though, is like you look at so many times when you look at the POV of like someone from the Chiefs players, like you have this split second where you're looking at someone and then you're just dead. It's like, how are you even meant to react at the stage where I'm like, oh, this is a favorable deal right now for Chiefs to take, and then they just lose it instantly because they just get double killed, they get triple killed.
Yeah.
What do you even say about that?
Well, what I say about it is that where's the utility from Chiefs? Like in in any of these rounds, where's like these Renegades players getting blind? Like Hats, there was one flash there on an uppers hit from Annex. One flash, he turns from it and he just kills everyone. And it's like there's no like overarching game plan. Like I know you're playing with one stand-in, but I doubt that Vexite's the player on the Chiefs that throws all the utility every round. Like he's probably going to be more of like the second in or like first in kind of player anyway. So I'm just really not seeing what Chiefs were really going for on that T side of Nuke, to be honest.
I mean, on the flip side as well, I can also say it's just Renegades. They're individually just playing better at the moment.
are.
So it's kind of
Yeah.
like the carrying their form that we suspected they had from ANZ Champs, so the individuals are starting to turn up. And this was just a case of, I think, the individuals also just Renegades cruising along when I think there was just one moment where Dexter was like sitting at what, 6 and 10 kills, and you just go, like Dexter was 6 and 10. I think that kind of tells you the story about how the game goes. Like he never does that against a good opponent.
Yeah, but like you said before, Kev, what we wanted to see from Chiefs was them actually giving it a good go and doing some good strats. And even if they were getting out-skilled and out-aimed, we would feel okay about it. I can't even really say they did that.
Do you guys want to know what rating Ins finished that map
He
on?
finished at least on 2, I reckon. Like at least 2.
What's your guess, Pilsky?
2.6.
Oh, so we've got a bit of a... we've got
I
a smack
think
bang in the middle,
about a
actually.
2 point. Is it in the middle?
It's in the middle of those two, roughly.
2.3?
2.3 then?
No, it's 2.43 actually. So
That's not smack bang in the
I
middle.
didn't say smack bang, just about.
That's not even in the middle. That's like skewed towards the upper part.
All
where
right,
Mitch is
well,
correct.
look, maybe you should have made a bit of a higher guess then, Kevin.
Maybe you should do mathematics better then and figure out. I don't even know where we're going with that. All I can just say is that Ins just destroyed them.
All I wanted to say was that Inns got a 2.43 rating, and he was 26-4.
That's a bit of stat padding, though, I reckon.
What
It's
even
good
is
for
that,
the
KD?
internet points.
What
It's
is
good
that,
for the
KD?
HLTV rating?
That is good for the HLTV rating, indeed. I mean, down the rest of the scoreboard, 1.76, 1.74, 1.72. So the rest of the boys kind of got rolling.
Dexter.
Yeah.
Dexter was actually negative. He was 0.93. So,
oh, no.
Dexter, why do you just suck so much? That's my question.
Yeah, that's like you look at these games and you go like, you can just make a meme about it and just go, oh, minus Dexter plus someone else. But I think that's just like overall summary where it was kind of the case where Dexter wasn't even needed. As I touched on, he never goes missing in big series. He can go missing in these quiet games because honestly, it wasn't even needed. And I think that's the biggest problem at the end of the day is that no one from Chiefs really shone. I think they just fell apart as a unit altogether. Didn't really achieve anything outside of maybe Offner's 1v2 clutch, and that's pretty much the tale at the end of the day. Now, I think Vertigo is pretty much going to be kind of the same thing at this stage because it wasn't like the case of, oh, maybe they got unlucky in some of the rounds here. Just individuals.
Yeah, well, talking about Vertigo, I don't know that the situation gets any kinder for Chiefs, to be honest, heading onto this map. In fact, I almost feel like it probably gets worse in reality because Vertigo is going to be, well, it is the newer map in the pool. It's the one that maybe Chiefs haven't had as many legs on, and we've started to see Renegades play a fair bit of it lately, and they've looked pretty decent on it by and large. So I think this is even more difficult for Chiefs than what we saw on Nuke.
Yeah, look, if I'm Chiefs here, I'm basically just going, just pug it. Just start running at them, try some weird gambly setups. I'm assuming they're going to start on that CT side, but maybe they'll start T, who knows. Renegades likes to go for that secret and ramp control into the execute on the side. That's what's been working really well for them on Vertigo as of late. If I'm Chiefs, I'm just, I'm probably like playing retake B with an AWP and like 3 or 4 stacking that A bomb site and just running at them.
That is such a phenomenal stat just there. Just briefly mentioning the first death win percentage, you normally don't see something like that. Yeah. That is legitimately absurd. Like 34%, you just go, oh, that's actually like still pretty low because, yeah, but that's you've incurred the first death. Most like good teams will sit around maybe 20, 25% at best. 34% of this map means that even if you do take down out one, I'm just like, yeah, you're still going to struggle. It's Renegades at the end of the day. You're still going to struggle to even complete a round at that stage. It's not even a huge increase. It's like a marginal increase in your chances of success. You lose, and it's just like, well, looks like I might as well just throw our chances of winning that round out the window. So,
Indeed. All right. Well, who's going to be the top fragger here from Renegades?
Inns.
Inns?
Yeah, you reckon Inns?
I'll go for Sicko. Why not?
Who's going to farm up the most on Vertigo? That's a question that we will be answering after this short break. Don't go too far because the break might last longer than map 2. You wouldn't want to miss it. We'll see you after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo?
ESL 1 Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GGBet.
Welcome back to ESL 1 Cologne. It is Renegades and Chiefs. And fellas, I got a stat for you that we've cooked up in the break. Chiefs got 30 frags on Nuke. Inns got 26. So what do you reckon about that one, Pilsky? What's your thoughts?
Pretty good.
Pretty good? Pretty good? You like
Yeah,
that?
almost like Inns actually dropped to 30 against some international players, like on Northern sometime. Like, it's almost like Inns is a great player.
It's like an ancient result. It's a bit of a throwback. How
Yeah.
many years is that? That's like 3 years ago.
2017, right? IEM Sydney?
Yeah.
That would be, well, technically 4 years, I guess, because we're now more than halfway through 2020, and that was at the start of 2017. So
Yeah, the throwback to, right now what would be happening.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
actually,
yeah.
well, it would have finished by now. It would have actually been last week.
Inns would have dropped another 40 against, Australis, would have made them look like fools. That's the kind of caliber that Inns... Like, that's the whole thing. Like, you're looking at a genuine world-class player that, on Renegades, is going to be fragging against top-tier 1 opponents, and then Chiefs with a sub.
All right, well, here we go into Vertigo. It's map number 2. Renegades and Chiefs picking themselves a second map, and we'll see whether or not Chiefs can get too much more done here on Vertigo than they did on Nuke.
We will indeed. Jordan, thanks for your service. There's Renegades, they're coming straight up ramp. Just the one set of utility on Dexter. They're going all the way through Secret here, Kevin. It's a retake from Chiefs.
Bit of an interesting smoke setup. Normally you see like 2 smokes covering. The fact they've only got 1. Obviously Chiefs are going to be playing more of a retake A setup, but Soju's already been dinked down quite low. Don't know exactly exchange from what, but Hats is going to get objective down and filter out before the smoke does fade.
Retake setup from Chiefs. They got a couple of bits of utility they can throw down if they're willing to try to go for this retake on the site. Soju started it off nicely, and Renegade's just playing in pairs, trying to crossfire towards the secret site, fly in.
Yep, and then pistol fights are going to come forward at the moment. Zeph trying to challenge forward. No one's really sitting on the defuse just yet, and the person with the kit's already too low. They're just running straight into a slaughter. I don't know exactly where the smokes landed, but not good enough from Chiefs to, I guess, nullify the firing ranges.
Yeah, that's going to be a round for Renegades. It's going to be 1 to 14 odds, which is a slight improvement from the last game that GGBet threw at us.
Look,
they're going to give Chiefs an extra 1.
I'll put it this way, right? This was not on Counter-Strike, but I did win a bet once with 17 to 1 odds.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not saying Chiefs are completely out of it, but there's a reason why the odds are reflecting that. It's because Renegades most likely will take away the game. Well, it is going to be Force Spike.
Yeah, it's a Force by Apoc Data holds on to a little bit of extra cash so that he can buy an AWP in the 4th round if this goes a bit pear-shaped. Off angle from Soju is going to have to work for him because he's got a lot of T's heading in his direction.
Well, Hats has already taken down 2 people, so Soju's just dropped off the angle at the wrong time. Might be able to get at least a few here. Maybe in a position to get 2 more, but or maybe 1 more, should I say, but the clip has been depleted at that moment. So Renegades run into a bit of a spanner at this stage. 2 people rotating across and in. Should be able to drop off completely safe. There is going to be a chase right now from Offnu. Should be able to grab this kill with a 5-7. There's a Galil just really struggling away at the end of the day. But Renegades, once again, have hightailed it back to the A site. But a 2-on-2, definitely doable for Chiefs at the moment. But they do have to make their way through relatively quickly. And Hats in Maze with the MAC-10 is always going to be a bit of a lethal combination.
Bit of an off angle here. As you do see Chief starting to creep through onto the site.
Yeah, but Zeph is not going to be clearing out this angle, and Sicko is going to be posted quite high, but it's just Hats cleaning up, opening up the A site, and then coming through with a 2-piece at the end.
4K on the MAC-10, man.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of cash, and he gets a Galil as well, picked up at the end of the round. It's a beautiful round from Hats.
Yeah.
Nicely done, and he just basically does that himself. The rest of Renegades is over there towards stairs. He just opened up that site by himself against 2 pistol armor players with a MAC-10. That's premium Hats right there.
Yeah, and that's always the Hats that you want to kind of see. Renegades carry this form forward into the rest of the tournament for now, but Chiefs are going to be having that 4-nade stack. One person is dropping a bit early. That's Offnu.
Renegades just methodically working this ramp side of the map, playing a good anti-eco setup, using a lot of progressive utility, try to flush pistoling players out of position a little bit more. Now starting to make their way up. A great HE nade lands on top of Zeph and Noisier towards the back side of the scaffold there. Now the 2 smokes fly out onto the site. Renegades just pushes forward. Offnu doesn't even know what hit him.
Oh, but the artillery strike does at least pick off 1. But Inns is now looking to farm up a bit of cash as he's going to whip out the sidearm as well to pick up the ace.
Even did a 360 halfway through that sequence.
Yeah, it's almost like he's done all the damage in the round 3 to kill everyone. Wow. Yes, like it's against pistols, and sure, there was a great HEA that came through, but it's still a bit absurd when you just look at him just gone, yep, he's actually not just killed everyone, he was the only one to actually do damage to everyone in that round.
He's legit trick-shotting them. Like just doing spins, shooting people in midair, pulling out his secondary.
The first gun round now.
Yeah. Time for Renegades to see what they are going to be doing here. Apoc Dud misses the opportunity to find that opener though. A lot of utility making that shot a little bit more awkward for him to hit as Hat starts to progress up in towards secret side.
Dexter just spots out his feet pretty much. Yeah, 1-way, spots him out, but Apoc Dud, nice little no-scope onto Hats, and it looks like the A-site hold is working so far.
I like what Offnu's doing here as well. Not giving Renegades respect like they did in the last game. He's just kind of misking it at the moment, just taking aim duels and fighting. I think that's the right approach from Chiefs.
And he needs to be that aggressive player, but Dexter's looped back, but he's completely whiffed the spray. And in, well, it's all down to him on a 1-on-2.
That's much better from Offnu. That's what I want to see from everyone on the Chiefs at the moment. You play a straight-up game against Renegades after how that last map went, you're not going to be getting yourself anywhere. You need to actually start to force Renegades to respect you a little bit more and try to make something happen individually, and that's why I really like how Offnu was playing there. You do see Soju close it out as well. I like the approach in the 2-on-1 for Chiefs, just walking together, holding hands, being aggressive rather than passive gives you that opportunity to make sure that you actually create the contact and catch the T rather than him getting opportunities to isolate 2 1-on-1s and actually complete that clutch.
The thing is as well, the Renegade's economy isn't that great. After all, Chiefs definitely did damage in that, I believe, the second round where they took it all the way down to just a Mac 10 or a Galil saved over in an AK. So Renegade's actually depleting their bank, and it's not looking too great on Malta. He's actually taking a bit of a sacrifice.
Yep, Apocdad has to go down to an M4 as well, because Chiefs did go down to 2 players. So both teams looking a little bit broke, and this is fantastic from Offnu. This is the kind of Offnu I want to be seeing in this Chiefs roster, not just in this game, but in general. Aggression, just getting in his opponent's face, not showing any respect, and not being complacent, just resting back and sitting. And he continues pushing.
And he should be able to get this pick if he clears it. No, doesn't clear it at the right time. Throwing hats on just 17 HP, able to swindle one away, grab back to say ramp control, and Renegade's thinking about coming back to this area. That said, though, a lot of players tagged up. Apocdad still playing nice and aggressive at sandbags. They're looking to time the peak right now, or maybe get the boost up. Searching out weapons. And it's going to be Hats peeking in, and Apocdad going to be taking that pretty happy. 3-on-3, 50 seconds left on the board as well to work with for both sides.
Holds on to his incendiary as well. He's going to regress towards the secret side. A lot of weight on Apocdad's shoulders at the moment. A lot of responsibility. And he just gets cleaned up there. Closest player being Zeph in towards the maze, only just rotating onto the site. He's going to try and make something happen.
That said, though, might be able to find a nice little piece of timing to maybe flip through, deny the bomb carry, and much more. But a lot of Molotovs being used by the rest of Renegades just to clear out these areas. It is going to be Sicko going in for the plant, and Zeph's going to hop forward through Secret Way. He's going to try and play around the edge of the smoke, and that's going to work out to perfection. Soju is going to go up high, but it's all down to Zeph, who's managed to equalize it to bring it back down to this 1-on-1. Malta's going to try to swindle his way into Secret. But Zeph does not have the kit to play with, no more utility as well. He is going to retrieve that lost kit. He does have that smoke as well retrieved, but Malta's going to get the timing. And Renegade is just like that. It is a close one though, but now we're starting to see Chiefs really making a bit more of a contest. These rounds, sure, Renegades are winning it, but it's not convincingly right now. It's down to clutches.
Yep, I'd agree with you, and that's a much better sign from Chiefs. And that's what I wanted to see from them today, you know? Just very slow play on Nuke. They didn't show us a convincing T side. I don't care if Chiefs wins the game today, Kevin. I want to see them individually show up and actually show some impressive plays, create an exciting game of Counter-Strike to where later on in this Chiefs roster, when they're playing with their full lineup, they're not scared to take these fights with Renegades. That's what we need to see from them. We need to see a bit of tenacity and confidence, most of all.
Molly will spread and force Offnu out, so a bit of early damage incurred already, but it's just the eco. But Zeph's actually gotten nice and aggressive early on at ladder. He's gotten pretty much a free pick, and I would say that because he's gotten the kill. He's out alive, still holding on to this very important part of the map, and it's now really all down to Soju on that B side, but unfortunately couldn't really hold on to Renegades, making a bit of a contact play, a bit of a rooster special, so to speak. Out comes all the utility right now, and they won't be clocking this one up. Because now they've got the sectors all secured. Pretty difficult now for Chiefs really to make their way in. I would say probably better just to hold on to the AK-47 and save, and for the rest of the players to look for an opportunity.
I'd agree with that. Not a bad pick-up to have that AK heading into the gun round. You have that one-shot potential, and you know, Apocdad can potentially just grab it all, drop an AK over to one of his teammates. Let them have a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket. It's never a bad thing.
Might even be able to find 2 AKs, but Apocdad shouldn't be the one leading the charge at the moment. That is definitely going to be a little bit more deadly. As you're trying to find the timing at the stage, but the teammates are being covered. So a bit of aggression, I would say, coming out from Apocdad. A little bit ill-advised, because that could have been an AK taken into the next round. I can understand that you want to do damage to the economy, but I don't think that was worth it.
I like that HE nade from Inns as well. Blows that AK forward, as well as just will damage up anyone who's close on that trade potential of Apoc. Nice little detail. And Chiefs heading into their next gun round here. Do have the AWP once again. Already liking this game a little bit more from them, and I want to see them take this gun round away and actually create a bit of a window for them to try to take the lead here.
But Malta's already just got on that pick, and just instantly like that, it's just Renegades across the board. They're fighting 3 different angles, and they're going to come out on top of the majority of them. 4v2, sure, Malta's low, and Insbean's tagged up. So once again, a couple of individual aim deals that could have really gone 50-50. If Chiefs won that, they'd be up at this stage, ready to retake the B site. But as it is right now, it is just going to have to be defensive positions deployed just to keep the weapons in their hands. And I don't know if Renegades are in the mood for hunting, but I'd say Inns definitely would be a bit bloodthirsty at the moment and might decide to go for a bit of a prowl. But it's actually going to be Malta on 2 HP that's looking to see if he can take any more weapons off at this stage. He's going to be joined by Sicko.
That's the kind of round where Renegades, it seems like, adjusting a little bit to some of this aggression. Winning a lot of those aim duels towards the early part of the round. And you can't just throw blind aggression time and time again. Like I was saying, I want Chiefs to be aggressive, and I did like some of that aggression that they were throwing in there, but you need a little bit more nuance. Sometimes a bit of utility, change up the timing of it. Don't just go, you know, balls to the walls right at the start of the round. Maybe go in towards the mid-round and make something happen a little bit more. Chiefs gonna half buy around the AK, around the M4 and the AWP, see what they can make happen. Not a bad approach whatsoever. They're pretty much maxing out their loss bonus now.
Oh, a bit of a mid push as well. Up against In, but the flashbang misses, but that's some great shots actually coming forward from the rest of the players. So Noisy at the very least does get the dink, and I think Zeph managed to complete it off. But Renegades, obviously with that information, going to be putting the accelerator over to the A site instead. This should be a good flashbang, should be enough to push the AWP off the angle. Apokdud, he's had a bit of a quiet series so far. Definitely needs to step up, the player that can do the damage.
Utility progression here for Renegades. You are right, he still does have an angle. Flashes come in, but cleared nicely by Hats, and he's just doing exactly what we expect from him. 2 kills come back for Chiefs, though.
Hey, this is definitely now doable right now. If Malta, you almost got off timing, but they just line up for Dexter. Oh, they come out. Chiefs had the right idea, but you just can't do that against Renegades at the end of the day.
Matter of bullets. Just take out 2 of those players.
And that's the whole thing. That's the teamwork aspect, where you just look at the fact that Malta, he can be doing whatever he wants, and Dexter's just covering. That's just teamwork. That's just the ability shown from this team, just playing overtime, getting the experience, understanding who's covering what.
Yeah, it's not even just a teamwork thing. At the end of the day, I think it comes down to the players that you have on the team. They just have so much experience, but even just in general, I'd say certain players on this Renegades roster just have that, you know, that skill of just knowing how to play off other people. They have just such great chemistry. We've seen it in that Greyhound roster all the way to the Renegades roster. I'm liking this from Chiefs, though. Trying to take some control, trying to throw in a bit of aggression. Renegades very much aware of it. Pop Flash does give a 1-for-1 over to the Chiefs. And Noisy actually in the same position Offnu just came from. Might throw Renegades off guard a little bit here.
Triple nades coming out actually to mid in the meantime, over the ramp.
Cheeky.
So 2 HEs, a lot of Molotovs to cover this position right now, as Renegades definitely threatening mid into a split.
Round's at a standstill at the moment. Till Noisier does get cleaned up there by Hats. A flash in towards middle as Chiefs try to re-aggress, make something happen, but Renegades now well aware that there's a bit of a opening here towards Secret side. Going to go pick up the bomb and start heading over towards ramp, and that puts all the pressure on Apokdud to make something happen here. Hiding up on top of this crate, no support from him, and a lot of T's heading his way.
Smoke's going to be coming out from Renegades as well. 25 seconds left on the timer. If Apokdud's able to find the timing, there's not much utility for the T's really to work with, and he's still got an incendiary grenade. If he drops it at the perfect time, could definitely just win this round right now. Out comes the flashbang into Secret. No smoke's being used just yet. There's the first smoke. There's a Molotov. But Sicko! Insane shot, and Apokdud had the critical utility, which could have denied this. There's going to be Chiefs that have to back out once again. That AWP is not retrievable. And they're just going to keep the M4s in hands, but this is just feeling like it's going the same way of Nuke at the moment. Jordan might be feeling a bit of the same story, a bit of a deja vu that what I'm feeling. It's going to be a very short break, the way that Renegades is playing at this moment.
it's at least a slightly better looking game from Chiefs, but you can definitely see Renegades very much adapting to what Chiefs is doing, just working their way through their T side, closing out a lot of these rounds just with those late round hits over towards the site. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes. It's good to see. They've definitely become a very, very good Vertigo team. I really like watching their T side.
I mean, I love watching Vertigo teams as well, which can just entry frag and you have stars that can just multi-frag as well. This is an insane shot coming out from Sicko. That is not an easy one to land. Here's going to be the M4s up in hand for the Chiefs. Once again, another roll at the dice just to try to get these rounds on the board on the defensive side for now. But Renegades might be looking to change up the pace by really testing this mid area instead. Challenging straight out. No utility being used this time around. And Soju going to be trying to work this off angle. But Renegades has so much mid control right now.
Going to be a fight over towards the B side. And you're getting some pretty decent kills, actually, from Chiefs. It's a good shutdown of the round so far. Now the bomb's dropped in towards middle. Smolder over towards the stairs here. Not really able to find anything for the time being, but with a minute 15 on the clock, you don't want to be taking individual duels against him.
Bit of a deep smoke, and you can actually see Renegades, a lot of, I mean, I should say for Chiefs, giving a lot of respect to Malta. They're actually falling back. They're not taking the same fight. They're just looking to take other parts of the map. Got the AWP in the hands of Zeph right now, but Malta still has a smoke and a flashbang to work with. If he's able to isolate some of these aim duels, could definitely make this work out, but the question is whether or not... Yeah, nice try, Malta, pretending that he's a flusher. Zeph actually missing that shot at the moment. He's convinced there's actually someone at the scaffolding. And did he just miss this? What?
I don't know if he missed it or whether he just was trying to throw a smoke to throw someone off a bit.
Definitely threw us off. I mean, the bomb's still lost over at mid, and now he has no smoke to put at Molotov. So he's just going to have to pick up the pace and just take these aim deals. And every single aim deal he takes right now is just money being, I guess, taken off Chiefs. But finally, Zep's going to land that shot. So Chiefs do manage to put 2 on the board. Renegades a nice little try at picking up the pace, but that's not going to work out. So pretty fast and frenzied round. The players just go back and forth, and at the end, it is going to be Chiefs coming out on top individually. At least better now that they're able to stand up and actually take some deals. But Renegades, they have not the best cash in all honesty. If Chiefs are able to grab one more, Mitch, it could be a bit of a breaking point where we're going to see the Tech 9s coming out.
Yeah, maybe. Again, it's just pressure towards the ramp. This time, Apoc Dot actually does connect, so that's going to be a bit of an advantage here for Chiefs that they haven't had in a little while. They're going to now start to shuffle back onto the site, trade back and forth. And he's done a good job to maintain control there. Noisier as well as Renegades picking up the pace onto this site here.
Right, there's still secret control right now. And often is going to charge through the smoke. It's going to catch Malta off guard, but Malta still comes out on almost all these aim deals. Now In's a lot of space to work with right now. 1v2, a lot of time in the same position as Malta, but has the package this time around.
And I just want to see Chiefs do the exact same thing. Just aggressively go together, hand in hand. Just walk forward and actually try to find the duel onto the tee. Don't let Inns try to create 2 1v1s here. That's exactly what they're doing. They've spotted him through the scaffolding, taken him out. And again, another nice 2v1 closed by Chiefs. I hate when teams just sit back in 2 different corners, and even if they're somewhat close together, and even if there's some trade potential, up against Renegades, there's no guarantee that Inns doesn't just peek into one of you and anticipate the other angle and still close out the 2-on-1. So I like that they're being assertive, and they're actually taking matters into their own hands a little bit, both in the earlier parts of the round as well as that late round. Good to see.
Now, actually, a full eco coming out from Renegades to Chase, now making it into a bit more of a contest right now. But Dexter with the Deagle says no.
It's the kind of
He
round
shot the gun.
he shoots the AWP at him, actually gets control of it. Hats trades whack one with the Deagle. This is the kind of round that Renegades wins all the time. AWP retrieved. And Hats, you know, not too bad on the AWP. Used to take that AWP a little bit from time to time. Definitely can use it. They're in a man disadvantage, not really pushing anything just yet. Renegades very much waiting for that push. They think Chiefs might get a little bit antsy with this man disadvantage, try to make something happen. But so far, Chiefs just holding. But Zico, he finds the timing onto Zeph. And now it's all up to Noisier on a bit of an off angle.
Yeah, the bomb carrier, though, is going to walk straight into that. But Hat's just in the position, ready to get the trade as well. Leaves Soju in a pretty disastrous situation. And how's it gone all wrong? I was just about to praise Chiefs. They finally managed to reset the economy of Renegades. But they're actually staring down the barrel of being reset. I think Sicko spotted out the gun barrel of Soju. And the AWP should be able to clean things up. There you go. 3-piece for Hats, but that really just started off from Dexter getting that one dig. And from that point onwards, it all just spiraled downwards, and you just go, well, what do you say about that?
That's just crosshair placement and being so familiar with the map. You know, there was no adjustment there. Just already had his crosshair in the right position, and Apoc Dud walks into his crosshair, and he just left-clicks him. That's excellence right there. That's a lot of practice, a lot of hours put into the game, and just some good game sense.
It's almost like Dexter's a great player, from what you're telling me.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Sicko still gets that tag as well through the edge of the wall.
Aggression. Chiefs taking the save this time, but it's not going as well as not going as well for them as Renegades. Eco went for them in the last round.
Yep, and the aggression is just not working out at the moment, so Renegades just playing off each other for now.
It's the kind of Ofnu that I want to see heading into this Chiefs lineup. Because Ofnu as a player, it's kind of interesting, right? I feel like there's two different Ofnus, and it depends on the day, right? You either get the Ofnu that's quite hyper-aggressive and confident and can have big impact on the game, or the Ofnu that's just sort of taking a backseat in his team, playing a bit more of a supportive role and just chilling, sometimes IGLing. I just want to see Ofnu just in this Chiefs roster, just turn it on, go full star player mode and show us what he's made of, really. That's what I would really like to see from him.
I just feel like you just need someone just tell him that he's PogChamp the entire time.
Poggers?
That's what I would do, because I'm like, he's going to get 2 of the AK. Now he's going to get 3.
3 now as well.
Yeah. Make that 4. Maybe 5.
I'd like to see 5.
Often is that player that can do that. I mean, for this one, I feel like Renegade's definitely across the board as well as have cooled down a little bit.
Yeah.
But you've always...
I always, whenever I think about Ofnu, I always remember that IM Sydney game against Fnatic on Dust 2. Where he was just running up catwalk on CT side by himself and just out-dueling some of the better players in the world. Good to see. Man advantage for Chiefs again. Yeah. But can they convert? You were talking about that 4v5 percentage for Renegades on the desk earlier.
This would be a good start, though, as they're holding up the territory. And I like that coming out from Zeph. Just a little bit of aggression to bring it further in Chiefs' favor right now.
That was a risky re-peek, but he's sharp. Big fan of Zeph.
Was he on your team at one stage?
Look, there's no conflict of interest, okay? It's not like I chose him or anything like that for one of my teams right before a LAN. Just a big fan. No reason in particular.
Well, big reason in particular for Chiefs to actually take this round for now, but it's all coming down to a couple of these individual aim deals. If Sicko's able to hit this, if Noisier is able to capitalize on a bit of off timing right now, and Ofnu is going to force this all the way down to a 1-on-4 right now.
This is good, man. Like, Chiefs are making them work for these trades, and every time they're at least getting damage, if not trading 1-for-1 when they're at a man advantage. It's just so crisp. It's so beautiful to watch.
He is eventually going to get flanked at this moment, but Dexter looking to grab the shots onto the AWPer. Should be the rifler swindling out from Secret to get the pick at the end of the day. But you just had a feeling that Dexter might be able to get more there. It's just always so scary to watch at the end of the day.
Just so mechanically gifted. So crisp.
But Chiefs have still managed to make it to 4 rounds.
Yeah. And even the rounds that they're losing, some of them at least, there's a bit of fight in them, which is just not what I saw on Nuke. You know, there might end up being a pretty similar scoreline, Kev, but they're night and day games in my mind. You know, it's just about how it feels when they lose. Because on Nuke, they were just losing, and it's like, there's nothing really going on. At least if they're, forcing things into 2-on-2s and into those XVX situations, they're making some things happen. They're being aggressive and confident. That's what I care about for Chiefs. I don't expect them to win this game.
Smoke's going to fade soon. Noise is going to try and sit right in front of it, but Hats is going to get the pick. And Apoc Dud still looking and peering over the smoke towards the box position. You normally see some of the T's actually try to get a bit of advantage over the smoke, but where Chief's going to re-aggress over here, is it going to be Soju that's actually going to be pushing deep into B? Is it going to be maybe Zeph pushing into mid?
4-on-5, they've got to make something happen here, Kev. And Apoc Dud nicely avoids the flash with the duck button. He feels like I guess he needs to repeat because, you're in a 4-on-4. One is potentially not enough, especially against Renegades, but he does get punished for it.
Yeah, a bit of a hard shot to hit there, but Soju at the very least able to clear up the flank. The aggression this time is slowly and systematically being shut down by Renegades at the stage. 3-on-3, they're just going to back straight out to the B site. Zeph, though, I feel like one of the members from Chiefs will definitely hear this right now. And it is going to be Soju hightailing it back over here. In the position ready to get the shots. Hat's going to miss the shots, and Soju, is he looking to aim? He'll, unfortunately, transitioning between two members is never going to work out, and there you have it. The half is going to be 11-4, a much better fight, but can Chiefs make this into a closer half? We'll have to find out after the break.
They see me shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I'm wrong when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up.
till I'm staying to talk. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me.
.411's going to be the half that Chiefs have to be attacking forward on Vertigo. Renegades not looking too crash hot like we saw in Nuke, but Chiefs definitely putting up a much better fight, and you like the look of this Chiefs right now, don't you, Mitch?
I do. We could see some of these individual riflers on Chiefs actually make something happen. Vertigo's a map where you're walking up towards ramp or you're walking up towards stairs, and you can have an individual actually cause a little bit of impact if they're feeling hot on the day. So that's really the main way for Chiefs to get into this game. And they're running over towards the ramp here, making their way through Secret. Hats is at the sandbags, 2 players playing retake on the site. It's kind of like a soft crossfire that Chiefs may run into here.
Here's the problem as well. Renegades have 2 HE grenades to use. I think that's what they're planning for at the moment. They're just waiting for the bomb plant to be committed. But Hats is actually going to peer out from sandbags. He's going to pick off 2. He's going to be cleaned up, but you can see that as soon as the tick is being placed, out comes an AIDS. There's the first one. And there's the second. Noisy. He's still alive because he's shifted off the plant just at the right time. But still, so much utility for the CTs to work with and so much time as well. Out comes the smoke on Secret. As Sicko takes a huge 3 damage bink, and out comes the flashbang, and I think this is all pretty much done. They know where Zeph is right now. He's individually going to have to step up. He's going to slap a new clip in, but there's no point for slapping a new clip in if Maltz is just going to be hitting that.
Nice retake for Renegades. I like that. Smoking off the Secret, setting up to flash their way in. Hats unchecked at the sandbag makes that round a little easier. And bomb plant plus a few kills for Chiefs. Could force if they wanted to. Also wouldn't mind just Deagles across the board or something like that. Try and do a little damage before they go into the AKs and armor next round. That's a nice sound. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just the Deagles. Try and go for a little damage. I like that. A few P250s as well. Bit of aggression towards the stairs here.
Bit interesting the position that Hats is playing. Normally you expect the SMG to play a little bit closer in the M4 back. Now they're going to be shuffling around the locations of both players, and Noise is going to be leading on point. Hats, though, looking to challenge the angle. Out comes the utility right now, and Inns has a big job to do right now with the MP9 dancing around, but Chiefs have done well at least to mitigate a lot of that damage, but Hats is definitely stepping up with the M4, staying alive for long enough for the rest of Renegades to come across. Zeph desperately trying to pick up a weapon that he can use instead of a Glock, but he's forced into the open eventually by the Molotov. M4, I think, might have fallen off the edge of the map, so only 1 retained over from Malta. So at the very least, Chiefs have done some damage into this round. And now going for a full buy against a couple of MP9s. A great chance for them to at least grab a couple more rounds on the board.
See what they do in this first gun round, because this is where I really think if you're an underdog team with a couple of players that can cause some impact, Vertigo's key side is the way to go for you. Find some openings, find some positions where you can try to have an opportunity at some entry. There's one of them, but MP9 goes well for Dexter, picking off Zeph there. Offnu's actually the player over towards the stairs and does make his way back towards middle now, trying to find a bit of control. He does know they're in a difficult position, so Ju just shouldering, spot ins, leaving that position, and Offnu still creeping around in middle. Could find a nice timing here.
He's got to navigate through a crossfire at the stage. You can see Hats is going to peek out. He's done a lot of damage, though. At the very least, Hats and Malta down very low on HP, and maybe that's going to force Renegades to potentially move around a little bit more.
Chiefs just progressing up ramp, looking for some duels, trying to create some openings here.
But it's going to be Dexter just pushing forward on the back of that flashbang. I mean, one of them has been averted, but Apoc Dud now trying to peer across. Dexter's just done so much damage, but Apoc Dud tries his best, catches one in return. Now Soju looking to just try to equalize the situation. He definitely can. Hats is very low. He's got the 8K in play right now, but he's got to retrieve the package. 30 seconds left. Smoke and flashbang to play with, but lots of utility for Renegades to also work with as well. Soju going to just drop the default smoke grenade. He's going to peer up. Zero grenade's going to be deployed, and he's going to walk straight into a crossfire. And it's going to have to be either a force by Eco coming out from Chiefs as Renegades are looking to close out the series in a dominating fashion.
Seeming like that, Kev. No bomb plant means a little bit more difficult on that T side. Eco. That's nice. That's you know, I love that kind of stuff on the socials. You know, show a bit of humility. As you get the attempted run boost doesn't go well for Chiefs. Soju cops a hell of a lot of damage there. Still going to progress forward over towards stairs here. Try to make something happen. Chiefs have a whopping 2 grenades across the entire team. So they got to win some of these opening duels with the Lils. And, you know, as much as Mac likes to talk it up, I don't think they're going to be making much happen with them.
Yeah, okay, so you got the Galil, which is a garbage weapon, and then you peek straight into the crosshair of Hats. And with those two combinations, I've crunched the maths here, right? I've got that master's degree in statistics. That leads to a 0% chance of success. We just saw that right there. Trust me.
Yeah.
You don't trust me? Just look at the replay of that one.
All right, well, let's see if Chiefs are going to have any chance of success.
But
As
here's
they're
the
walking
problem.
towards ramp. The Dexter's at sandbag. Sicko's on this off angle towards secret.
They have no utility. They've got a single flashbang, and that's not going to work as you're walking straight into the crosshair of an AWP time and time again.
Here's the one flash. Soju's got it. He's ready. Who does it blind? Anyone?
It might blind Sicko if they're lucky.
But then Dexter's just anti-flash at the sandbag.
And they don't have the Molotov to clear this. They don't have the manpower to clear this out as well. And Dexter's going to peer out at the perfect time. Out comes the flashbang, but Dexter's just going to kill all of them. There's match point.
Yeah, second time that sandbag's position has worked. Nicely done. Chiefs, a better effort, but still not great, unfortunately.
Look, that's the difference at the end of the day, isn't it? Is that just the individuals and Renegades just playing better at the moment. Dragon's working out. Chiefs are forced by, but I mean, the initial idea of just trying to go for a cheeky pick there and trying to roll forward from there, it's going to be suffered.
Looks like Chiefs going to speed things up a little bit more towards secret. Try to take a bit of control. Now that they've got themselves in some more forward positions, they're chilling a little bit. Still a little bit of utility for Chiefs to burn through to try to get onto these sites, but aggression out here for Renegades. Sicko getting the flash ready for Dexter on the timing.
They're just holding the angles at the moment. Pretty difficult to navigate through this at the stage. Dexter is going to push forward. He's going to find the timing at least on to a single and a half. Has done a lot of damage to Apoc Dud, but the problem is still a lot of CTs over here deploying a lot of defensive utility and over at scaffolding, over at secret. Malta's re-aggressing at the moment, or Hats is re-aggressing, getting a lot of control. So Chiefs, they've got this position at ramp at the moment. They still can't push any more forward. They don't have any presence over at the B site, and it is going to be Apoc Dud leading the charge through secret. Smoke's going to come out right now, and they're going to go for the plant.
He's trying to. Renegades on that retake setup. Plant is starting to go down, but no utility left here as they're exiting the site. They're losing multiple players just down to these last two.
4v2 right now. And it is going to be Chase just trying to scramble into a better retake situation. It's going to be Soju trying to spray across, but Pac-10 and Galil on the retake at this stage. It is going to be Smoke covering off the defuse as well. All the Renegades members just covering off Hats, who's on the defuse right now. Soju's run out. That's it. Time has ticked away. It is going to be 16-4. Renegades closing out the series 16-4, 16-1. Going for a short break and right back into the analyst desk.
up, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see ya loading up my mind. Takes me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand.
37 rounds played, and 32 of which went to Renegades. A dominant scoreline against Chiefs in Game 1 of ESL 1 Cologne, Oceania. We expected no less from Renegades, and they certainly turned up today, performed across the board, and looked very good while doing so. Welcome to the Mountain Dew Game Fuel post-match. Pilsky and Kev on the desk here with me, and look, I don't know that there's really a whole lot to say about that matchup. I think for Chiefs, obviously coming in, I don't know that the expectations were all that high. Renegades upheld their end of the bargain. What more is there really to say?
Yeah, there isn't much more to say. I think you're kind of looking at the tournament as a whole at this point is more so what I'm thinking about, and I'm thinking that Chiefs, they're looking pretty rough. I think they're going to have their work cut out for them against Order or Avant, depending on who comes down from that match there. And I think Renegades, you know, even though Chiefs didn't show up a whole lot in that game, I think for the most part, they played pretty good. So if Order and Avant are picking up their form from the weekend over at ANZ Champs, I think Renegades are probably just going to cruise through this tournament again.
Yeah, definitely looking like a nice hot run of form at the moment for Renegades, which is no real surprise.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, because, I mean, I did remember when they first came out, we were watching them play in DreamHack. They didn't look this good, right? And ANZ Champs, we saw just this weekend, hey, they looked much better, and coming into this has kind of confirmed my suspicions. I think some of the individuals have just got their own heads fixed. I think that's it's the whole mentality game, right? Before it was kind of, I felt like it wasn't the case of mechanical skill or whatnot. It was just a confidence, and that's what I just saw in that game. It was just confidence. They didn't play over cocky. Like at no stage was it, oh, I'm just going to be pushing into them because I'm tired. That was just tight discipline play coming out from Renegades, and that's the same kind of style that you see when they take on higher tier opposition. When it comes to the crunch time, that's the exact same way that they would play. So I think for Chiefs, I think it's just kind of the case of, look, at least we lost against the Renegades that was taking us decently seriously. It wasn't just Renegades just individually running at them.
I think you have to give credit to Renegades for that. You know, I think it would be very, very easy to come into a game like this as the best team in the region, a team that has just, to be honest, been undisputed as the best team in the region for quite a long time now, and has historically been playing more international competitions than domestic competitions going into 2018 and 2019, and to now be sort of gate-kept in ANZ by, you know, the current situation of the world. I think it would be very easy to come into this game and just be like, whatever, you know, let's just go and have a bit of fun and sort of screw around a little bit. But I think by and large, Renegades sort of were taking this reasonably seriously. So there's credit for that, and I think that is, you know, at least, you know, you got to give them props for it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think, you know, we've seen them fall to truckers in ANZ Champs. We've seen them have some weird, wacky results over the last little bit. I remember that first ESL 1 Road to Rio tournament. They almost lost to Order in the grand final there, but they've definitely, I feel like, come full circle back to a pretty good level of form. I would say I have to wait until I see maybe Order or Avant push them a little bit more to see if they're actually playing their A game, but I don't even know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, because the problem is at the moment it's just Renegades. I'll be real. It's just they haven't been tested so far. Like last weekend, yeah, they looked good. Haven't been tested so far. Right? Yep. Where's the opposition? Where's a proper Order? Where's a proper Avant when they're playing very well? We know they're strong teams. When they push Renegades, what are we going to see? Yep. Right? And that's the problem, is that I feel like Renegades is strong enough where they're just 16-9, 16-8, even just a really solid Avant and Order at the moment. It's just depressing to watch kind of like how Renegades play sometimes, because you just go, how are you even meant to beat this? Like, you can maybe even outstrat some rounds, and the Dex is going to outcall you. You might have one round where you can outplay the individuals, but how are you going to like consecutively do it in a huge series? You just can't do it against a team like this. I'm sorry to say, it's depressing for me to watch, because Renegades is just too good at the moment. I'm just going, I don't even know if an A-tier Avant and Order can even muster up a resistance against this form of Renegades.
All right, well, Kev, I'm sure there's someone on the line that's going to be quite happy to hear your praise for Renegades. We've got Dexter for an interview again. This time he's wearing a beanie. It's always great to see you wearing something different, or maybe sometimes nothing at all on top of your head, Dexter. But one thing that I am disappointed by, and don't take this the wrong way, is that we do keep talking to you. So why does the rest of the team avoid us? Why do we always have to talk to you? Not that I don't like you, but it's just, you know.
Not too sure. They're just a bit camera shy. That's pretty much it. I guess.
A little bit camera shy. All right, that's unfortunate. I guess there isn't really a whole lot to say about that series. I do just want to get your quick thoughts on sort of what was it like for you going into it, because in that very first round, in that pistol round, you went for the knife kill, if you remember. So I think at least for us on the desk, that kind of set the tempo for the series. Was it the intention from the outset for you as well, from your perspective?
As in the knife kill? Or
more or less just that kind of play style, let's just say.
Definitely not. I think it was just, we were just really well drilled today, and it clearly showed.
Yeah, I didn't really have anything to ask you about the series, because I don't think there's a whole lot to talk about. I'm also wanted to ask about you and Sicko playing together in a duo. I noticed, like, Inferno, you guys play, like, dig and jungle side, and in there in Vertigo, you push ramp, and he seems to be flashing a lot for you. Do you guys worked well together? Who's sort of calling the shots? Is it him sort of sending you in a little bit more? Are you calling for the support?
Probably me, but we have, like, some pretty much a lot of understanding of how we want to play. So if he's going for a pick, I'm not going to do something aggressive too much. I'm just ready to do the next stage of things if he needs the support, and vice versa, pretty much.
Cool. I guess my little question here is, and I don't know if we touched on it briefly in ANZ Champs, I guess it's kind of Hats as well as Malta's form. They've definitely looked a lot more solid coming out from, you know, previously when we saw in DreamHack, I felt like they were still struggling a little bit, but now individually they seem to be really switched on. What's really changed for them, I guess? Was it just something clicked in them? Was it mentality? Or what was it that's changed, I guess?
I'm not too sure. Could be like a range of a lot of things, but they're all just playing really just awesome. I think we've just cleared up a lot of things of how we want to play, and it's like a really simple way of playing in a way, and it's just clear in their heads, and all they have to do is focus on just shooting things.
Well, we saw a lot of shooting things happening in that series, so I think we'll leave it there, Dexter. There's not too much to really say about that. We will probably catch up with you later on, so we might leave some of the other questions for when we do chat with you again later.
Awesome. Take care.
All right, see ya. And again, another good interview from Dexter. Love that. Love the beanie. Great look for him, I
Yeah,
reckon.
beanie looks good. I wonder if he has any of his cologne on for Cologne.
Cologne on for Cologne. That's a good question. Maybe we'll remember to ask that one next time. Okay, what about a bit of a discussion here about Chiefs then? I know this is, again, quite a tough one to really sort of like make any sort of argument for them for Cologne, but what have you got to say, Kev?
I can sum this up as pretty much for Chiefs. It is what it is. I think that's the easiest way to say it. You're coming into this with a sub. It's... I don't know what else to say beyond you just had to verse the strongest team that are in hot form at the moment. You're coming into this with zero expectations. I think that is what you're going in as Chiefs, and just going from there.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. They didn't really show very much. I want to see them have a better game against Order or Avant, to be honest, and then maybe I'll feel a little bit better about things. And hopefully, I mean, this is the last tournament where they will have to deal with the age issue and the age rule, as Vexite's going to turn whatever age it is, 15, 16, I don't know. 16, yeah.
In 5 days or 6 days or something
That
like
means that he can legally play shooting games or whatever the problem is, who the hell knows. And yeah, that'll be great.
There you go. That's Pilski's opinion. Either way, we're going to go and jump into the Oceania bracket, update everyone as to what's been going on here in Cologne for OCE. And, well, it is Chiefs down there into the lower bracket. Obviously, as a result, Renegades will be going through in the upper bracket. 2-0 today. And that's game one, done and dusted. Day one, really done and dusted for Oceania. Now, we will have Order and Avant tomorrow. That'll be a pretty interesting one. Probably a bit of a closer series, or at least we'd hope so. Who knows, though, with Order and Avant. Sometimes a little bit of inconsistency there for those two. So
I mean, I feel like Order and Avant, the only thing it's down to anymore is just like, who is having a bad day today? Because it's very rare that they're both on at the same time and actually show up to the game. If they both do actually show up in good form to this game tomorrow, then it's going to be a banger of a match. But usually what ends up happening is some individuals or one of the teams is playing a little bit more mediocre on the day and they end up losing.
I think that's a frustrating thing as well. It's because technically this is meant to be a competition between the second and third best team. I mean, at one stage you said Avant had it, then another stage you said maybe Order's coming out through it on top. But there's no consistent result, not because of the fact that one team is more dominating over a really strong team. It's like one team decides, I don't know how to play Counter-Strike today. Haven't really warmed up or just not really feeling it, and the other team is feeling it. So it's kind of that mismatch, and I'm just going, I just hope that we can actually see a couple of consecutive series where they actually are both performing. They are feeling it, and they're going, you know, we're seeing a 3-mapper, overtime, Titans really clashing, clutches being won. I just don't remember a series like that.
Well, from one mismatch to another, we're going to be looking forward now to the Asia region. There'll be a fairly extended break here, guys, so I guess that's something that everyone should be aware of. But before we do go to that break, I mean, initial thoughts, quick thoughts before we jump into it. TYLOO and beyond, it does seem like it's a pretty one-sided matchup on paper.
It should be a really one-sided matchup, but I'm really hoping that beyond, I know that they were playing in a team house together, and I'm hoping that they have had to sit out one of these big tournaments where they usually get to play due to Global getting that spot, and they've been sitting on the sidelines a little bit. I'm hoping that they've been practicing hard, they've been working on things, and they're actually going to give us a good showing. Maybe they won't take a map, but I want to see them playing some good CS today.
Yeah, I think following on from that, I want to see that they're developed. You know, last time we talked with QQ God, definitely was kind of the case of they're looking for the long term at the moment. They're definitely steadily improving after a bit of a disappointing result in Road to Rio. Geez, that was a while ago.
Yep.
So let's see how they're going now. Let's track and then make a judgment on how they're going after the match, I guess.
It does feel like quite a long time ago indeed, Kev. It's been a long year here, 2020, but there is still plenty more Counter-Strike on offer, not only for 2020, but of course for today. It's going to be TYLOO and Beyond Esports up next. That will be in about an hour and a half. You can come back in 1 hour and 15 minutes for us. That'll be 7:15 in the evening. Don't know what that'll be for you. But we'll start our pre-show then and hope to see you back here again.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th Gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out CSGOHub.com. Coming!
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
To define will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over?
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanna time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me drunk and you wanna talk but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. City lights are looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. I know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces for something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hand. Travel like land.
you hype me. Just a one, just a believer. I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the same, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah. Just the sand. Hey, just the dust, just the same. Just the dust, just the same. Oh, it's you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels
When you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, go, go. Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing, standing up. Everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing, standing up. Everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
my mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black, 'cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you, it bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. Does she bring me back? Not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to rising of the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah.
'Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, 'cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no you don't, can't leave me to suffer. Erase all the doubt, pouring Jack in my mouth. And in love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, 'cause I can't spend another day.
ESL 1 Cologne, one of the most prolific events in the Counter-Strike universe. And I'm here outside the Lanxess Arena to go on a history tour with Mr. Alex Rush himself. How are you feeling about this? It's quite nostalgic being here, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm missing it, but I'm excited to have a good day.
All right, this is going to happen right now, so we're going to head on inside and check it all out. So when I'm here at ESL 1 Cologne, I always walk up and down the mezzanine, like talking to fans, and it's always so interesting to hear where people are from, because there are countries I haven't even been to where people are like, yeah, well, you know, we flew from there and we traveled 17 hours and blah, 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 and it's like this epic journey just to be here, and you can hear in their voice how excited they are, you know, and how much it means to them. For teams at ESL 1 Cologne, the battle through the group stages is all about one moment, the moment they qualify to play here inside the Lanxess Arena at the playoffs. And it's in these very tunnels that players will wait to be announced for their playoff match. And this is the moment they are thinking through all the strat that they've been working on. Now tell me, how are you prepared for this match?
I'm ready for the match today. You know, the team's done really well. We're trying to get ready to get on that stage over there, and we're going to have an absolute banger of a game.
There's so much history here in the Lanxess Arena at ESL 1 Cologne. So many just mind-boggling moments have happened. You know, just undeniably brilliant CS has been played. What would you say are your most three favorite moments?
I mean, we have a couple of graffitis that were claimed here at Cologne, so those are going to have to be two of them.
Okay.
Olaf, you know, millisecond diffuse, or however close it was, and the molly. That's definitely got to be up there for me. I would also say Simple's 1v2 on Cash. I mean, that was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I think the other one for myself would be the Device Ace on Inferno. It was the 4 shots, 5 kills. That was pretty insane.
I'm definitely less familiar with that one, but yeah.
Yeah, that was so sick.
So we're gonna have a little bit of a rest after that walking around. That was quite strenuous. It's a big venue, man. It's really
massive.
Yeah. Like after a while, you start feeling the stress.
The amount of stairs. I mean, we couldn't even make it up these stairs.
Old men, old before our time. So, a little bit of trivia since we are here in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. Can you name me every champion of ESL 1 Cologne?
I just want to say I'm terrible at trivia. We did a trivia piece the other day. I don't think I got one right. So let's give it a go. I'm pretty sure Ninjas in Pajamas on the first one. I'm pretty sure about that. Then I'm going to go with Fnatic. Then
Okay.
That's 2016. 2017 SK. 2018 also SK. And then last year, I don't know. Who knows, man? Astralis? I don't know how people remember this stuff. We do events everywhere all the time. It's crazy.
So
Everyone remembers everything.
You were perfect until it got to 2016. Then it got a bit rocky. So 2014, Ninjas in Pajamas, you got that right.
Easy.
Fnatic, you got that right.
Yeah, easy too.
2016, 2017, you skipped 2016.
Oh,
then
I
you
did?
jumped to 2017, but both years were SK.
Okay.
So
well,
you said
know.
them, so you
Yeah,
did say them.
Okay, fair enough.
So that's fair enough.
I know
2018, Navi.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. Yes.
That crazy final, right?
Yeah,
with
that was
Big,
fun. Yeah.
You know, and then of course last year, Team Liquid.
Oh, Team
So,
Liquid,
yeah,
the Intel Grand Slam, of course.
back,
Yeah, now
see?
it all comes back, you see. When I talk through it, I can get it, but when I'm just like, yeah, we'll see.
So that just about wraps up our trip down memory lane here at the Dankness Arena, the home of ESL 1 Cologne, the cathedral of Counter-Strike. How was that for you?
It was very fun, you know. Also, the sad side, I'm going to miss it this year.
Are you welling up?
A little bit, yeah. I'm not going to lie.
The emotion is real. There's a lot of passion surrounding the Lanxess Arena, and we're really happy that you could be part of this tour with us. We'll see you next time.
I never did.
crumbling. Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Will you follow me under? Sometimes I don't wanna be here. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lanes. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like travel lanes. Just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, just the dust, just the sand. Just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know
it feels like light years in the making. Oh, done, 1,000 miles of love. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of love, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind. I believe we should start. It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in
tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not even to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not even to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running, I know. She doesn't have the time, always talks about all the other guys. Will I ever understand without her?
It's not fair, I need you back. No more crying at the end. I'll do it again. Through the motions, the super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing. Yeah, we've nothing to lose. We're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, get the body on it, get it cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look. Don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out and I mean that. I'm under siege and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a favorite place, you're at a leisure. to the war game.
Welcome to the war game.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Step it in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fair.
no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lies, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you mad easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I'll be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away.
All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away.
We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. lost your mind. I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger.
ESL 1 Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GG Bet.
G'day and welcome back. It's been a long wait, but I promise you it's worth it. TYLOO and beyond here to kick off ESL 1 Cologne for the Asia region. We just saw a very, very one-sided match in ANZ, and there is a possibility we might get the same here in Asia. Got my analysts here on the desk to help me out, let me know whether or not I'm correct in my assumption. What do you reckon, Kev? Are we on for a pretty one-sided game here?
Yeah, look, I'm always been a big TYLOO fanboy. I've always been supporting my Chinese boys ever since I was born. So, look, it's kind of the case of they've currently proved themselves to be the domestic champions once again in all these tournaments. I think Vici as well have been a very strong competitor. The fact that TYLOO is still able to take these victories, defeat Vici when it counts, I think really just shows they're a class above. And with these new additions actually just pushing above their weight as well, it looks a little bit, a bit scary for Beyond, I would say, but you would argue differently.
No, I'm not going to argue differently.
Okay, fair enough.
I hope differently, but I don't think I'm going to argue differently.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I guess that's a discussion that we're going to have to get into. Obviously, we're talking about TYLOO, the best team in the region for Asia, and that is fairly undisputed at this point, although it's been a bit of a rocky road for TYLOO in 2020. It seems to now be starting to sort of smooth out. For Beyond, I mean, I guess they're the best team in Thailand, but the Thai region, as of late, has really taken a bit of a nosedive, it kind of feels like.
Yeah, it has. And I don't think Beyond is necessarily improving very much from where they were at before. They recently played one of these Chinese Asian tournaments, and they went 0-3 in a group where they had Marzalai, BTRG, and 1-3 in the group. So, I don't think it's going to have a difficult thing.
Wow.
And if the map score was that, I wouldn't be too surprised either, to be honest.
Yeah, that's almost like Renegades versus Chief all over again, but this time around it's actually Maps 1, which is looking about as good as Nuke was for Beyond.
Yeah.
Don't know else what to say beyond that.
Yeah, I think it's been 4 series since TYLOO actually dropped a map to Beyond, and it was even back when Beyond was called Alpha Red, so that gives you an indication as to how long ago it actually was that TYLOO did drop a map. And yeah, quite a one-sided matchup here, we would imagine. Look, to be honest, Beyond is kind of one of those teams that's a bit of an interesting one, right? Sometimes they can just show up and look pretty good. Other times they can show up and look absolutely atrocious. If they show up today and look really, really good, maybe TYLOO's having a bit of a slow start to tournaments. We know that they do sometimes have that. I think there might be a world where they can get a map here.
I think it's down to some of the critical players that have just, their form hasn't been good as of late. You know, you think back to that Alpha Red squad that actually took a map off of TYLOO and was doing pretty good in SEA region. You're thinking about good performances from Olivia, good performances from Mirage. Those two really haven't showed up to very many series in this iteration of Beyond, and mostly I think it's been STK and QQ putting in the best performances for the team. They need a much more well-rounded team, and they need some of those important impact performers to have a good game here if they're even going to have a shot.
I mean, here's the whole thing as well. It's like we're talking a little bit about Beyond over here having a good performance, right? What happens if TYLOO just come out and just blow them out of the water? Because like an average performance from TYLOO, let's be real, is still probably going to be better than an exceptional performance coming out from Beyond. Because the power that we've seen coming out from TYLOO recently is that the individuals are honestly hitting such good form at this stage. It feels like, once again, we are making that argument for Renegades and Chiefs. We do know that, obviously, you know, Chiefs back in the ANZ region, over here Beyond, they're a good team, and obviously they're kind of developing and they're putting the hard yards in to kind of get there. But they're versing the Titans at the scene at the end of the day, and we've already seen one Titan blow the fish out the water. We're going to see it again, is my question.
All right, let's talk about that Titan. Obviously, you're referring to TYLOO, Kevin. This is the best team in Asia, the best team in China. The two generally tend to go hand in hand, although there has been some ups and downs for the Chinese region in the course of CS history. Now it really feels like they are almost an unstoppable force in Asia. We've seen a few of the other regions start to sort of fall away quite a bit. TYLOO have brought this 5-man roster from China together again, and it seems like things are going really well for them.
It does. I think if you look back over the last little period, the main time they've been tested is the initial roster against Tiger. They've been tested a little bit, and also they have been tested a little bit in PAL Summer.
Yeah, they were indeed. But so far, so good. TYLOO yet to drop a series, yet to drop a really big series. And someone that we do want to have a bit of a chat with before we get into this one is Jack from TYLOO, who we always like to catch up with. Another different scene, Jack. Now, it's always interesting talking to you because you always seem to be in a different place. Is that the case, or do you just like to move your camera around?
Yeah, it's like situational. Sometimes, like we have different conference rooms,
right.
So I'm just using whichever is free.
I see. All right. Well, let's talk about this game and let's talk about this competition. We obviously had a chat with you after DreamHack Summer. You guys won that. It was a close affair against Vici. Has there been any sort of discussion around that? Have you changed any sort of preparation? In particular, we're quite interested with where the map pool is starting to look like for TYLOO, because we saw that you were playing Nuke a little bit in some of the domestic Chinese tournaments. Do you want to tell me a bit about that?
So right now, as you guys already know, like we are trying to play all 7 maps. So the videos are quite situational, depending on our opponent and depending how our recent practice are going. So that's pretty much it.
So it's been a while since you guys made that roster change, and obviously you said you're working on the map pool, but you guys have mostly won almost all of the tournaments in Asia since your initial roster change. What's the feeling at the moment looking into the next couple of tournaments? Because obviously, you know, winning seems like it's you know, almost guaranteed. Obviously, Vici did push you before. What's the main focus heading into the next couple of months for the team, and what's the main thing you're working on?
Yeah, actually, after the last event, DreamHack Open, we had a talk inside the team, and we felt like, of course, like winning so many tournaments in a row is pretty good feeling for the players and for the team. But at the same time, the pressure is also building up for us. So we feel like we cannot lose a match, or we cannot lose a best of 3 against any team. So that kind of pressure adds more difficulty to the team, like to perform on a pretty good level on daily basis. So it's like right now we're just trying to you know, refresh ourselves and try to play our own game in every match, so that we don't think about that. Like, just try to be ourselves.
Yeah. I've got a really short question here. Who do you guys mainly practice against or scrim, I guess, inside the region? Do you guys mainly focus just on Chinese teams, or do you kind of practice all across the region, maybe against the Mongolian teams as well as the Southeast Asian teams?
Yeah, actually, it's a kind of mixed of Mongolian teams, Southeast Asian teams, like Beyond or other Thailand teams. Also some Chinese teams. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, we kind of have like repetitive practices every week, so that's why like this coronavirus situation is really holding back, I guess, every everyone in the scene. Yeah.
All right, very interesting to get your thoughts again, Jack. I'm sure we'll probably catch up with you throughout the rest of the tournament. So best of luck, and we'll see how you go in this first game.
Thanks, guys. Have fun.
Cheers, mate. All right. Well, I'm certainly expecting to have a little bit of fun in this one. I think TYLOO are probably as well. Let's turn our attention to Beyond. We'll talk a little bit about them, although we have discussed it up to this point. It kind of seems like Beyond really at this point are the only hope almost for the Thai region. I know there's a couple of those teams that are sort of sticking around, kicking around, but now with Lucid Dream gone, this is far and away the best team from from Thailand. And if they aren't really able to sort of hold the flag high for the Thai region, I think there's going to be, quite a bit of discussion surrounding that.
I don't think they are at the moment. Is the reality of it? We just saw them up in that Chinese Southeast Asian tournament. Like I said, they were in a team, a group of teams that they should be beating. They should be beating BTRG. They should be beating Marzalai. They should be beating 1-3. They didn't take any games there, and they only took 2 maps. So even though there was some double-digit scorelines, the fact that they're not able to make it out of that group shows that Beyond's not in a good way. And I wanted to believe that since Road to Rio, I think it was, that they were in the tournament with Lucid Dream, that they've made a lot of progression and they've started to improve. But that tournament was only 10 days ago that they had that result. So that's a very, very recent result, and I don't have high hopes for Beyond. And in all honesty, if they don't have a good performance here today, even though they're up against big competition, I think that you just need a bit of a roster shuffle in the Thai scene because it's clearly not working.
I think it's like beyond like a roster shuffle, if you pardon my pun there, because it's kind of more of a situation where the SEA like region is looking, I think, weaker overall. So I think Beyond is just a reflection of what's going on at the moment, where they're really struggling in Southeast Asia at the moment. I think they're definitely nowhere near the situation they were maybe about 2017, 2018 even.
Definitely.
So
12 months ago, things were looking pretty great in Southeast
we were
Asia.
like, maybe it might even be better than China.
Maybe.
Like they were trending that way.
You look at like what teams there were there available at the time. Not only was it, I think it was just
MBPPK still existed 12 months ago.
So they're all the ones that are pushing the Chinese region really hard, right? So that Project Korea lineup from 2019. Then obviously you always had Boot Dreamscape when they're still around. That's kind of fractured into so many different parties now, and really looks like a lot of the Singaporean teams that we used to look up to really stagnated. It's like there's not really the same kind of impact that we have from, talking about them previously.
With the Singaporean region, it seemed like the whole was greater than the sum of the parts. But now that the parts have sort of disappeared, they've just fallen flat. And it's unfortunate for that region in particular. Anyway, we do want to jump into the vetoes for this series. Now, again, we haven't actually seen that much lately from Beyond, so I guess it'll be interesting to see what they do opt to go for. TYLOO's map vetoes, though, a little bit more predictable, I suppose.
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, Jack says they're trying to play all 7 maps. TYLOO's never been a team with a very, very wide map pool, so it's good that they're trying to expand it and develop it. And I think the clearest example of that by far is just how good they are at Overpass at the moment. They've beaten Vici Gaming on it flat in many, many times in a row, and that actually might end up being a map in this series because Overpass is a map that Beyond does like to go towards.
Yeah, it's always like the Thai Classic map that they love picking. So I guess it depends on, once again, like, I guess touching on the point that Jack said was they do practice against Beyond. So is there something maybe in scrim results or maybe just practicing and talks internally between all these teams that maybe they're scared about something? So I don't know. Maybe we'll just see the classic TYLOO nuke ban and then they kind of go and play on whatever. But I'm hoping I see something like a bit different because
I'd say a pretty high chance of getting a nuke ban here, seeing as it's one of the better maps for Beyond. But let's have a look and see what those first couple of vetoes are going to end up being. TYLOO have the second choice, and so is Vertigo gone from Beyond. Again, fair enough. I guess TYLOO's been looking pretty good on Vertigo lately, although they have been pushed a couple of times by Vici, but nuke definitely expected from TYLOO.
I think the situation also is Beyond for this one. Vertigo's the newest map. They're probably trying to show up the more known quantities, like they're looking to play Overpass and Train a lot more. I think before actually Beyond used to ban out Train, didn't they? If I remember a couple of times.
It was not a favorite map of theirs, but it was a map that they did actually play because Lucid Dream and some of those other Southeast Asian teams did like to play it.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that Vertigo being that first ban, it might be because now, hang on, it's kind of shifted that way. Because the fact that you leave Train open in this pool as well for TYLOO to play with if they choose to do so, it's a bit of a scary prospect.
I'm not as scared of Train, to be honest, as some of the other maps that TYLOO wants to be playing here. So, to be honest, I'm expecting Beyond to just realize that this veto is going to have to be a matter of them playing to their strengths rather than them trying to find a weak map for TYLOO. I don't think there's one in the pool there.
Definitely, I agree, and I think TYLOO has really the run of it at the moment. You know, if they pick Dust 2, Mirage, Inferno, Overpass, any one of those 4 maps I think is a pretty good pick here, to be honest.
I'm expecting Beyond to probably go towards Inferno because that's what they did last time, but let's see if they've worked on anything or if they have a bit more faith and confidence in that map, because this map for Beyond has to be the map that they believe they can try to win on.
Okay, well, let's have a look and see what that will end up being. I think anything is going to be a rough pick. Beyond have gone for Overpass, which is a bit of an eyebrow raiser, I suppose, but Mirage from TYLOO, well within the expectations.
Not really an eyebrow raiser for either of them. Like, I think with what Beyond, they are happy to go into Overpass. Like I said, that's just generally the map that all the Thai teams really like going to as the first opening pick. But I guess, obviously, the problem is that TYLOO is very strong at Overpass, and Mirage, look, middle of the map pool, that's going to be the map where, like, all the TYLOO are happy to brawl out, and they're going to be very... It is a good map for them to just consistently build their, I guess, their basic fundamentals on, as they're saying they're trying to play their game, not worry about their opponent's game, and Mirage is just that perfect example of it.
Well, you mentioned Inferno a little bit earlier, Pilsky. Is that what you reckon we're going to get as a third map then?
Beyond's got the pick of what to take out. So there's Inferno, Train, and what's the other one?
Dust 2.
Dust 2. I'm having a mental blank. I reckon they probably take out Dust 2 and leave it to the other 2. But at the same time, like, TYLOO is not a team that plays Dust 2 that much. So maybe if you leave it in the pool there, they don't veto to that in the third.
Like,
so you can try to angle towards
you
a certain
veto
map.
Inferno, I would say then? Like,
No,
you
I
get
think
rid
they
of
want to
Inferno,
play
and then-
Inferno probably,
They do,
but I'm not
okay.
sure. Maybe they do want to play Train. I've seen Beyond play all 3 of these last 2 maps. I've even seen them play Mirage from time to time and play it well, but that was a long time ago.
Well, let's be real. I don't think it matters.
I don't think it matters either.
Probably not.
No.
Maybe we'll just skip the formalities and go ahead and bring up what this third map may potentially be.
Inferno.
They
Wow.
got rid of Inferno, so do end up onto Dust 2. That was the choice between Train and Dust 2 for TYLOO. Hey, look, cool, I guess, but I don't think we're seeing Dust 2. So
It's interesting that Beyond's like coin flipped from, I think it was in Road to Rio where they first picked Inferno. I think in this matchup or against a top team. And they actually played pretty well. I remember like SDK kind of popped off and had a pretty good game, and like they were trying to have it was the map they looked the best on. Now they're bad in the second stage.
I think the whole thing here is that they, like, looking at Beyond in terms of what kind of team they are, I do believe there'd probably be a stronger Dust 2 versus Inferno team. I think the last time I saw them play Inferno, and I don't remember if it was exactly, it might have been like that Thai derby, both teams looked absolutely shocking on Inferno. So it's actually not a surprise for me to actually ban out, like for them to ban out Inferno. I remember watching this team play and I was just going, they actually have no idea how to play this map. So
it's definitely within the wheelhouse as well for TYLOO. So, you know, you can definitely see the sense for Beyond to get rid of it. You sort of talk about that Road to Rio result. It's a long time ago, you know, so.
And things have not been going well for Beyond, so.
And they've been going better and better for TYLOO.
Yeah, it shows either a lack of confidence in what's happened before due to results, or maybe trying something new, or maybe going back to an old favorite. You know, Overpass was a stronghold for Alpha Red back in the day, so maybe if they can try to recapture some of that, who knows?
Maybe. I don't know that there's too much in the history even back in the day that would suggest that we're going to expect a victory today from Beyond.
No.
Even looking at the map pool, I think TYLOO's got a couple of good first couple of maps there. So it's going to be a really tough one. It's an uphill battle for Beyond. Kev, I really don't know what more there is to kind of say about this matchup, I guess. Let's talk about Overpass first. That is going to be the first map pick, obviously, for Beyond. It's a map that we've seen TYLOO playing against Vici. They've completely slaughtered Vici on the map, and if they can slaughter Vici on this map, I have to say that there is a pretty damn good chance they can do the same to Beyond.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, I'm here to kind of see what Beyond kind of can offer. So less for TYLOO on that CT side, more for, all right, how are Beyond going to take this mid control, for example? How are they going to maybe punish some of the weaker extremities from TYLOO? Can they find a weak point and try to target it? It's such a scary thing always attacking the A site, because firstly, you've got the first initial incendiary grenade that comes out from the CTs, makes it harder to deal with the AWPer, and Danking really loves fighting at the bathrooms area alongside with Attacker. It makes it so difficult for Beyond, because you can't assume that Danking isn't going to be there in those buy rounds. You can't assume Attacker's not going to be there. You have to use utility. That said, though, I do remember that when Vici were able to get the bathroom control without losing too many members, they were able to take the A site. It was just afterwards their post plant wasn't good enough to actually hold on to the site, and some individual brilliance from TYLOO was able to carry them forward. Let's see how Beyond take map control of TYLOO, because I think that's the interesting dynamic. If they're able to figure out the key, they can definitely still take a victory.
The problem
odds are against them, but
the problem with all this theory crafting is that, in my experience, the Thai teams don't play very map control based. They usually play pretty fast paced. They really rely on a weaker B bomb site, and in general, the Asian teams, even Vici Gaming, rely on a bit of a weaker B bomb site and try to exploit gimmicky timings rather than playing a well-structured, good fundamentals kind of a T side. And I think that's where a lot of TYLOO's successes come in. You're talking about this A side of the map, but really for me, it's the B side defense that if it's a wall, Asian teams don't have, I feel like a lot of the times, the fundamentals to run out of default where they take long A or they take bathrooms control. So when they run into a brick wall at the B site, they run into issues. And of course, conditioning is a factor. At the end of the day, you get better playing against something that you play against all the time. And that's what the most common thing is most of the time.
Sure, but ultimately, right now, we're playing online Counter-Strike in the Asia region. There's nowhere else to go. So if the shoe fits...
Yeah, I'm not saying like it's going to have to be Beyond adapting and playing differently, or, you know, like you said, Beyond has to overperform, like, you know, way better than they have recently.
not just here, probably about
like way up here, and then TYLOO has to, like, you know, mental boom, because Jack said they're not taking anything for granted. You know, they're not coming into this series lackadaisical. They feel like they're pressured to win every series,
and I feel like they probably are as well. You know, imagine if they lose this series, what we're going to be talking about for the rest of Cologne. That's going to really sort of be a bit of a crazy pickup, I guess. But for all intents and purposes, that's a very unlikely result. Either way, talk about the GG bet odds for this series. I'm sure everyone wants to catch up with that and see where they are. Ooh. Even more one-sided than our first series. Now, if this matchup is more one-sided than our first series, I would probably be a little bit surprised, to be honest. I think it's actually going to be maybe a little bit closer. I do think Beyond has the potential to get those double digits on the board in maybe one or both of these maps. They are a decent team when they get rolling. It's just a question of whether or not they are going to get rolling today. Now, I'm told we're going to get underway with the game fairly shortly, fellas, so I guess that's probably a good time then to jump into some predictions here. Kev, we'll start with you. I don't think I don't think we're going to get too much variety on this prediction at all.
You
but
sure?
Let me know what you've gone for.
I don't know. Mine is always a coin flip, isn't it? You never know if I'm going to go for something left field or if I'm just going to go for the standard pick. Look, standard pick for me. I think some people out there may say that I'm a biased caster for some reason. I can't really pick it up at the end of the day. But look, TYLOO, they've got the results there. And all I have to say afterwards is Kenlaw, dear.
What does that mean?
TYLOO #1.
Kenlaw. Oh,
because
that's how you say TYLOO.
Yeah, that's how you say TYLOO.
Pilsy, what's your take?
TYLOO 2-0. I wish Thailand CS was playing a bit better, and if I see it today, I'm going to be a happy man.
All right, well, hopefully we're going to get something from the Thai players here. For Beyond, they go up against TYLOO. They'll start off on their map choice. It's Overpass, and a very one-sided matchup, at least on paper, but maybe something interesting awaits. Kev, let's see how this one pans out. TYLOO definitely looking to pick up the victory, and a quick one at that to get over the line 2-0 today.
Yeah, starting off the CT side as well. This is where we saw so much of that dominance against Vici Gaming as well. It is just going to be that single player, which is going to be Summer. That's going to be peering over to mid, but it's actually going to be a slow progression through Underpass for now. But Summers are actually picked off already Olivia, so even though they are just slowly progressing forward, I don't know, they just don't have any map control at this moment in Summer.
Well, Summer does like to do this on the pistol rounds. You're always going to see him floating around in that connector in a round like this. 1 for 1 for him. Actually, 2 for 1, in fact, in the end. He's gotten a couple, and that's not too disappointing at all.
Yeah, so just a slow fight. So KNTZ actually comes out on top of that one, but there's already a flank coming in from somebody, as you do, and he's going to spot the bomb in Underpass. He's also going to see how many people that he can find. He's playing very patiently, I must say. And how's the bomb up there? Wait, what? Okay, no. I thought it was closer towards the lower part of mid, but it looks like it's towards upper connector, and it's all down to STK.
Oh, okay, well, pretty crisp shots coming out from somebody in the pistol round. TYLOO will be feeling happy with that. It's not necessarily a win condition, I don't think, for TYLOO, but it certainly is going to make it a faster win if you've got players hitting headshots like Summer and somebody were able to do in that pistol.
So interesting to note is that for TYLOO, the average amount of rounds lost in victories on Overpass is 4.5.
How many of those games are against Vici, by the way?
Probably a lot.
2 or 3 at least, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, these nades are doing a lot of damage as well. This is looking like a very systematic shutdown as TYLOO just looking to kind of assert the dominance nice and early on.
Olivia's not able to get too much done in Playground. To be fair, we're not expecting much from Beyond Esports in this one. Just the Glocks coming out for them. It's a save, and they'll look to buy the AKs next round. TYLOO are not having any problems at all just yet. And maybe that'll change when we do see the guns in the hands of Beyond. But look, to be honest, if I had to give my prediction, I'm not imagining that it will.
Geez, that was a long time ago that they've actually played Overpass against each other. So this was about back in the Asia Minor in 2019. That was probably Alpha Red at that stage that was able to take the victory 16-8. So we're really having a throwback here. So Beyond Esports definitely need to bring something quite special or exceptional to be able to break the CT side. It all starts with the first round here. Out comes the AKs. As we said, normally the incendiary grenade and the smoke grenade to follow up as Beyond taking fast playground control. Only a single player in KNCZ looking just to hold off any B-side aggression for now. But you can see TYLOO just as double stack and unders for now. Short control should be coming out from them relatively soon as well. As soon as they get the short control, they'll float these members back up. And Beyond might be actually able to find the opening right now.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting what TYLOO have done, but they should be starting to get a awareness of the timing now that Beyond, if they had crept up long, would be starting to probe towards the A bomb site, start to float a bit of info player back across, and that Summer, who does get picked off, it's going to cause the rotation from a couple of the TYLOO players, but they have sent slowly quite far forward. He's got control of short water. He's even looked in toward T-spawn, so no rotation coming across yet from Beyond. TYLOO are gambling towards the A bomb site for now, which is fine. But they need to be aware that once that timer starts to tick away, Beyond may have actually just fallen back and are starting to rotate. So he's going to spot them. 46 seconds on the clock. Could still go wrong for Beyond here.
I think they're doing the right thing, though. After that nice and early pick, Slowly actually isn't over-aggressing, though, which is a nice little thing. But he's actually smoked himself off short at the moment, which is a big danger. Might actually force Beyond just to slow down a little bit. They are making a bit of noise now, but I don't think Slowly's heard this just yet. He's going to be guarding more towards his B site. He's got only one player with him, which is going to be somebody. Out comes the smoke just to guard off the site, and Slowly has a lot of work to do, and he's going to be cleaned up by QQ. That's 2 for him in the round already.
Yeah, a bit of a roughie for Slowly there with the MP9. Somebody could deny the bomb plan. He's sitting on top of the smoke, looking for even more, though. Has spotted QQ, and he's going to get that frag. Drops down, but jumping inaccuracy isn't going to help him out too much there. STK trades it well. Now, this is a tough one for Attacker and Danking to really make happen. Mirage, he's pretty much shut the round down there. I think that'll be that. Danking is continuing to fight here, but he's going to lose the M4 in the end.
That's great stuff coming out from Beyond. Just nice and early on, just contact play working out for them. And that's exactly how you can sometimes exploit some of these setups that TYLOO do throw in. And great stuff from QQ. Sure, MP9 at close range, but to clean up so crisp like that as well, it's kind of showing that Beyond are ready to come in and really take on TYLOO at this stage. It's now up to TYLOO to respond. Summer's actually got the AWP, not Dan King, which is pretty fascinating if you ask me. Could have been a spawn. He is going to be looking to get control of the party area. No aggressive utility being used this time around as the T's have managed to make their way out.
That's a good start for Summer. Interesting that it is Summer taking the AWP, although we have seen Summer in his heyday as a bit of an AWP fella himself.
I mean, all of TYLOO can pick up the AWP. That's what makes it really scary sometimes, is that, I mean, I feel like I've even seen Slowly actually take the AWP sometimes as well and actually find some success with it.
Yeah, so definitely not as often as some of the other guys.
No, but you occasionally do see it in his hands. I've seen Attacker as well on the T side, just running up with an AWP and just getting picks here and there. Just such an interesting roster where that secondary AWP can depend on who's filling it, where that position is floating. Look, this time Beyond is a man down. They don't have control of the A site. They're going to try this contact B site play again. Attacker playing anti-flash and Slowly actually playing that contact at Monster Pipe. But Beyond this time not really selling anything means that all this utility is going to be dropped at the perfect time by TYLOO. And Beyond have to force the agenda. Has to be some great flashbangs through Monster Pipe just to blind Slowly. And they still have to deal with Attacker as well, who is once again playing anti-flash. 4 people from TYLOO over here. Has to be some great entries coming out.
A lot of utility in the back pocket for Beyond, which doesn't look like it's going to end up getting used. A couple of the mollies get thrown in. Now you're seeing some stuff fly across. But that's not good at all. MP9 spray down for Attacker, and it's a double kill. Olivia 1-on-3. He won't be able to get anything done, and TYLOO respond very well. Beyond did pick themselves up one round, but very quickly TYLOO just says, well, we're the big guys here, and it's not going to be quite as easy as you think it is. So good immediate response from TYLOO, keeping 3 guns alive. Money starts to build a little bit on that CT side, which they do need. It's quite a long road there. Down to pistol buy for Beyond.
I guess here's the problem right now for Beyond is that, okay, they've tried the contact play out a couple of times and a single flashbang's not good enough. Can't just bail on the A site control if it's a single flashbang that just pushes you far back. As Dan King's the one that you ought this time around.
Well, very Dan King-esque to be trying to push aggressively with the AWP and make the plays. Even taking that repick.
Look how TYLOO are playing around this, though. It's like instantly they're moving somebody over. So he's just like roaming around at this stage. He's actually spotted out the head of Olivia. Might be a bit of trouble here. The 3T is going to be clearing out long A bathrooms instead, but somebody, of course, is going to be attacking this. That's a great shot from Olivia, but unfortunately he's lost a lot of his teammates, and they still don't have any control right now.
Yeah, it's more than acceptable of a result so far for TYLOO if they get over the line with only 1 gun lost, which it seems they might. Bit of a messy spray from Attacker, but he is able to regain control of it eventually. And that's exactly what TYLOO needs to be doing. Easy, comfortable round victories over Beyond.
I feel like sometimes just watching TYLOO play, it's not a question about, like, oh, this player needs to pop off and perform. It's just a question of which one is actually going to pop off and perform. That's what makes TYLOO so scary for me at the moment, is like, you know there are games that slowly do well. There are games where Dan King just decides to drop a 20 on an AWP, there's nothing you can do. And then you got to deal with Attacker and Summer, the veterans, and then maybe somebody will drop a 30 against you because he's feeling like peak somebody. How do you even get past all of that? I can't say that for Beyond. That's the issue at the end of the day. Bit more of a scatter default this time around. It's actually going to be a boost over at Unders just to peer over into short water. They are going to be spotting out KNTZ as the smoke fades. And somebody just pushes straight forward. Of course, there's a bit of presence over at Unders right now, but Summer's going to be locking this down right now. No utility is going to be pushed out. Finally, they do manage to get a pick, but still so tricky to make inroads in here.
Yeah, just unfortunate timing, really, for Summer, isn't it? But now things are going to have to slow down a little bit for Beyond. They'll have to go back and retrieve the bomb. Dan King's watching in case anyone tries to work their way toward A. Really running the clock down a lot in these T-side rounds, aren't they?
Yeah, but the problem is like the rounds that actually work out for them a lot better is when they actually have map control. Right now, there's 0 map control whatsoever. And this is the problem, right? When Dan King and TYLOO have this aggressive A-site control, it means their B-site players are very confident in sitting in this position. They don't have to worry about rotations. All they have to do is worry about these contact plays. And you can see they're geared up for this right now. It's going to be 2 one-on-one aim deals at the moment. And it just really depends on who comes out on top. Out comes a Molotov. Shadow spotted out first and slowly.
Can't really slow peek around that corner. It's always going to give away your position before you are able to really do a whole lot about it. You're going to get your head pumped off. So, I mean, it's really not looking like it's too difficult at all at the moment for TYLOO. And they're kind of throwing a little bit in there, you know, this kind of boost. They're doing a little bit. They're not sort of just cruising through this one, TYLOO, which is, again, what we heard from the interview.
I mean, not just yet. I'd say probably if they're about 8-1 up, 9-1 up, you'd probably be seeing somebody doing some random somebody pushes eventually. But this is a bit of a difference now. You can see TYLOO actually starting to get a bit more aggressive on this A side of the map. You didn't see them push forward before, but somebody, I said 8 or 8-1 or something like that, but he's already started. And this is the problem. Now you've got to deal with his aggression. That's even more map control that's been lost for you at this stage. He's all the way in playground, clear this entire area out, and he's just going to be sitting here chilling. They're trying to play contact up through connector and through bathrooms. They don't realize how much control they've lost, and they still have to deal with Dan King.
Which is not going to be a particularly easy task when they only have pistols.
No, especially at these angles. That's a great shot from Olivia, though, and that's actually a big opener, but that said, somebody. Are they covering off the rear position? It looks like they are watching flank. There you have it. Some great punishment coming out from Beyond, and this is all of a sudden a round that maybe they didn't have any business in winning.
Well, it's not over yet, Kev, for TYLOO. They've still got a couple of players alive, and they've got 2 of them toward the A bomb site, which does look like it's going to be where Beyond will commit to. TYLOO just needs to ensure that they don't make a mistake here and give another pick over. For now, if we've got 2 players, a crossfire established on the A bomb site, it is still defendable. Attacker hasn't given up his position at all yet, and Summer's actually going to just start floating across. He's going to bait Attacker a little bit here. That's fine. Attacker's pretty comfortable in finding these kills, finding these fights. He does fall to Mirage, though, who did not have any armor, but Summer didn't give away his position until the perfect time. Catches Mirage off guard. Olivia as well. And Bomb Plant now has to go down. Summer's going to push forward, try to deny that, and he does just that. 6-1 the scoreline. TYLOO, they do only go away with a couple of the guns there, but to be honest, from where it was, it's still nice to just get over the line in that round.
Good stuff from Beyond to actually get some work done with the Deagles, and that's exactly the difference between a TYLOO that shuts you out of the rounds. Once again, it's all down to this bathrooms control right now. That said, TYLOO, that's something that you didn't see before. Normally, you expect someone just to keep swinging from that position, but he falls back to safety. He waits for the flashbang to come through for his teammate. If there was a re-engagement on that angle, it would be very difficult for Olivia to actually win that with a flashbang. So he committed to the flash, didn't work out. And here we are into another buy round for Beyond, where they've taken a lot of utility damage nice and early on.
Ooh, somebody hasn't seen STK, but he's making a fair bit of noise.
Just once again, one of those times where Beyond, they're forced to use so much utility nice and early on. And Olivia just cops a huge damage. He cops a shot through the smoke as well, which is just never a good thing. And it's just individual utility that's trying to get Olivia into these positions at the moment. He's actually throwing the flashbangs and trying to get posted up with the AWP. That's never an ideal thing at the end of the day. Now with 50 seconds left, a couple of players tagged down low. TYLOO still has so much defensive utility right now. They are grouping back up for a B site here, but with all this utility, at the very least, they've drawn somebody away.
Well, the thing is that Beyond isn't actually really putting that much pressure onto TYLOO early in the round. They're just sort of working their way around the map. It's going to be a push onto the B bomb site here, and KNTZ is fully blind to QQ's flash. It's going to make it easy for Slowly. Somebody and Attacker all getting involved in the round. The only one to miss out was Danking. It's a victory by committee so far today for TYLOO.
But you just once again look at how they take map control. It's like TYLOO aren't doing it by doing random pushes outside of somebody occasionally. It is very much, all right, if we've lost this part of map control, let's use this utility, flashbangs. They commit one person who's on. So Summer, he was actually the one probing through bathrooms alongside with Danking, clearing it out. By the time they're beyond through this utility, they knew it wasn't a fake because all the bathrooms had been re-engaged and re-cleared. Yep. So they're looking to maybe get a little bit of presence in the unders once again, but this is so one-dimensional with this 4-1 split. But looks like TYLOO caught off a little bit off guard, and Beyond really need to accelerate the pace before any of these TYLOO members can rotate onto the site. Need to be careful of jump up, and Attacker's going to be coming straight out through there.
And he's going to be going straight out of the server as well, Kev. Just gets banged out by Mirage. It's a bit more like it from Beyond Esports, some sharp shots, but they don't want to let Slowly get into this kind of a mood. He really thrives under the pressure, and he's a very good clutch player, already 2 down, but I mean, this is nearly an impossible task for Slowly. He's looking desperately for maybe a smoke even, but he's not going to find one. He's got the AK in hand, has to get on the aggressive, has to try and play quickly here. And he spotted QQ out, but that timer is certainly ticking away. And Beyond will inevitably win this round. KNTZ does drop. Slowly might think that's still QQ. And he's not aware that QQ's behind him. But he actually does a fair chunk of damage to Beyond there, to be honest. It was a 4-on-1, gets 3 players down. Got to give him some credit.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's like you just got to look at it. 3 rifles being taken away from the economy for the T's to play with. It's
Which was
just
already quite rough.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that said, though, you look at TYLOO, they don't have much money either. So Beyond have definitely been doing some damage. They've been doing some good work on this T side. And if they're able to get maybe 4 or 5, then you can see, yes, they've definitely got a great chance to get their way back into this. Olivia's got the AWP once again. But look at this aggression coming out from Summer. He's just pushed straight forward.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's a good quick flick, though, from QQ. Certainly was caught off guard, but I guess that's the benefit of the AK. Can dig you out of those sort of sticky situations with a bit of raw aim. So, good start. TYLOO wanted to do something a bit tricky. They don't have a great buy here. Hasn't worked out for them. No, surely not with the AWP, somebody. Oh! He was almost prepared for Olivia on the angle. Attack is going to give it a crack now as well. Surely you don't do that. I mean, Olivia's just watching it. He sees the AWP just disappear. He's like, oh, I wonder what's going on here.
I mean, it's a good flash as well, though. You got to look at it at the end of the day, and it's some good rounds coming out from Olivia now, who's starting to pick up some confidence with the AWP. All down to Dan King, who's got the AWP of his own, but 1v5, come on, you cannot be doing that. He still gets the leg onto KNTZ.
Yeah.
But he definitely wasn't expecting that AWP to come out from another T player from Beyond Esports. So now TYLOO forced onto the eco, and Beyond have earned themselves a bit of a reprieve. I say only a little bit of a reprieve because we saw what happened in one of the previous rounds where they can still incur a lot of damage against TYLOO.
Yeah, it's a round that could have very much gone a different way. TYLOO, if they would have started off with the pick from Summer. And even somebody, you know, that peak onto short that he did lose against Olivia might have at one point gone his way. He certainly seemed like he was on point. But look, at the end of the day, TYLOO, you reap what you sow. They've had a couple of rounds that have not gone their way, and they've had a few rounds that have been a little bit too close. So the money does trickle down, and they'll have to take a save here. Looks like they'll only take a single save, I guess. If it was going to be a double eco, they probably would have forced in anyway. So, see what TYLOO does end up going for here. They've given up the B-bomb site completely, just decided to try and stack A. Which is unfortunate because Beyond have walked into B.
Yeah, Slow's got in a pick though, so don't know once again how much that's going to change, but once again, if the USBs are able to just get a little bit of damage done, it's always a good thing. Just choose and kind of gets rid of the economy of that T side before it can build up. But if Beyond are able to keep these 4 weapons alive, no need to challenge from these angles.
Olivia's starting to get warmed up a little bit, and he's really a win condition for Beyond. Someone that we've seen struggle with form over the last 3 months.
Oh, that's not damage you want to... No, that is not damage you want to be taking, though. Dropping 2 rifles at the very end over there. 1 to the bomb explosion. That is going to be an ace from Olivia against the USPs. We're struggling a little bit on the shots to heaven there, but if he's able to continue at the very least that what we saw in the buy round, and definitely a chance for Beyond, because this round from TYLOO is actually quite rough. And all of a sudden, TYLOO, 7-1 lead, might actually bleed out into maybe a 6-9 half at the moment. Not as if Beyond don't have a chance to actually put a couple more T rounds on the board, especially with the CT economy being this rough. It is going to be that short take once again. We might be seeing a bit of a bloodbath. The boost is going to come out again. But Maya rolls. He's aware of it.
Oh, is he aware of this big push into short water? It really goes quite nicely in the end for Myrol. Someone tried to trade him down, but it ends up having to fall onto Slowly to do that work. In the meanwhile, TYLOO have been losing players all over the maps. It's a critical one for Attacker to win, though. And he can keep control of the B-bomb site for now, at least.
Doing the right thing, though. They know there's going to be 1 CT there. It's just a question of whether or not they can pick off somebody who is going to be probing over to the long A area. Might be a bit of a case of ring around the rosy right now. Attacker's going to be making his way onto the site just as the execute's going to commence. But they're going to hear somebody pushing straight forward. They're going to identify that, and somebody's going to go down to the grave. So Beyond will, well, I mean, I say should be able to take another round, surely.
Well, you never know. Yeah. Attacker's a pretty good fella sometimes in these 1-on-3s, but just trying to creep through the smoke's not going to work this time. And Beyond have really done well to put together a pretty respectable T side now. It's taken a bit to get rolling. They were down 7-1, but they've broken the CT economy now a couple of times, and they're reaping the benefits for that. It's the second time that we've seen a boost from TYLOO, and this time Beyond have adapted to it. Dan King is punished.
I think a good thing from seeing from this as well is that Beyond are definitely individually here to play again. That's always a positive thing to be seeing. But how are TYLOO going to now counter-adapt, I guess, is the real question. So TYLOO should recognize, all right, these boosts, whatever they're playing at the moment, not going to work out. Should be somebody going down here nice and early on. He's playing very far forward. A flashbang, if one is thrown, should be able to catch him. It's just a dry contact play. SDK makes it work.
It's pretty risky sometimes, particularly against a player the caliber of somebody. The rest of TYLOO has taken quite a lot of map control though, and you can see that. Dan King's pushing through Playground, Summer at the top of Connector. Attacker in Bathrooms, and slowly is the one that's watching long, but he's going to allow Beyond to progress quite far up long before he actually spots them. Dan King really is going to be the make or break. He's decided to turn around slowly. Probably needs at least one here, but Dan King's caught KNTZ. How many can slowly get? That's the major question. Just one, but it's still back to 3-on-3, and Dan King has an AK. Summer's got a pick now with the Deagle as well. It's 2-on-3, and Beyond Esports are going to have to put that bomb down. Summer takes the head off of Olivia, and all of a sudden, the good work that was done by Beyond is now in the Beyond because TYLOO have won themselves an eco.
I mean, that's not an eco. That's just the Deagle coming out from TYLOO, which is just so lethal all the time. It's just, all right, good job. You've killed somebody. Oh, you've got rid of slowly. He's only taken one. And then Summer's just gone, yep, hey, it's me, your boy Summer.
Yep.
That is disgusting. I think that was just 3 1-digs in a row. Yep. Oof. 3 1-digs in a row from Summer. Yeah. 3 bullets, 3 headshots.
To be honest, though, like, yeah, Summer gets 3 pretty critical frags there, but I just want to say, I think all of TYLOO have an impact on that round by being able to take all of that map control. Dan King coming around behind, finding KNTZ, the guy that's sort of on the lurk, slowly gets one as Beyond's coming into the site there as well. And it's really, a lot of that is down to TYLOO and being able to get that fast rotation into the A bomb site. That's why that sort of is possible for someone to actually even get those kills to begin with.
Well, this is going to come down to a case of timing at the moment. Who's going to come out on top? Dan King to re-aggress over the smoke, but Olivia's just been watching that like an absolute hawk, and don't know how Dan King fell for that, knowing that the AWPer was going to be there, but he does. And I feel like Beyond have done very well actually from a lot of these positions where they do get the first frag on these buy rounds to slowly convert the round from here. This time Summer going to be trying to play nice and close.
Well, Beyond Esports did deal with this last round pretty nicely when somebody was trying to hold close. Doesn't look like Beyond are going to be committing to long though this time. So QQ is just going to have to go around this corner on his own, if he does even decide to at all. Starting to back away. Summer pulls the trigger, and he's got the timing right by the looks of things. He does just get in behind QQ. Has heard him rotate off.
This is huge, because now TYLOO, they're all going to be on this B bomb site. They can drop all this defensive utility, and Beyond had to commit through a smoke.
22 seconds, there's a molly on short. They can't go through it at the moment. They're going to have to wait. They pop the smoke down, slowly drop the bomb. There's 15 seconds. They have to get to Monster Tunnel, get the bomb and plant. It's just not going to happen. That's, oh my God. Devastation for Beyond Esports, and it's all off of another nice push from TYLOO.
Yep, and it's just Summer just chilling there, just waiting patiently, just listening to the sound cues. He finds the timing of his life, and that really is the timing of the life. This QQ god just comes out, unfortunately, or it slides out at the wrong time, and then from that point onwards, it's just rifles just slaughtering everyone down. So final round of the half, it is going to have to be a force buy from Beyond, and it's not looking like a pretty force buy. A MAC-10, 2 Deagles, a Techie, as well as the god-awful Galil. I'd rather have probably a Tech 9 here, as well as a bit more utility. But hey, you do you, Olivia. Let's see what impact you can have for the Galil, as it is going to be Summer once again in the right position.
Yeah, so he's in a nice spot as well. He'll be flashed in here and does take the head off of QQ, but largely the trades have actually gone to Beyond Esports. If Attacker falls here, the B-bomb side is open, but he holds strong and so does Dan King. That's the end of the half. It looked like Beyond were going to make a nice comeback, but in the end it was TYLOO who came back at the end of the half. 10-5 the scoreline favouring TYLOO.
Excuses for any day living. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. Feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. Give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood. And I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me,
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire.
10-5 is the scoreline. It's TYLOO up against Beyond Esports here in ESL 1 Cologne. The first game of the Asia region. And TYLOO, the back-to-back winners of DreamHack, the winners of pretty much everything in the Asia region of late.
Except Road to Rio.
Everything that matters. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But that was a long time ago, Kevin. Anyway, they're off to a good start. And I dare say they're going to continue that ball rolling here in the second half. Pistol round looks like it's just going to be the old Glock train rolling out on the long area up towards A.
Yeah, Olivia should be able to hear all this out. And now you can see Beyond actually starting to slowly probe in to the B site. So Olivia's going to back out, take toilets control. This is very bold and brave. Considering there could be 1 or 2 Ts over here, but he's going to thread the needle nice and easily. Straight into bathrooms, maintain a bit of control for the CTs rotating through, should they decide to choose to rotate through there. And QQ, now's the fight of his life.
Yeah, and he's not going to be too happy about how that's panned out. Slowly has got himself a double kill so far. Now it's time for somebody to strike. He's coming up the back of Connector, and Mirage should be his prey. Not going to have too much luck, unfortunately, but hey, Slowly's on for the 4K in this round. He's always quite impressive with the pistols. Mirage is just going to book it down long.
Yep, he's on for the 4K. He grabs it. 3 HP, doesn't matter.
Pretty sharp.
He's pretty good at this game. Who would have thought?
1.06. I can't believe the odds have barely even changed since we started. It was 1.07 when TYLOO didn't even have a single round. Now they're up 10-5 at the half.
Yeah, because those are pretty good odds. It's like, it's not completely over just yet. You got to remember, it's CT side. One was it Beyond win the pistol.
Yeah.
TYLOO look a little bit lackluster on that T side. You can kind of go from there and draw a conclusion.
Maybe.
But this time around, it is just going to be the pistol round that's coming forward from Beyond. Just a full eco. Deciding which side to walk into, but they might be walking into their own demise with a stack at the moment.
Yep, they are.
Oh, well, it is what it is. Just a couple of USBs. Can't complain about that at the end of the day. You can't be looking to do eco damage all the time.
No.
Tried forcing something, didn't work out. Here comes the gun round. Org in the hands of Mirage. FAMAS in the hands of QQ. What's going on here?
Well, Mirage is playing okay at the moment, to be honest. So, let's see what we can get done with the Org. It's pretty imperative, though, for Beyond to win probably a couple of gun rounds in a row here. Otherwise, TYLOO is just going to be putting them on that precipice of getting economy reset, if not just grabbing the round win themselves. Somebody's locked very, very far up behind this smoke.
Oh, he's dropping the molly in the right position as well. That's going to force Olivia into a bit of a difficult fight. Should be traded out by QQ in all honesty.
Nade stack goes on to toxic barrels, but it won't do too much damage. That smoke's going to fade favorably for Olivia, one would think. He's sitting a little bit closer than somebody is.
Just patience at the moment coming out from Olivia. He's able to get out, but I think for somebody, he's going to be more than happy with that. At the end of the day, maybe actually probing forward, gets the pick on the summer. That's not an easy pick whatsoever, and he's actually managed to slide out of underpass, get this critical pick. He's got a lot of control right now for Beyond. Now that kind of forces TYLOO into a bit of a poor situation where they're forced to execute onto the B site, or to go back and try to deal with Olivia, and that's going to be a question of where the hell Olivia is right now.
Could be anywhere, and somebody's chosen the wrong direction. He's gone towards playground, which, to be quite honest with you, is not a bad decision. You'd ordinarily think the CT might start to float back towards his safe territory, but instead, Olivia went all the way into T-spawn.
Oh, they're letting the time tick down so much, though, Jordan. Like, all it takes is a couple of good picks coming from the CTs,
or couple of good picks from the T side, Kev. They've walked right in. Attacker's gotten a crucial one on the QQ. They'll need more here, though. He's going to drop, slowly tries to salvage it, but can't. That's the bomb plant denied. There was almost a moment there for TYLOO. If Attacker would have won that second aim duel. But that's the issue with letting it go so late. If you do lose that aim duel, your round's over.
Yeah, and you had to take one gun out for the bomb plant as well. Beyond had a perfect read exactly what was going on, thanks to Olivia. Sure, he only got one kill, but that was the most critical kill of all, where he's able to get so much map control, kind of force TYLOO into a bit of a unwinnable situation. And then it was just up to the rest of the boys on SDK as well as KNTZ, just to get the good kills. KNTZ looking like that's the lineup. Attacker barely taking any damage, and he's just straight through. Close ball, ready to take the fight over to Beyond. Mirage is going to get a nice early pick over at short. Looks like somebody was trying to pick up the pace.
Yeah.
But stopped flat in his tracks.
It's pretty unfortunate for TYLOO because having a player sitting in sandbags or just sort of pressuring short would be quite nice if they're going to take this slow walk into the A bomb site. Maybe it starts to draw a rotation or it keeps an extra player on the B bomb site at least. But now Beyond have that freedom to do what they want. And Olivia's set up perfectly, but is traded down by Attacker. And unluckily, For QQ, he's not able to get across onto long. Bomb plant here will be possible. Maybe not. KNTZ is not being covered off right now. TYLOO letting it slip again a little bit, but they do bring it back again, courtesy of Attacker.
SDK, though, one person quite low, and he's pushed out just at the right time, but he can't find the low HP member. It's Attacker who's going to come out on top. 3 kills in the round for Attacker, opening up the entry, then trading out quite efficiently. And that's a disaster situation for Beyond because the loss bonus isn't there just yet, and now they have such a tricky situation where they're kind of forced into, you can't really buy too many pistols, otherwise you're going to hamper your next buy. If you force up now, it's definitely not an ideal situation, so you're going to have to cop like a really rough eco. Well, maybe a couple of pistols here, a bit of utility right now, but you have to concede around where it was looking so good, where it was looking like the chance that you can make this comeback on the CT side. The rounds are starting to dwindle away.
Yep. So's the money. Somebody's just going to be left to his own devices again on B, and he's going to walk his way in. This is interesting prospect, you know. It's quite strange. The rest of TYLOO are playing so passive, and somebody is playing aggressive onto B, which is going to give up an AK. I'm not sure how I feel about that. By the way, TYLOO will use that information to start working their way up into bathrooms.
But if they take a little bit too long, then Beyond can definitely get into the right position as well. So Summer's just lining up that molly for, I believe it is for Truck. Attacker's in the position just to try to seal away. Might be for jump up, actually. But the CT smoke is going to be used, and the boost has been spotted out, but not in time for at least Mirage to get another pick from Bank, and he's pushing out even further as well. This is some great stuff from Beyond. They're doing damage at the moment. The economy for the T side is not being built up.
TYLOO is definitely being made to work for these rounds,
yes.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter too much whether they're scrounging through or they're just going through with 5 guns alive. 14-6, Beyond Esports have nowhere left to turn, really. Doesn't matter if they're getting it close. End of the day, they need rounds. They're not getting them.
So potentially the final roll of the dice at a proper gun round for Beyond, but even you look at this gun round at this stage, they don't have an AWP, they have a FAMAS in the hands of QQ. Utility, they're out of incendiary grenades, they have to juggle and rotate these smokes so carefully, and it looks like they are going to be probing over to the short B area. Don't know if Summer spotted this one out.
Ooh. It's a bit cheeky from Olivia trying to throw something in the mix. Summer is really under pressure here, challenging hard, but he's getting wrapped on. No, he's not. Olivia won't decide to go through the smoke. It doesn't matter, though, because QQ with the FAMAS has gotten 1, which incidentally also doesn't matter because it's the B bomb site hit that TYLOO are more interested in than anything else up on the A bomb site.
Molly's also locking them out, and look where somebody is at the moment. He's rotating from behind at this stage. He's going to catch most of the CTs with their pants down as they're trying to reboost up. It's all down to, once again, timing at the moment. The flashbangs, the utility use is good. And Mirage, why is he looking behind him? Manages to catch out somebody off guard, and now it's all of a sudden.
Slowly, he can make the difference here. He's caught Mirage. He only has to look in a couple of angles. It's not too easy for him at all. But Dan King now faces a 2-on-1 as opposed to a 4-on-1, and that's a shot. KNTZ, it was almost a drive-by attempt from him, but, well, Dan King, a sharp shot indeed. Both Olivia and Dan King will go down to the bomb. TYLOO 15-6.
How does Slowly get away with getting so many picks there? TYLOO, I had a feel like I thought they were going to win that round 100% for sure, thanks to somebody pushing from behind. But Mirage just watching through the edge of the smoke, gets rewarded for that. All of a sudden, TYLOO's aggression then backfires on them. But Slowly bails him out of such a terrible situation. He was the slowest starter on the CT side. I felt like he only had a couple of kills on the CT side, but he's really exploded now.
True to his name.
Yep.
Yeah, Slowly, I don't know. I think he's the kind of guy that never really falls out of the game. He can have a slower start or a slower finish, but he's always there. He's always able to make an impact.
I feel like this is the part where I make the meme. It's like, I'm no longer best friends with Jam Young.
Yeah,
Slowly is now my new best friend as a consistent player, and he's just continuing the good work once again. But this time can't convert into the second kill, which means that TYLOO actually had a numbers deficit, as well as the package being lost in a bit of an open area.
To be honest, I wouldn't call you crazy if you did decide that you wanted to have Slowly as your best friend. By the way, Summer has a 1-on-3 ahead of him. TYLOO are not making this easy for themselves, are they?
Just losing a couple of individual aim deals and not really being in the position to trade out. Maybe just slipping towards the end here. But if Summer gets the timing right, could find the A site, has a full belter utility as well. And KNZZ, is he going to expect this? Is Summer going to use utility, or is he going to walk out dry?
Ooh. Well, even if he does walk out dry, he's going to win the duel. Smoke's going to go down, but Summer should get this bomb plant now. Where does he go from here? That's the real question. Back in toward bathrooms. And in doing so, has to be aware of STK, who's low from us in hand. That's another aim duel won by Summer. It costs a lot of HP. But now it's a winnable round for him. Mirage is just going to smoke the bomb.
But surely you can't stick this without a kit. You're going to be so scared of Summer peeking out. And Summer's just going to play the time at the moment. He might work this to perfection at this stage.
Yeah,
I don't think time sticked away too much. Mirage has to stick on this. Smoke's going to fade. That's it.
That's the round over. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the most anticlimactic finish you've seen to a round of Overpass. Mirage gets the kill, but he can't win the round. 16-6 is the scoreline as TYLOO pick up Beyond's map pick.
First time, it's making sense. I thought I knew you. Turns out I never did.
It's a good day today for TYLOO. They get off to a good start on Overpass, 16-6. Maybe it's even better than good. That's a pretty fantastic scoreline against your opponent on their own map pick. Largely thanks to slowly really firing up towards the end there for TYLOO. But overall, the expectation certainly was that they would be able to get a 2-0 today. They've started off in exactly the kind of fashion that we would have wanted to see them here in ESL 1 Cologne.
Yeah, absolutely. I was kind of getting a little bit excited there for Beyond. Like, there was a couple of rounds where they looked okay, but then they very much did fall flat and nothing really happened for them. And you have to give some of that credit to Summer. Like, he had some really big impact rounds where he was just getting some massive kills. And, you know, he tends to float to the back of your mind as the in-game leader for TYLOO at the moment, but he is definitely a player that can make plays.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've seen, you know, across the board really for TYLOO, and something that we've said a few times on these kinds of show, Kevs. Like, it really seems like all of the TYLOO players have their individual moments. If you go and look at their stats and their ratings for the last 3 months, they're all very much in line within like 0.02 of a difference or 0.04 of a difference from bottom to top. So it's not like we're seeing anyone sort of underperform for TYLOO, and that's one of the great things about the roster at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, I can just say like, oh yeah, attack is a 3K. Can you remember that? And you're like, you'd be going, oh, which one? There's too many for me to remember. Like, every single time, it's just like, TYLOO guys are so good at multi-fragging. They're so good at actually understanding when to push and actually thread the needle, as we saw Summer do so many times. Look, I guess briefly touching as well and Beyond. I mean, I felt like they did all right on that T side. Got enough rounds where normally you go 5-6 rounds against the TYLOOs playing like that. Yeah, sure, you drop one against Eagles. All right, you can kind of concede that one. 5 rounds to the T side, at least a solid basis to build off. But the problem is on the CT side, they just never have the economy to go forward and roll ahead. And that, I guess, is the damage sometimes when you drop too many weapons, when you decide to invest in FAMASas or whatnot, or you just can't get into the stage where you're comfortable with the AWPs, with the rifles. Could have been a different story if we saw, say, Olivia with the AWP and the double AWP being run. I've got a feeling it would have been a lot closer, but they just weren't allowed to get there. And, you know, that is half the game at the end of the day. You can't say if. You didn't, and you lost 16-6.
True. I mean, Olivia had a few moments with the AWP in the first half, but didn't really seem to get rolling quite as much as we've seen in the past. And we've already sort of talked quite extensively about the win conditions for Beyond Esports. I always feel like Olivia is one of those, but I mean, it's quite difficult, I think. I don't know that TYLOO's really going to allow Beyond to get into any of these rounds. It was a case of TYLOO, they would lose the rounds where Beyond really sort of got the better of them, but they weren't letting too much slip. They weren't making too many mistakes, and they weren't making it easy for Beyond.
No, they weren't. Like, that was a very one-sided game, and although Beyond had their moments and they tried to make some efforts from time to time, they very much just got shut down, and TYLOO was just by far and away the better team. And I think, you know, in the past, we've looked at Beyond as a team that can maybe punch above their weight and actually try to create some upsets and things like that, and they've never stepped up much past that. I don't think they're even at that stage at the moment. I think right now they're losing to teams pretty consistently that they should be beating, and they have no chance in hell against the TYLOO.
I mean, the way that I look at this one is that it's a pretty much a like-for-like replacement for global esports. That's what we saw in DreamHack Open Summer. Now we have Beyond here in Road to Rio. They're struggling. Global sort of struggled as well. I mean, I don't know. Beyond maybe a little bit higher on the tier list, I guess, than Global is. But to be fair, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference to the result overall. Here's the stats, though, for Mirage and Kev. I know we all predicted TYLOO. I know we're all going to stick with TYLOO, but I mean, it doesn't really seem like there's much of a chance. There's not many talking points that you have, I guess, to say something positive for Beyond heading into map number 2.
I mean, the problem is, like, when you pick Overpass and then your entire fundamentals is based around contact players of 4 people in it and hoping to get lucky, your entries are struggled behind, that kind of screams to me more of a case of, we actually haven't practiced Overpass that much, or maybe the contact play works against some of the weaker teams, but it just doesn't work against teams like TYLOO that look to actively engage and actually get this map control. It just shows to me that either there's a lack of understanding or they're not comfortable going into a default. Look, to be fair, if you ask me to go against a default against TYLOO, I'd be shaking my boots as well. But the problem is you need to do it if you are to pick into Overpass, because you know you're going to go into the T side, so...
there's no gimmicks against TYLOO end of the
Yeah.
day. Like, you know, you're gonna lose, you're gonna get shut down, getting multi-fragged if you try to go for the contact plays. Look, at least if you're running a default and you're doing some map control, you're at least trying to give yourself a chance to create some openings rather than just trying to run into a brick wall a little bit more and gimmick your way into a win where you won't learn anything.
Well, I guess Beyond is going to be quite happy to pick up a win, whether they gimmick their way there, whether they learn anything on the way. It's going to keep them at least in this series if they do, but against an opponent like TYLOO, not sure how easy that's going to be. We'll take a break, but Mirage is coming up next, and it could well be the last map of the night.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is TYLOO. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights are looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your
ESL 1 Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GGBet.
TYLOO off to a nice start here in the matchup against Beyond. This is ESL 1 Cologne, the Asia region. And it's day number 1 for us. It's probably like day 9, day 10 over in North America and Europe. But we're a little bit slow to start here in Oceania and Asia. Luckily for TYLOO, even despite the fact that Slowly was also slow to start, he also ramped up quite nicely towards the end of that map. We're going to head into Mirage fairly shortly, Pilsky, and you're looking really pumped for this second map. I just look over and you're just like looking at me like this.
Because Mitch is just replaying all the memories at the moment where he's like, TyCS is the next big thing. Trust me, guys. Like, they're going to beat these teams like TYLOO.
That was the conversation 12 months ago.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, pull out that geographically challenged episode where he's like, yeah, TyCS teams are really good at the moment. I reckon we just play that as content and just get Mitch to watch it and go, what do you think now, mate?
No way.
No way.
Not going to happen.
Oh man, I'm being bullied on the broadcast and no one's coming to my rescue. What happened to that any key pledge or whatever it was?
How was it bullying when it's just like...
You guys clearly did not take the pledge.
Nope, did not. Look, anyway, what do you think about Mirage? Do you think it's going to be a bit more bullying going on in the server? It seems like that's quite a high likelihood, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it is. But the only way you deal with a bully is you got to actually stand up for yourself and do a decent job and, you know, conduct yourself in a reasonable manner. So unless Beyond does that, then they are going to continue to get bullied and potentially bullied out of the tournament and maybe out of some decent Tier 1 tournaments for the foreseeable future.
At the very least for Beyond, it's not an elimination match, you know. It's always going to be tough going against TYLOO in the first game of the tournament. So I don't know that we can expect too much from them here. I think the lower bracket is where we're going to hope to see them get a bit of work done. But of course, that is going to be something that will await them if they do lose here on Mirage. And that is not done just yet. Maybe Beyond can pull something out of the hat. Maybe TYLOO goes away with a 2-0. We're about to find out as we do head into Mirage. It's map 2 between TYLOO and Beyond Esports. And it's a must-win for Beyond if they want to stay in the upper bracket.
It is. I don't think they will stay in the upper bracket. And to be honest, unless they can show that they're at a decent level of performance, I don't think they're going to be staying in the lower bracket either. Even if it does end up being Vici or Invictus, whichever one of those heads down there, I don't think it's really going to matter too much. Either way, Jordan, just the most standard strat you've ever seen. Wall of smokes on the other side of site and some flashes out.
Indeed, indeed. The GGBet odds looking quite comfortable for TYLOO. No surprises there. And they're also looking quite comfortable getting into the A-bomb site, as you've already alluded to, Pilsky.
So this is a round that anyone that's played a competitive game of Mirage before has seen a million times. The A execute, the full retake from the CTs. Let's see how it goes.
Let's see, indeed. Attacker just completely baiting Slowly, and as soon as Slowly gets that first pick, he peeks off of it. Now another headshot across from Summer, but the trades are in from Beyond. It's 3 for 3 so far. Danking with the P250 has actually got quite a bit of work to do, and there's a smoke for Mirage, so he's going to try and look to get on that defuse, which he has already done.
What? It's planted default?
It's definitely not planted for Danking, so...
That's the only place you don't plant if you're going to do stairs and jungle smokes. I'm so confused.
Well,
that's a bit weird. Yeah, like even, look, if you want to go for a safe plant it behind triple. You've got CT control. What's the worst that can happen? But default, that's like the worst place to plant it. That's the only place you don't plant it.
Well, you can blame Summer for that one. He was the one carrying the bomb.
That's all right.
Also,
he was the one carrying the team last game, so we'll give him a bit of a...
No.
Okay, no, we're bullying him, just like you guys are bullying me. Let's see if TYLOO's going to be bullying with this Force Buy here. A whole bunch of Galils and AK for Slowly. They don't need util. No. They've got guns.
They don't need util, Jordan. They have guns. They kill. They shoot head.
Ooh, ah.
Ooh, ah.
They're just really taking their time, man. They're waiting for some peeks from the CTs. Beyond's not giving them any peaks. The ideal thing here for Beyond really would be just a nicely timed push in the mid-round, backed up by some utility. TYLOO falling back towards this B side of the map, and it's a good read, really. Mirage is there with an AUG, which could cause them some problems if the flashes aren't placed correctly. But all things considered, if they can avoid the AUG, maybe trade out 1 for 1, they can set themselves up in a good post plant here.
Well, Summer is getting ready with one of the flashes. Danking right next to him, so you're going to see that flying through. Mirage, though, with the AUG, gets traded pretty quickly. Molotov is going to get the kill onto Slowly, but STK goes charging up mid. He'll drop again. It's just Raid City at the moment. And Dan King wins a very, very crucial aim duel. 1 HP for him. AK in the hands for Summer, though. You said he carried on at map 1. Well, he might be able to carry here as well in this round. QQ drops. And KNTZ still has a lot of ground to cover. Summer rolls around the corner. Bangs him out of the server. See you later, mate. That's Chinese Counter-Strike.
Look at that. He's got a ring on his middle finger. It's basically
luckily it's not a wedding ring.
Yeah, the finger he gave to Beyond there.
Otherwise, all the ladies and fangirls would be very sad.
Yeah, it's true. Oh man, he's looking sharp today. You'll have to watch Summer play.
Would you let Summer one-tap you?
Undoubtedly.
Great news, great news.
Okay.
Make sure I arrange that next time we go to China.
Okay. Look, maybe not. Can I back out? I don't know if I can. Beyond doesn't know if they can either, to be honest. They're already down a map. They lose against the force buy there. Now they have to try and buy their way back into it, but they don't feel great about it, Jordan. I can tell you that.
They do not. Beyond is, metaphorically, up the creek without a paddle. And TYLOO is the waterfall that they're about to fall over. So, straight into the A-bomb site here, TYLOO. No messing around. It's a split coming up from Cologne and out main and Palace. It's worked out pretty nicely. KNTZ, the only one to really get anything of substance done for Beyond Esports. Dan King's going to go running around, farming up that Mac 10.
4 alive for TYLOO. Pretty good anti-force. Now they're heading into the anti-eco. Already this is looking dicey for Beyond. They're meant to be a bit better on the CT side of things. And it doesn't really look like they're going to be able to get their money rolling for the foreseeable future. And they're going to be going up against a pretty strong T-side economy. Even if they do. And Dan King's going to farm up in mid with that Mac 10. The rest of TYLOO's already taken the A-bomb site, but Dan King might just kill all the CTs. Well, most of them, at least, as somebody mops the rest up. Very quick round. That's how I like my ecos.
Yep.
Just get out of the way.
I agree. What does Dan King do here? He's got money for the AWP, but I don't really see TYLOO pick the AWP up all that often on the T side, so I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised to see him just go back down to another rifle, but has opted for the AWP this time. That's not a lot of util for the CTs. But Pili, remember, they don't need util because they've got guns.
Well, you would say that if they were as good with the guns as TYLOO were. But they're not. At least not today. And I think some would say not in general.
Definitely not in general. I would agree with that. Double stack towards ramp. KNTZ and QQ. Someone doesn't seem to be baited into it at all. TYLOO once again just walking into mid, getting mid control. It's a big stack on B.
Yeah, mid hasn't really been contested by Beyond, not to mention the fact that they don't really have a whole lot of utility. And attackers basically just walked up connector. Full confidence. Just take that map control without a single grenade, really. Now you're starting to see this A split come into fruition. QQ's already in a bit of a raft position.
Looks like he might get away with his life for now. Boost for Summer over the smoke. They've actually spotted the players in ramp, but Olivia rounds the corners. Attacker and Slowly had no idea what was going to go on there. And it's fallen apart for TYLOO. It was the perfect setup. They walked all the way into A, so deep, but they didn't check CT spawn.
It's all on Olivia, really. If those players coming up connector get wide enough to be able to attack A ramp, it puts way too much pressure on the double setup towards ramp. But as soon as he multi-frags there, things go a hell of a lot better for Beyond. Also helps that QQ gets a kill over the smoke with the FAMAS. A nice round for Beyond. Those are the kind of rounds that I wish I would see from Beyond more often, but usually nowadays I only see maybe 3 or 4 of them a map. It's a 1-for-1. I think TYLOO's okay with that. They've still got this connector control.
Might be about to have A-site control pretty soon as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Beyond here, and they don't really have a whole lot going for them. QQ's the main man who has to have impact. He's in that left-sided window, so if he picks his timing right, he could be able to try to defend one of these players pushing real deep, like somebody over there who's just won that aim duel. Yeah. AK versus M4 hitting the head. It feels bad man situation.
Bomb's going to be retrieved as well, which is not a problem for TYLOO. No one from Beyond exploring into CT spawn. But STK has walked himself out onto the A bomb site, playing by triple, an attacker. Not ready for that at all. Summer, however, swings out off the balcony. And that's not a fun time for Beyond. A couple more headshots from Summer. His sharp run continues. And Beyond are going to be down to just the one gun, the AUG here of Mirage, and I dare say he's probably not going to be able to keep this alive. There's a hunt going on. Somebody, though, very low on HP, actually won't be able to take him down. So he might have done enough here, Mirage, to keep the AUG in hand. It's a rough one, though, for Beyond. Money's going to be shot.
Yeah, it's like a wooden spoon prize. Got to hold on to your gun, but TYLOO's still cracking down on your money.
You like wooden spoons, don't you?
Applying the pressure.
Did I have this conversation with you or with Mac?
It was a Mac. Sounds like a Mac conversation.
You like the thick wooden spoon or the thin wooden spoon?
Why would you want a thick wooden spoon?
I don't know. I was definitely on the thin wooden spoon hype train, so I'm glad we agree.
Yeah, why would you? What is a thick wooden spoon good for?
That's a great question. Just sucking. That's what it's good for, I reckon.
Thick wooden spoon is like me playing Counter-Strike. What's the point? Just sucks.
USP's out for the boys.
Honestly,
got a deagle.
Honestly, Jordan, I think the thick wooden spoon should just stick to casting.
That's one way to win a round, though, when you have only one gun.
Win? I don't think that.
Winnable, winnable.
No.
Yeah?
No.
Winnable.
It's not going to happen.
No way.
We're already making references to something that people don't know is happening yet.
We can see the future, you see. It's because we're in Australia.
Ah, we're one day ahead.
We are one day ahead. And my crystal ball has said that TYLOO will win this round.
Genius. Stop clicking your Glock at me like that, mate. What do you think you're doing?
I think mine was better.
I think yours was better. I reckon maybe like that cheek approach rather than the you know, yeah, that's definitely the way to do it.
I see. Well, Valve, if you're listening and you want to make some new gun sounds, hit me up. I'm prepared.
If speaking of gun sounds, if you guys ever want to just get thrown into a whole new dimension, go watch a Counter-Strike game from 2012 or 2013.
Oh, yeah. Trippy, hey. Everything sounds different.
Go watch like the finals of the first major. Fnatic Nip.
Fnatic NIP. Back when that was the biggest match in Counter-Strike. Good times.
Now the biggest match in Counter-Strike is TYLOO and whoever they're beaten that day. Right?
I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with the premise. But it's the biggest match on this stream tonight. Because the first one didn't really deliver too much.
Well, neither of them are really delivering. Oh, TYLOO! They're throwing an execute.
Yeah.
This is a rare occurrence.
Somebody's already worked his way up
4
mid.
smoke execute. Okay, okay.
They've got everything.
They've thrown 2 into CT. 1 on top of the box, 1 to the side of the box. Right side smokes like about 6 flashes, and it's just really not working.
Well, somebody just tried to walk out. KNTZ hasn't been flushed off of the balcony. Now he's going to go underneath. Attacker is in all sorts of problems. I mean, look, to be honest,
that execute sucked.
There was some nice grenades from TYLOO.
No, like the smokes, like were okay, right? They were all right.
All right.
But they threw like 4, 5, 6 flashes so that they could get Tetris.
That's like, you know, when you're playing a game, you're like, watch this. You're like, try to 360 no scope into the bomb site and you just completely fail.
But the thing is that sucked so hard about this execute is they threw like so many flashes to get out ramp. None of them got a duel with any CTs that were blind, and then they just walked into CTs in entrenched positions and
like,
just got absolutely
"Oh."
owned. And they're like, oh, none of them were blind because we burned through all of our flashbangs to get Tetris control.
Yeah, I like Tetris.
I'm out A ramp. It's like, congrats, man.
Well, back to the basics maybe for TYLOO. And, I mean, that's worked much better, hasn't it? They just walk out, no execute at all, contact play. Yeah, it's turned itself on its head, though. Olivia and QQ finding killer piece. Somebody will be able to trade back down, but that's over on the B side of the map. So I think this round will just probably slow down a little bit here. STK needs to be careful that somebody doesn't trade him back out, but he's already out onto the B site. Somebody has no fear.
Bombs heading to B. This is going to be an important duel, QQ and somebody. They've avoided each other for now.
Well, it might end up being QQ and Summer, which is not going to be good news for TYLOO because Summer is very low on HP. Timing. We'll see where QQ looks. If he looks into mid,
Oh, he's got it.
something.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No. No.
No. Back to T-spawn. Olivia now might get an angle to look on short if he would have kept pushing into the A site, but he won't. And so, like ships in a night, Summer has just gone straight in between both of the CTs, right into the bomb site. He'll get a bomb plant here if he's quick, which he will be. Somebody just hiding behind Van. I don't know that Summer's going to be able to get off the bomb site here, and he won't. They'll have their work cut out from them, dealing with somebody who's on a roll in this round so far. That's his third kill. A one-on-one. And Olivia works his way up from short. Doesn't have too much time to work with here. Orb in hand. Will be challenged. And answers the challenge quite nicely. Beyond Esports will win the round.
That is giving TYLOO a lot of money problems, Jordan. They actually have to take a single save.
Yeah.
Got some typing in the chat. You were saying, Jordan, you always want to know what they're saying.
Yeah. What do you think they're saying?
Nice shot, Olivia. Thank you. You're really good. I love you.
Was it really a nice shot? I mean, it was a good shot, but it wasn't like nice shot worthy. You know what I'm saying?
Well played.
Yeah, maybe. WP or would you write well played? What do you reckon?
I probably would have said nice.
That's drooping with sarcasm though, when you receive it as an enemy.
Yeah, but like culturally, is it sarcastic? Because from our perspective, it's sarcastic.
Yep.
But when they say it,
maybe
with English as a second language and, you know, all this other stuff, is it sarcastic?
I don't know. Maybe not then.
Because I feel like the meaning of the word becomes so much more literal.
You are probably correct. Bit of a nothing round so far from TYLOO, but hang on. Don't even talk. Shut up, Caster.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Here we go. Oh, never mind.
Never mind?
Nah, there's no way you could do it.
No way. Not a chance.
Yeah.
Okay, not this time.
Okay, crisis averted. Just a couple of deagle shots. Nothing to get excited about, Jordan.
No.
Just relax yourself, mate.
I am relaxed.
All right. Well, Beyond's doing okay. Maybe they could even win the half.
I think we've still got some legs yet in TYLOO.
Yeah, they have been playing a bit funky.
Wouldn't really count my chickens before they hatch.
Who would? Nowadays, there's just massive chicken farms. Do they really count them? Probably. Watched a documentary about those chicken farms a little while ago.
Well, it's a gun round here for TYLOO.
They're going to go for a bit of mid-control. Just a 1-3-1. Back of smoke, B apartments. And Beyond tried to go for a little bit of control, but they have conceded it for the time being. Now TYLOO taking some mid control, smoke onto the top of Con. They're just slowly creeping around the map. I like that. Molotov onto bricks, flash into ladder. Now they've got ladder control. They've still got that smoke on top Con. They could creep up Con as well. This is exactly the kind of map control that you want to get as in a 1-3-1. But I think Beyond in the setup that they're in, when they have a player deep in A ramp, they are kind of okay with conceding that mid control and just playing defensively like they are. You feel a lot more comfortable when you have that A ramp control when you're playing retake.
It does interest me that TYLOO are continuing to be able to get mid control for free every single round. But Beyond seem to be comfortable with their sight holds regardless. Now, I wonder if TYLOO's going to think that there's someone under Falk as a result of that smoke. Olivia already putting in some pretty good work with the AWP, and he really showed up on overpass. They've got no control of A ramp, and that's going to give a free kill to KNTZ. Danking down TYLOO. I don't know what that was.
This is classic Alpha Red happening right here. They get control of the CT economy, they get a couple of AUGs, and they get an AWP, and all of a sudden you can't stop them. Have we taken a time machine? Have we gone back in time? I feel like this is a game that I watched in 2019.
Yeah, I was going to say 2019.
Go back and watch an Alpha Red game on Mirage and you'll see exactly this kind of play. No mid control, couple of AUGs, an AWP, a handful of utility, and they just play passive lines. They don't care what you throw at them. Molotov off the lamp. That's Haps control for my rolls. Needs to be careful here though. A lot of TYLOO players with a lot of pistol and armor.
Yeah, somebody goes creeping through. The spray is there for Myrolls, though. He suspects something. TYLOO are going to try and go quickly. Myrolls just doesn't quite get the timing, but they probably don't expect one more player at ramp. Van even is what I meant. STK will punish TYLOO before being jumped. Goomba stomped, really it was, by Summer, who now has an AUG in hand. And that really could have got out of hand, but QQ keeps it alive.
This is a really funky T side from TYLOO, to be honest. I don't really like what they're doing.
You know what actually now does strike me as a potential problem? We've seen TYLOO play Mirage twice against Vici and lose it twice in a row after literally looking unstoppable on the map. So I wonder if something's changed for TYLOO on this map, you know?
I feel like they're not playing like TYLOO. I feel like they're playing like with the straight...
What are they playing?
They're playing like this EU-esque style, you know, where they're trying to throw executes, they're trying to do 1-3-1s and take mid-control and stuff.
Well, they are taking mid-control. They're not really having to take it, they're just getting gifted it.
Yeah, they're like practicing a lot of good things. I almost feel like this is like a scrim from TYLOO right now.
Okay.
They're not really playing to win this map, because if they were, they would just be palace popping and running at them. You know, I feel like this is kind of... I don't know. You are right, though. Like, that Vici result, or the Vici results as of late, does seem like TYLOO trying to play uncharacteristic to their style, which is not a bad thing. They're trying to diversify their play a little bit more, try some new things. Which is something that old iterations of TYLOO really struggled to do from time to time, especially when they went international. And they're sticking to their guns again. It's the map control style. Smoke on top con, smoke on window, slowly trying to get ladder. Seems like this is the dynamic duo for TYLOO. Just attacker in towards connector, slowly in towards ladder room. And ooh, I could have sworn that Slowly was going to win that every day of the week, but not quite getting it over the line against QQ.
Yeah, Slowly generally is pretty sharp in situations like that, but Beyond have really been getting the better of a lot of these duels, and particularly the opening duels, which have meant that TYLOO have had to play out 4-on-5 in a lot of these rounds, and now it's even 3-on-5. Dan King drops as well. QQ, how has he done that? 8 HP, and he's gotten 2 kills from 8 HP. Somebody tries to step up here for TYLOO, but I mean, it's just looking like they're getting banged out of this server by Beyond.
Yeah.
Unreasonable.
Bombs dropped in middle. That's not the bomb site.
20 seconds. Not happening.
Not happening.
Not a chance.
Yeah, 2 more rounds in the half. I don't know if TYLOO's going to have enough cash in the next round to buy up. They're going to save over this gun for somebody. They haven't got a bomb plant down. How's this happening? What happened to TYLOO's Mirage?
Where did it go?
There's no way he should be getting half of those kills. I feel like really sluggish reactions from TYLOO. This is a bit more like it. Just get out there, Palace pop. Get in their face a bit.
9 opening duels to 4. That'll be 10 opening duels to 4. Okay, and TZ's got another one, and QQ helps him out. This is what you wanted to see, Pilsky, but I don't think it's the fashion in which you wanted to see it. Again, it's just the opening duels. Beyond are continuing to be able to find those openers. Somebody's always good at the end of the round, but trying to start padding. Yeah, you can get 2 kills at the end of the round, but what does it matter if Beyond's going to get over the line? That's 9 now.
Not work out for them. Ran into that crossfire between jungle and A site. I don't know if the flashes were necessarily thrown at the right time. You know, they're meant to pop over Palace as you're coming out. I feel like they threw the flashes and then they came out Palace like 2 to 3 seconds later and QQ was just in jungle like, I'm just chilling, bro.
Look at this. Beyond have invested into 3 orgs.
Yeah. This is like classic Alpha Red. I'm in a time machine right now. Something weird's happening. Is this not... This is Alpha Red playing right now.
That is pretty weird. I will say that much. That's weird.
I ain't complaining, children. I'm really not complaining right now. I'm enjoying this.
What happened to this half? I really want to know. TYLOO was up 5-2, and Beyond has won the half 10-5. Unbelievable stuff, but they need to keep themselves alive here, and they have to do it on Mirage. So it's good to see from Beyond.
Will you follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't want to be here. Sometimes I don't want to be closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over. Am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My bread on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should go closer, should this be over? My heart
Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this vibe. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. Guess I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you I'm a
Welcome back. It's Beyond Esports and TYLOO and Beyond managing themselves a 10-5 first half on the CT side of Mirage. It was TYLOO's map pick and TYLOO's up 1-0. So it's an important map for Beyond to be getting off on the right foot on. But Pilly, I have one little tidbit for you.
Wow, what is it?
The Org cannot be purchased on the T side.
Yeah, but Beyond's already done better than the last two times they played TYLOO on this map. Both of them, they're getting 16-7. Now a bit of a fight over middle. And you're just seeing TYLOO go forward, hold the W key a little bit more, and it's gone pretty well for them. They've ended up with a one-man advantage. Yes, they've conceded the ace site, and I'm sure the bomb will go down momentarily, but...
Oh, well, it's important that Summer survives here, to be honest. If he drops now, CT spawn open. TYLOO back to a 3-on-2 because Slowly was a tickle away from death, and he has indeed been tickled by STK. Apparently, he's not too fond of them, and he's going to have to watch as the rest of his team tries to salvage this one. Somebody covering off for Attacker, but that doesn't go too well, and Olivia Peaks deals with Attacker. And TYLOO lose the pistol.
Yeah, the only teams TYLOO have really been losing to Mirage to the last little bit are the Chinese teams that are the best at the moment, which would be Vici and Invictus. So it would be interesting to see them lose to a team like TYLOO as well.
To Beyond.
Beyond, rather.
It would be.
I don't really know what to say about this game. I think TYLOO's looking very flat, to be honest. Yeah, Beyond's playing decently, but they're not doing anything outstanding. They're just playing a decent level, and TYLOO seems to have fallen much below the level that they were playing at for that last map and for the last 2-3 months, maybe.
How about that?
Yeah, that's back up to the level we expect.
Yeah, need a little bit more from that, though. It's only one kill so far. Danking's going to creep toward this smoke, and that can go horribly wrong, but he's looking in the right direction. Myrol's had no idea. Not sure if he spotted him or if that was just spam. Danking's given the opener to TYLOO. He's put to bed, but he's done his job. 4-on-3 now.
Yeah, handful of utility here for Beyond, but TYLOO's basically hard stacked over here. Jungle and Connector doubled up in CT. Molotov on top of the balcony. Clears that out.
It's an interesting smoke.
Yeah, Beyond's got their work cut out for them here, Jordan. And they're really dilly-dallying. They're really waiting for some kind of a flank. And
Well, is that so surprising given what we saw on Overpass?
I guess not. They didn't really get to play a CT side, so maybe if they had started CT side of Overpass, we would have seen a bit more of that.
Summer has spotted QQ walking out onto the bomb site, but not the bomb just yet. Smoke does go down, but this is where TYLOO can make a big difference if they deny the bomb plant. Summer's already a triple attacker up onto Tickaputh, has gotten himself two, and QQ fights hard, but he can't fight long enough. Tyler will win themselves a fairly critical round in the grand scheme of things. Brings them back up to 6. More importantly, gives them the bye and means that Beyond is going to have to force back into the round if they want to keep challenging this first half, second half.
Well, Beyond, after losing that round, are just going to go for 4 Mach 10s. So looking, as well as a Deagle, looking to try to play some up-tempo Counter-Strike. Imagine this will be some kind of B execute. So somebody's got full util. I think you do have slowly with full util as well. So they've got the utility to be able to deal with this. Molotov will slow things down a little bit for Beyond to get there, and the smoke in a forward position, as well as a nade straight on top of STK. That's pretty good.
Double nade it was actually as well, because slowly chucked his in there, and somebody is making short work of Beyond Esports. One of these Beyond players is liable to just walk into a spray of bullets through that smoke. But TYLOO have successfully forced Beyond away.
That round basically just got shut down before it has even started.
Yep.
And that's a very salty sort of a round for Beyond to be losing, because that's this round gone as well as the next.
KNTZ does at least roll over Summer. Deagle comes out and he's got another one. Attacker falls too. TYLOO definitely don't want to be losing more guns than they have already. Slowly probably can't. Oh, he does just get there in time to upgrade to an M4.
Yeah, they're going into an eco now though, Beyond. So TYLOO are going to be able to build up their cash a little bit.
Yeah. They've not decided to go for an MP9 at all. They've actually fully upgraded all the weapons. Tac pause for Beyond, and we don't see tac pauses all that often in the Asia region. Usually only when someone accidentally buys at 14.14 an MP7 and armor. Then you might get a tac pause. But that would never happen.
No one would ever do that.
No.
And if they did, it would almost definitely not work.
I agree. No way. No way.
Somebody's playing pretty good.
Who?
Ha 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 ha. You know when that old stale joke is so obviously going to come that you even set it up for yourself and then you just wait.
Yeah. What about attacker? He's not really an attacker right now. He's a defender.
But he was playing aggressively.
But he was defending.
Defending what though?
Connector.
It wasn't defending the bomb site, it was defending connector.
He was defending the connector.
Yep. So is that really defending or is that attacking so that you don't have to defend later?
This is too meta. TYLOO's starting to get going a little bit on the CT side now, though.
Dan King's wasted a nade as a decoy instead of an incendiary. Definitely want an incendiary on your AWPer.
Oh, and he's got 4850 in the bank, yeah.
Got himself a little one-way there, Jordan. It's pretty good. Just waiting for Beyond to do something. But they're not doing anything. They're just they think that TYLOO is going to aggress on them because TYLOO has a strong CT side economy. And usually you take more risks when you have a strong economy on the CT side because you don't fear the economic reset. But TYLOO isn't doing that. They're just chilling.
Confidence?
This is it. Look at this. The crab walk through middle. Silence across the map. They just start crabbing.
Well, game is up. Attacker has spotted at least one Beyond player. I start to wonder a little bit sometimes when Beyond lets that timer tick away as much as they have in this round. Where does that leave them? This is the right decision, though, from Beyond. They're working towards the B site, but slowly shuts not only one down, but two. Gets himself an incendiary, and that's going to force Olivia up the ladder into his death anyway. It was not the right decision in the end, but hindsight is 2020. It looked okay for them. Had they run over slowly in ladder, Attacker deals with both STK and KNTZ with absolutely no problems at all. And 11-9, TYLOO on a bit of a roll now on the CT side.
whatever happened to production having their own little prediction part of the graphic? What happened to the matchup prediction? We used to play against production.
Yeah.
But ever since they don't have their star predictor, he's busy working on other things. No one's got the guts to make any predictions anymore. How about that?
Sounds about right.
What is with danking and buying decoys, man?
Maybe he just holds it in his back pocket to remind him of what not to become. $4,750 decoy. And it warms him up. Just like TYLOO seems to have gotten warmed up on the CT side. They've really not missed a beat. Dropped the pistol, but won the force, and ever since then, it's been their half. And they've nearly equalized. Hasn't taken them too long.
Another attack pause from Beyond. I think they well and truly realized that they are losing control of the game.
What can you do about it?
What can you do about it if you're Beyond? I think TYLOO's been playing pretty passively, but now they have an even stronger economy than before. So I think you do just try to run this 1-3-1. You try to take some mid control. You be well aware that TYLOO, they're kind of only contesting the areas of the map that they need to and that are critical, like ladder, like connector. So you do try and just focus on taking those areas of the map correct, but that's where TYLOO starts to mix things up. Somebody doing a classic somebody maneuver that I saw in IEM Sydney against SK Gaming that won them the game, just pushing into the top mid smoke. And it's working again, many years later.
He's actually done a lot of damage to Mirage as well, down to 15 HP, but somebody elects, never mind, to back away, I was going to say, but that is a nice incendiary. Forces Mirage to waste his smoke. Meanwhile, Danking also got himself a pick. It's 4-on-3. TYLOO still continue to dominate the CT side.
Beyond do have that one player in Palace that they've left mid, which might be, to be honest, the best place for them to actually try to find an advantage in this round, because TYLOO's just split up 2 apiece on each side. So attacking a side a little bit more one-dimensionally might not actually work for you if you're Beyond. Might have been better off trying to sneak up connector, but look, again, it's a hindsight thing. They don't even go for ramp, which is really risky in a round like this. Usually in the XVX situations, it's quite common to see someone push into ramp, but they're just going to all run out Palace.
See what someone can do. Does get his timing wrong. Danking 1 for 1. Which is not enough because Summer also dropped for free. 15 seconds, really all it took there with a couple of bits of damage. Oh, somebody tapping away through the smoke. He's caught Mirage. Bomb plant's not down now, and Olivia's going to have to put that on the floor. He does just in time get it done. But he's making a lot of noise and slowly, as of yet, has not given away his position. That'll be that. Olivia tries his best, but TYLOO will win the round.
Credit to Beyond, though. They gave that a good crack. And I have to say, if maybe the bomb goes down there instead of getting spammed through the smoke, might have closed that round. But they don't. And TYLOO's money just builds up more and more and more. Now Beyond on that full loss bonus plus the bomb plant, they can just buy till the end of the game, basically. And to be honest, if you're not able to actually crack a T-side round at this point, after seeing what TYLOO's doing time and time again, then I don't know what to say to you, really. This time we do see the connector smoke getting ready from Olivia, and it's just going to be a Palace pop from the lads.
It's a double off from TYLOO. And it's worked out okay, at least for Danking, holding close at ramp. He'll wait for Olivia to round the corner here again. Just lining up the ducks, checks the other angle, and very, very nice and patient from Danking. Meanwhile, Summer and Attacker cover his back. It's only one gun down for TYLOO. and they continue to build the CT economy up.
And that just kind of screams out of ideas from Beyond, because they've even seen that TYLOO is not contesting mid that much. There was only that round where somebody was aggressive, but from the rest of the time, they've been quite passive sitting on the bomb sides.
Yeah.
And TYLOO's got full utility, so it's going to be, you know, a little easier to hold off a round like that. So I don't really know. When you got full utility and all you can come up with is just the one jungle smoke into a palace pop, I don't know if you've really got the depth you need on this T side to actually crack TYLOO here.
I would tend to agree with you. They're going to try and make something happen again. It's just pistols this time from Beyond, and so far not looking to be too problematic for TYLOO. Attacker, Summer, and slowly combining quite easily in the round in the end to finish that. And that's kind of what it's felt like in this half. The longer we've gone, the easier it seems to have gotten for TYLOO.
Yep. I would agree with you. Now into the double AWP, so if Beyond continues playing this slower style, it's going to get a little harder for them. This is where, like, maybe a Palace Pop might have been a better shot, but it's like nothing they've done has worked. When they went for the mid control, somebody shut them down. When they went for that back 10 buy towards B, they got shut down before they got started that time. They try to go for the Palace Pop, attackers on that little Tetris, just holding the smoke.
Yep.
Almost feels like nothing Beyond can really do is going to make much of a difference at this stage. Now they're going for this slower approach. Livia's looking for a pick towards B, and somebody's already on the angle with the secondary AWP that he hasn't had until this point in the half. So what can you really say, Jordan, you know? Now it's the connector control. Okay, this could be critical. Attacker, he's isolated. They've gotten the pick. This is what Beyond has needed to do. But can they convert the round? They know that Slowly plays ladder, yet they still lose the pick to him there.
Well, he pushed out onto short this time. You're right, the mid-round plays from TYLOO have consistently caught Beyond off guard.
They get the pick in middle and go 1-for-1, and then they just give middle up. It's like, I don't really know, you know, like it's like you go and put an emphasis on getting control of this part of the map, and then you just leave. And you've just got Summer in there. Now that they've boiled it down into the 4-on-4, they're going to try and go back to one side of the map, which is an okay approach, to be honest. If they trade out well, like they did before, maybe it might work out for them. But if they don't throw proper flashes and Dan King's on triple, they might just all die. And
well,
the flashes are here in Palace for the most part.
Time is of the essence as well for Beyond. They're going to have to make their way into the site. Dan King does, in the end, actually get flashed off. Puts a smoke down to provide a little bit more space to work with, and that is not what Beyond would like to see, but they have dealt with him. In the meanwhile, though, it's the other AWP on the other side of the map that's doing the work. Double kill for somebody. Slowly's here to help out as well. That's a nice spray transfer. And there goes STK. TYLOO not putting a foot wrong on the CT side. They're up to 14 now, and I don't think Beyond is going to be able to stop that hype train at all.
I didn't mind that, to be honest, that late round. But I feel like maybe it would have been more consistent if after they take that pick onto attacker in connector and they navigate their way through that 5-on-4 by just holding that connector control and punishing the pushes out from TYLOO that have consistently been coming out, they probably win that round more often than just going back to A in that 4-on-4. But who knows? I think that was a decent percentage play they went for, but unfortunately somebody happened.
And now Dan King is happening.
Yeah, and I think if you're Olivia, if you're like in-game leading Beyond at the moment, which I assume that he is, that's the kind of kill that's going to get in your head a little bit, you know? And potentially affect your decision-making.
Well
get
traded.
one pick back. Okay, so back into this, actually 4-on-3 as SDK's gotten the pick as well. So Beyond, this is a good round to walk back to just one extremity. When you've got the man advantage, focusing on the extremity is a pretty high percent. So I really like what they're doing this time. And I also like what TYLOO's doing, just trying to actually find a pick in middle and just stick together as a unit and try to make something happen in the mid-round. But I think for once, Beyond's got the better read in the XVX situation.
You say that, but TYLOO's starting to float back over toward A. They're going to have two players there. Obviously, somebody is quite far away on B, but he's getting a bit of info that there's not a whole lot happening over there. And Util starting to fly into A. Summer up up on top of the stairs, has a little bit of an angle to peek through. Attacker's going to have to be the one to do the work, but he can't. And so bomb plant goes down. Someone does grab himself one. And somebody's been quite fine form so far on this map. Wouldn't count it out just yet. TYLOO, however, may think better of this. Just decide to save both of the AWPs, although they do have a lot of money. That's a good tag onto QQ. Another spam through from Summer. Not quite connecting onto STK. Somebody tried to creep all the way up onto default.
It's much better from Beyond.
No luck.
Going back to that A site, you know, it hasn't had a lot of success, but they've looked okay doing it, and especially with the man advantage, that's really nice from them. I think go back to middle, try to keep creating these man advantages, and maybe we'll see where we can go from there. But they really don't have a high % of success on this T side. And TYLOO's still got money. Like, this should be TYLOO closing out this map every day of the week, but
they got so much money.
We'll see how it goes.
Olivia's going to get aggressive into apartments. He's copying a lot of damage in doing so, though.
So you're starting to see the setups normalize a little bit more. Mirage and QQ and Attacker and slowly in middle is, you see STK coming up the underpass now. They're all pretty aware of how each other plays at this point, you know? They should be well aware of what positions certain players are playing. They've just got to try and isolate those fights. So QQ and Attacker again in towards Connector here.
Attacker inside of the smoke. He gets the better of the fade. The trades are also just a little bit better for TYLOO so far. Slowly continues to have impact from short.
It just seems like TYLOO are kind of a little bit ahead of whatever Beyond's doing in terms of the timings that they're peaking at. Whereas Beyond, they should be well aware that slowly again is just coming out short and trading whenever they get contact onto Attacker. It's been the same almost every time they've run that mid control.
Well, bit of a different look from Beyond this time. They're able to walk into the A bomb side. It's a split, but Olivia's been spotted, and that's the bomb dropped. Dan King continues to hit pretty much everything. As I was about to say that, he did end up missing a shot, but there you go. That's just sometimes how it works. 15-12 though, and TYLOO now one round away from finishing Beyond off, knocking them down into the lower bracket. It's been a pretty well put together best of 3 series from TYLOO. A little bit of a speed bump here on Mirage, but getting over the line okay.
I think they tried to play that T side a little differently to normal, it felt like.
Okay.
They're really playing quite slow. They were doing a lot of 1-3-1s. And it really didn't work out against Beyond, especially when they had bunny control. But on this CT side, it's been a lot more dominant. Like, you can see the streak of rounds is ridiculous from TYLOO. They've won almost all of them.
Yeah. Match point for TYLOO. Money is reasonable enough for Beyond. They're not going to afford the AWP for Olivia. Going to have to go down to the Mac-10 Galil here and there, but it's at least serviceable. Double AWP still persisting for TYLOO. And a push toward the B-bomb site might be the name of the game this time for Beyond. Not a side of the map that they've really shown too much interest in, to be honest, on their T side. They were shut down earlier on this side, and maybe that's why. Somebody here with the AWP. He takes a second shot, a bit of a greedy one. And this time, maybe not quite having the success as what we've seen from this position before. But either way, it's going to be a good round for TYLOO. It's a good map as well. 16-12 the scoreline. And that's the best of 3 series finished off by TYLOO. 2-0 the scoreline today, and they'll continue on in the upper bracket.
But I can't say why.
coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder. Because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
It's a 2-0 today for TYLOO as they get over the line against Beyond Esports. Very much in line with the expectations, and had it been any other result, it might have raised some questions. But in the end, Mirage was a bit of a speed bump for TYLOO. Overall, though, a 2-0 today as we go into the Mountain Dew Game Fuel post-match. Obviously, that's day one done and dusted here for Asia. And TYLOO getting the win is no surprise at all. They definitely were expected to do so. And nice to see them get over the line. It's a good setup for them for the rest of Cologne. Very interested to see who they play tomorrow between Vici and Invictus. But good early signs from TYLOO here in Cologne.
Yeah, a couple of problematic signs though. I mean, I have to admit, just taking a quick look at that Mirage, their T side, I was just looking at sometimes just going, I don't know what to think about this. If it's a bit of a case of Beyond definitely stepping up a little bit, but TYLOO also is definitely struggling on their offensive side, and Mirage is maybe a bit of a worrying sign when they're coming to verse whoever they will in the upper bracket. I mean, whether it's going to be Vici or Invictus, we don't know just yet, but it's good, but also a couple of worrying things.
But do you ever get the sense, Pilsky, that TYLOO doesn't put everything into these kinds of matches and really only fires up when they kind of need to?
Not exactly, but I think that might be a case of it. I don't think it's always like that, but that definitely could be it. The thing is, like, they've had troubles on Mirage against both Vici and Invictus. They've lost Mirage against both of those opponents. So, like Kevin was saying, heading into the upper bracket against one of those guys, very likely they'll have to play Mirage again. And if they play a T side like that, they're going to get punished for it, I would say, just as hard, if not even harder, by those Chinese teams than they will from Beyond.
And it's like one thing that really bailed them out on the CT side was just the fact that the individuals stepping up. I don't know how many times Beyond were like ahead, 4v3, better position. I'm like, yeah, this should definitely be Beyond's round, but just from some magic, TYLOO, there's a member that's just able to step up. Like he got slowly all of a sudden in ladder room, is able to get 2 kills, throws a Molotov, and for some reason, Beyond, they have this third person committing in, and you're just going, what are you doing, mate? You're sitting in a Molotov, climbing up a ladder, chasing what? Chasing a delusional dream that you can get this kill and win the round from there. And that was so bizarre for me to see. And I think that was like where Beyond, they saw their grip of the game started being relinquished, so to speak, and they started panicking. And they started making a lot of poor decisions after poor decisions to try to recover that lead, to try to recover the game. And I think TYLOO as well stepped up individually on the CT side, which is always good to see. But also, I think it was like a bit of a 50-50. This is the round that I was talking about as well. It's just like, the guy just runs through a Molotov and just dies, and you just go, but why?
But why, indeed? Yeah, I mean, obviously a bit of an interesting one from Olivia there, but I think by and large for Beyond, Olivia was pretty respectable for the majority of that series. There was the fleeting moments of hope, you know, for Beyond, and that's something that we continue to see cropping up for this team. The issue is always the consistency. Yeah, they can do well in one half, but what does it really matter when you've got a best of 3 to win?
Yeah, I feel like, like I said before, it's like we went back in time, we watched an Alpha Red game because they were rock solid on their CT side when they had money control. Their T side was really lackluster, and I think a lot of that came down to the fact they were going for those 1-3-1s, and it's almost like the sign, it's something that I used to see in some of my teams and I used to rage at people about, is like, it's almost like the signs of no confidence in your teammates that are taking connector when you see that third person who's at like that Delpan area or whatever, not holding short, he's just charging in with the rest of the boys and then slowly gets a timing.
Yeah, indeed. Well, one thing that we do have to update you on is how things have been going here in ESL 1 Cologne for the Asia region. And our first match was TYLOO and Beyond, and we saw TYLOO get the 2-0 there. So TYLOO through the upper bracket and Beyond down into the lower bracket, awaiting tomorrow's matchup of Vici and Invictus. Now, based on what we saw in DreamHack Spring, DreamHack Summer, Vici's probably going to be the team that is going to get through to that grand final and face TYLOO. Not only that, but also then obviously the upper bracket as well. Vici, I feel like the upper bracket final is quite an important match for them. If they can get the win there, they might be able to get the win in the grand final. Too consistent though. We've seen TYLOO being able to get those 2 series. So I do wonder what all of these kinds of finals would have looked like had Vici actually picked up the upper bracket final, had that 1 map advantage.
Yeah, I'm more interested in Invictus's form than I am in Vici at the moment, because they're a team that was on the up and up, Pal Summer and some of those other tournaments that's been improving for a while. Last DreamHack event, they were terrible. So I'm keen to see if they're actually going to pick up their form back to where it was, or whether we're going to actually start to see a downward trend for Invictus Gaming.
What about Vici? They seem to have picked up, you know, they went down quite quickly, but they've also seemed to have started to pick things up again in DreamHack Summer.
I think frustratingly inconsistent is pretty much the story of Vici at the moment, and it still remains the case there. They were so close to taking this victory against TYLOO, even though they were down. Or is it, no, you can't just win with an MP7. I think that's going to be the case of the story there, right? Is that it always just comes down to these 1 or 2 rounds where Vici just can't seem to grab at the right time. And I think it's just, at the end of the day, I think it's a bit more mentality as opposed to actual ability.
Yep. I would agree with that. Individual inconsistency and mentality in important games is Vici's problem.
That is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on tomorrow. And to give you an idea of what is coming up tomorrow, these are our matches. Order up against Avant for the Oceania region. Starts at about 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And the other one that we've been talking about, Vici and Invictus, is the game for the Asia region, which generally should be starting at about 7:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time, unless that first game runs late. That's the end of the show, though, for today, fellas. That's day 1 done and dusted for ESL 1 Cologne, Asia, and ANZ. Any final thoughts? Looking forward to those matches tomorrow?
Yeah, tune into the games tomorrow. They'll be a lot better than the games were today.
I don't know about that, actually, to be honest. I think it's just going to be a good litmus test, actually, for tomorrow for both series, kind of where teams are sitting at, what kind of team is going to appear up. I think it's just one of the cases, once again. I want to see some consistency. I want to see some good Counter-Strike from both series.
Indeed, Kev. Well, I hope we do get to see some good Counter-Strike. I'm in agreement with Pilsky. I think we'll get some good ones out of tomorrow. But that's all done and dusted for today. We do hope you'll join us tomorrow, though, 3:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time is when we'll be kicking off the pre-show, and we'll see you then.
I never did.